Chapter 1 of Beatrice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 1. To Beatrice. O kind is death that life's long trouble closes, yet at death's coming life shrinks back affright. It sees the dark hand, not that it encloses a cup of light. So oft the spirit, seeing love draw nigh, as 'neath the shadow of destruction quakes. For self, dark tyrant of the soul, must die when love awakes. Aye, let him die in darkness, but for thee, breathe thou the breath of morning, and be free. Chapter 1. A Mist Wraith. The autumn afternoon was fading into evening. It had been cloudy weather, but the clouds had softened and broken up. Now they were lost in slowly darkening blue. The sea was perfectly and utterly still. It seemed to sleep, but in its sleep it still waxed with the rising tide. The eye could not mark its slow increase, but Beatrice, standing upon the farthest point of the Dog Rocks, idly noted that the long brown weeds which clung about their sides began to lift as the water took their weight, till at last the delicate pattern floated out and lay like a woman's hair upon the green depth of sea. Meanwhile a mist was growing dense and soft upon the quiet waters. It was not blown up from the west, it simply grew like the twilight, making the silence yet more silent, and blotting away the outlines of the land. Beatrice gave up studying the seaweed, and watched the gathering of these fleecy hosts. "What a curious evening," she said aloud to herself, speaking in a low, full voice. "I have not seen one like it since mother died, and that is 7 years ago. I've grown since then, grown every way," and she laughed somewhat sadly and looked at her own reflection in the quiet water. She could not have looked at anything more charming, for it would have been hard to find a girl of nobler mien than Beatrice Granger. As on this, her 22nd birthday, she stood and gazed into that misty sea. Of rather more than middle height and modelled like a statue, strength and health seemed to radiate from her form. But it was her face with the stamp of intellect and power shadowing its woman's loveliness that must have made her remarkable among women even more beautiful than herself. There are many girls who have rich brown hair, like some autumn leaf here and there, just yellowing into gold, girls whose deep grey eyes can grow tender as a dove's, or flash like the stirred waters of a northern sea, and whose bloom can bear comparison with the wilding rose. But few can show a face like that which upon this day first dawned on Geoffrey Bingham, to his sorrow and his hope. It was strong and pure and sweet as the keen sea breath, and looking on it one must know that beneath this fair cloak lay a wit as fair. And yet it was all womanly. Here was not the hard sexless stamp of the cultured female. She who owned it was capable of many things. She could love and she could suffer, and if need be, she could dare or die. It was to be read upon that lovely brow and face, and in the depths of those grey eyes, that is, by those to whom the book of character is open, and who wish to study it. But Beatrice was not thinking of her loveliness as she gazed into the water. She knew that she was beautiful, of course. Her beauty was too obvious to be overlooked, and besides, it had been brought home to her in several more or less disagreeable ways. 7 years, she was thinking, since the night of the death fog. That was what old Edward called it, and so it was. I was only so high then, and following her thoughts she touched herself upon the breast. And I was happy too, in my own way. Why can't one always be 15 and believe everything one is told? And she sighed. 7 years and nothing done yet. Work, work, and nothing coming out of the work, and everything fading away. I think that life is very dreary when one has lost everything, and found nothing, and loves nobody. I wonder what it will be like in another 7 years. She covered her eyes with her hands, and then taking them away, once more looked at the water. Such light as struggled through the fog was behind her, and the mist was thickening. At first she had some difficulty in tracing her own likeness upon the glassy surface, but gradually she marked its outline. It stretched away from her, and its appearance was as though she herself were lying on her back in the water, wrapped about with the fleecy mist. "How curious it seems," she thought. "What is it that reflection reminds me of, with the white all round it?" Next instant she gave a little cry and turned sharply away. She knew now. It recalled her mother as she had last seen her 7 years ago. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 2. At the Bell Rock. A mile or more away from where Beatrice stood and saw visions, and further up the coastline, a second group of rocks, known from their colour as the Red Rocks, or sometimes for another reason as the Bell Rocks, juts out between 1/2 and 3/4 of a mile into the waters of the Welsh Bay that lies behind Rumball Point. At low tide these rocks are bare, so that a man may walk or wade to their extremity, but when the flood is full, only one or two of the very largest can from time to time be seen, projecting their weed-wreathed heads through the wash of the shore-bound waves. In certain sets of the wind and tide this is a terrible and most dangerous spot in rough weather, as more than one vessel have learnt to their cost. So long ago as 1780 a 3-decker man-of-war went ashore there in a furious winter gale, and, with one exception, every living soul on board of her, to the number of 700, was drowned. The one exception was the man in irons, who came safely and serenely ashore, seated upon a piece of wreckage. Nobody ever knew how the shipwreck happened, least of all the survivor in irons, but the tradition of the terror of the scene yet lives in the district, and the spot where the bones of the drowned men still peep grimly through the sand is not unnaturally supposed to be haunted. Ever since this catastrophe a large bell, it was originally the bell of the ill-fated vessel itself, and still bears her name, HMS Thunder, stamped upon its metal, has been fixed upon the highest rock, and in times of storm and at high tide sends its solemn note of warning booming across the deep. But the bell was quiet now, and just beneath it, in the shadow of the rock whereon it was placed, a man half hidden in seaweed, with which he appeared to have purposely covered himself, was seated upon a piece of wreck. In appearance he was a very fine man, big-shouldered and broad-limbed, and his age might have been 35 or a little more. Of his frame, however, what between the mist and the unpleasantly damp seaweed with which he was wreathed, not much was to be seen. But such light as there was fell upon his face as he peered eagerly over and round the rock, and glinted down the barrels of the double 10-bore gun which he held across his knee. It was a striking countenance, with its brownish eyes, dark peaked beard, and strong features, very powerful and very able, and yet there was a certain softness in the face, which hovered round the region of the mouth, like light at the edge of a dark cloud, hinting at gentle sunshine. But little of this was visible now. Geoffrey Bingham, barrister at law of the Inner Temple, M.A., was engaged with a very serious occupation. He was trying to shoot curlew as they passed over his hiding place on their way to the mud banks, where they feed further along the coast. Now, if there is a thing in the world which calls for the exercise of man's every faculty, it is curlew shooting in a mist. Perhaps he may wait for an hour or even 2 hours and see nothing, not even an oyster catcher. Then at last from miles away comes the faint wild call of curlew on the wing. He strains his eyes, the call comes nearer, but nothing can he see. At last, 70 yards or more to the right, he catches sight of the flicker of beating wings, and like a flash they are gone. Again a call. The curlew are fighting. He looks and looks, in his excitement struggling to his feet and raising his head incautiously far above the sheltering rock. There they come, a great flock of 30 or more, bearing straight down on him. 100 yards off, 80, 60, now. Up goes the gun, but alas and alas, they catch a glimpse of the light glinting on the barrels, and perhaps of the head behind them, and in another second they are broken and scattered this way and that way, twisting off like a wisp of gigantic snipe, to vanish with melancholy cries into the depth of mist. This is bad, but the ardent sportsman sits down with a groan and waits, listening to the soft flap of the tide, And then at last virtue is rewarded. First of all 2 wild duck come over, cleaving the air like arrows. The mallard is missed, but the left barrel reaches the duck, and down it comes with a full and satisfying thud. Hardly have the cartridges been replaced when the wild cry of the curlew is once more heard, quite close this time. There they are, looming large against the fog. Bang! Down goes the first and lies flapping among the rocks. Like a flash the second is away to the left. Bang! After him, and caught him too. Hark to the splash as he falls into the deep water 50 yards away. And then the mist closes in so densely that shooting is done with for the day. Well, that right and left has been worth 3 hours' wait in the wet seaweed and the violent cold that may follow. That is to any man who has a soul for true sport. Just such an experience as this had befallen Geoffrey Bingham. He had bagged his wild duck and his brace of curlew. That is, he had bagged one of them, for the other was floating in the sea, when a sudden increase in the density of the mist put a stop to further operations. He shook the wet seaweed off his rough clothes, and having lit a short briar pipe, set to work to hunt for the duck and the first curlew. He found them easily enough, and then walking to the edge of the rocks, up the sides of which the tide was gradually creeping, peered into the mist to see if he could find the other. Presently the fog lifted a little, and he discovered the bird floating on the oily water about 50 yards away. A little to the left the rocks ran out in a peak, and he knew from experience that the tide setting towards the shore would carry the curlew past this peak. So he went to its extremity, sat down upon a big stone and waited. All this while the tide was rising fast, though, intent as he was upon bringing the curlew to bag, he did not pay much heed to it, forgetting that it was cutting him off from the land. At last, after more than half an hour of waiting, he caught sight of the curlew again, but as bad luck would have it, it was still 20 yards or more from him, and in deep water. He was determined, however, to get the bird if he could, for Geoffrey hated leaving his game. So he pulled up his trousers and set to work to wade towards it. For the first few steps all went well, but the fourth or fifth landed him in a hole that wet his right leg nearly up to the thigh and gave his ankle a severe twist. Reflecting that it would be very awkward if he sprained his ankle in such a lonely place, he beat a retreat, and bethought him, unless the curlew was to become food for the dogfish, that he had better strip bodily and swim for it. This, for Geoffrey was a man of determined mind, he decided to do, and had already taken off his coat and waistcoat to that end, when suddenly some sort of a boat, he judged it to be a canoe from the slightness of its shape, loomed up in the mist before him. An idea struck him. The canoe or its occupant, if anybody could be insane enough to come out canoeing in such water, might fetch the curlew and save him a swim. "Hi!" he shouted, in stentorian tones. "Hullo there!" "Yes," answered a woman's gentle voice across the waters. "Oh," he replied, struggling to get into his waistcoat again, for the voice told him that he was dealing with some befogged lady. "I'm sure I beg your pardon, but would you do me a favour? There is a dead curlew floating about not 10 yards from your boat, if you wouldn't mind." A white hand was put forward, and the canoe glided on towards the bird. Presently the hand plunged downwards into the misty waters, and the curlew was bagged. Then, while Geoffrey was still struggling with his waistcoat, the canoe sped towards him like a dream boat, and in another moment it was beneath his rock, and a sweet dim face was looking up into his own. Now let us go back a little. Alas, that the privilege should be peculiar to the recorder of things done, and see how it came about that Beatrice Granger was present to retrieve Geoffrey Bingham's dead curlew. Immediately after the unpleasant idea recorded in the last, or to be more accurate in the first chapter of this comedy, had impressed itself upon Beatrice's mind, she came to the conclusion that she had seen enough of the Dog Rocks for one afternoon. Thereon, like a sensible person, she set herself to quit them in the same way that she had reached them, namely by means of a canoe. She got into her canoe safely enough and paddled a little way out to sea, with a view of returning to the place whence she came. But the further she went out, and it was necessary that she should go some way on account of the rocks and the currents, the denser grew the fog. Sounds came through it indeed, but she could not clearly distinguish whence they came, till at last, well as she knew the coast, she grew confused as to whither she was heading. In this dilemma, while she rested on her paddle staring into the dense surrounding mist, and keeping her grey eyes as wide open as nature would allow, and that was very wide, she heard the report of a gun behind her to the right. Arguing to herself that some wild fowler on the water must have fired it, who would be able to direct her, she turned the canoe around and paddled swiftly in the direction whence the sound came. Presently she heard the gun again. Both barrels were fired, in there to the right, but some way off. She paddled on vigorously, but now no more shots came to guide her. Therefore for a while her search was fruitless. At last, however, she saw something looming through the mist ahead. It was the Red Rocks, though she did not know it, and she drew near with caution till Geoffrey's shout broke upon her ears. She picked up the dead bird and paddled towards the dim figure, who was evidently wrestling with something she could not see what. "Here is the curlew, sir," she said. "Oh, thank you," answered the figure on the rock. "I am infinitely obliged to you. I was just going to swim for it. I can't bear losing my game. It seems so cruel to shoot birds for nothing." "I dare say that you will not make much use of it now that you have got it," said the gentle voice in the canoe. "Curlew are not very good eating." "That is scarcely the point," replied the Crusoe on the rock. "The point is to bring them home. Après cela." "The bird stuffer," said the voice. "No," answered Crusoe, "the cook." A laugh came back from the canoe, and then a question. "Pray, Mr. Bingham, can you tell me where I am? I have quite lost my reckoning in the mist." He started. How did this mysterious young lady in a boat know his name? "You are at the Red Rocks. There is the bell, that grey thing, Miss—" "Beatrice Granger," she put in hastily. "My father is the clergyman of Bryngelly. I saw you when you and Lady Honoria Bingham looked into the school yesterday. I teach in the school." She did not tell him, however, that his face had interested her so much that she had asked his name. Again he started. He had heard of this young lady. Somebody had told him that she was the prettiest girl in Wales and the cleverest, but that her father was not a gentleman. "Oh," he said, taking off his hat in the direction of the canoe. "Isn't it a little risky, Miss Granger, for you to be canoeing alone in the mist?" "Yes," she answered frankly, "but I am used to it. I go out canoeing in all possible weathers. It is my amusement, and after all the risk does not matter much," she added more to herself than to him. While he was wondering what she meant by that dark saying, she went on quickly. "Do you know, Mr. Bingham, I think that you are in more danger than I am. It must be getting near 7 o'clock, and the tide is high at 7:15. Unless I am mistaken, there is by now nearly half a mile of deep water between you and the shore." "My word," he said, "I forgot all about the tide. What, between the shooting and looking for the curlew and the mist, it never occurred to me that it was getting late. I suppose I must swim for it, that is all." "No, no," she answered earnestly. "It is very dangerous swimming here. The place is full of sharp rocks, and there is a tremendous current." "Well, then, what is to be done? Will your canoe carry two? If so, perhaps you would kindly put me ashore." "Yes," she said, "it is a double canoe. But I dare not take you ashore here. There are too many rocks, and it is impossible to see the ripple on them in the mist. We should sink the canoe. No, you must get in, and I must paddle you home to Bryngelly. That's all. Now that I know where I am, I think that I can find the way." "Really," he said, "you are very good." "Not at all," she answered. "You see I must go by myself anyhow, so I shall be glad of your help. It is nearly 5 miles by water, you know, and not a pleasant night." There was truth in this. Geoffrey was perfectly prepared to risk a swim to the shore on his own account, but he did not at all like the idea of leaving this young lady to find her own way back to Bryngelly through the mist and gathering darkness, and in that frail canoe. He would not have liked it if she had been a man, for he knew that there was a great risk in such a voyage. So after making one more fruitless suggestion, that they should try and reach the shore, taking the chance of rocks, sunken or otherwise, and then walk home, to which Beatrice would not consent, he accepted her offer. "At the least you will allow me to paddle," he said, as she skilfully brought the canoe right under his rock, which the tide was now high enough to allow her to do. "If you like," she answered doubtfully. "My hands are a little sore, and of course," with a glance at his broad shoulders, "you are much stronger. But if you are not used to it, I dare say that I should get on as well as you." "Nonsense," he said sharply. "I will not allow you to paddle me for 5 miles." She yielded without another word, and very gingerly shifted her seat so that her back was towards the bow of the canoe, leaving him to occupy the paddling place opposite to her. Then he handed her his gun, which, together with the dead birds, she carefully stowed in the bottom of the frail craft. Next, with great caution, he slid down the rock till his feet rested in the canoe. "Be careful, or you will upset us," she said, leaning forward and stretching out a hand for him to support himself by. Then it was, as he took it, that he for the first time really saw her face, with the mist drops hanging to the bent eyelashes, and knew how beautiful she was. End of chapter 2. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 3 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 3. A Confession of Faith. "Are you ready?" he said, recovering himself from the pleasing shock of this surge-draped vision of the mist. "Yes," said Beatrice. "You must head straight out to sea for a little, not too far, for if we get beyond the shelter of Rumball Point we might founder in the rollers. There are always rollers there. Then steer to the left. I will tell you when, and Mr. Bingham, please be careful of the paddle. It has been spliced, and won't bear rough usage." "All right," he answered, and they started gaily enough, the light canoe gliding swiftly forward beneath his sturdy strokes. Beatrice was leaning back with her head bent a little forward, so that he could only see her chin and the sweet curve of the lips above it. But she could see all his face as it swayed towards her with each motion of the paddle, and she watched it with interest. It was a new type of face to her, so strong and manly, and yet so gentle about the mouth. Almost too gentle, she thought. What made him marry Lady Honoria? Beatrice wondered. She did not look particularly gentle, though she was such a graceful woman. And thus they went on for some time, each wondering about the other, and at heart admiring the other, which was not strange, for they were a very proper pair. But saying no word till at last, after about a quarter of an hour's hard paddling, Geoffrey paused to rest. "Do you do much of this kind of thing, Miss Granger?" he said with a gasp, "because it is rather hard work." She laughed. "Ah," she said, "I thought you would scarcely go on paddling at that rate. Yes, I canoe a great deal in the summer time. It is my way of taking exercise, and I can swim well, so I'm not afraid of an upset. At least it has been my way for the last 2 years, since a lady was staying here gave me the canoe when she went away. Before that I used to row in a boat. That is before I went to college." "College? What college? Girton?" "Oh no, nothing half so grand. It was a college where you get certificates that you are qualified to be a mistress in a board school. I wish it had been Girton." "Do you are too good for that," he was going to add, but changed it to, "I think you were as well away. I don't care about the Girton stamp. Those of them whom I have known are so hard." "So much better for them," she answered. "I should like to be as hard as a stone. A stone cannot feel." "Don't you think that women ought to learn then? Do you?" he asked. "Yes, certainly. Have you learnt anything?" "I have taught myself a little, and picked up something at the college. But I have no real knowledge, only a smattering of things." "What do you know? French and German?" "Yes." "Latin?" "Yes, I know something of it." "Greek?" "I can read it fairly, but I am not a Greek scholar." "Mathematics?" "No, I gave them up. There is no human nature about mathematics. They work everything to a fixed conclusion that must result. Life is not like that. What ought to be a square comes out a rectangle, and x always equals an unknown quantity, which is never ascertained till you are dead." "Good gracious," thought Geoffrey to himself between the strokes of the paddle, "what an extraordinary girl! A flesh and blood blue stocking, and a lovely one into the bargain. At any rate I will bowl her out this time." "Perhaps you have read law too?" he said with suppressed sarcasm. "I have read some," she answered calmly. "I like law, especially equity law. It is so subtle, and there is such a mass of it built upon such a small foundation. It is like an overgrown mushroom, and the top will fall off one day, however hard the lawyers try to prop it up. Perhaps you can tell me—" "No, I'm sure I cannot," he answered. "I'm not a chancery man. I am common law, and I don't take all knowledge for my province." "You positively alarm me, Miss Granger. I wonder that the canoe does not sink beneath so much learning." "Do I?" she answered sweetly. "I am glad that I have lived to frighten somebody. I mean that I like equity to study. But if I were a barrister I would be common law, because there is so much more life and struggle about it. Existence is not worth having unless one is struggling with something and trying to overcome it." "Dear me, what a reposeful prospect," said Geoffrey, aghast. He had certainly never met such a woman as this before. "Repose is only good when it is earned," went on the fair philosopher, "and in order to fit one to earn some more. Otherwise it becomes idleness, and that is misery. Fancy being idle when one has such little time to live. The only thing to do is to work and stifle thought. I suppose that you have a large practice, Mr. Bingham?" "You should not ask a barrister that question," he answered, laughing. "It is like looking at the pictures which an artist has turned to the wall. No, to be frank, I have not. I have only taken to practising in earnest during the last 2 years. Before I was a barrister in name, and that is all." "Then why did you suddenly begin to work?" "Because I lost my prospects, Miss Granger. From necessity, in short." "Oh, I beg your pardon," she said with a blush, which of course he could not see. "I did not mean to be rude. But it is very lucky for you, is it not?" "Indeed, some people don't think so. Why is it lucky?" "Because you will now rise and become a great man, and that is more than being a rich man." "And why do you think that I shall become a great man?" he asked, stopping paddling in his astonishment and looking at the dim form before him. "Oh, because it is written on your face," she answered simply. Her words rang true, but there was no flattery or artifice in them. Geoffrey felt that the girl was saying just what she thought. "So you study physiognomy as well?" he said. "Well, Miss Granger, it is rather odd considering all things, but I will say to you what I have never said to any one before. I believe that you are right. I shall rise. If I live, I feel that I have it in me." At this point it possibly occurred to Beatrice that, considering the exceeding brevity of their acquaintance, they were drifting into somewhat confidential conversation. At any rate she quickly changed the subject. "I am afraid you are growing tired," she said, "but we must be getting on. It will soon be quite dark, and we have still a long way to go. Look there," and she pointed seaward. He looked. The whole bank of mist was breaking up and bearing down on them in enormous billows of vapour. Presently these were rolling over them, so darkening the heavy air that, though the pair were within 4 feet of each other, they could scarcely see each other's faces. As yet they felt no wind. The dense weight of mist choked the keen impelling air. "I think the weather is breaking. We are going to have a storm," said Beatrice, a little anxiously. Scarcely were the words out of her mouth when the mist passed away from them, and from all the seaward expanse of ocean not a rack of it was left, and in its place the strong sea breath beat upon their faces. Far in the west the angry disk of the sun was sinking into the foam. A great red ray shot from its bent edge and lay upon the awakened waters like a path of fire. The ominous light fell full upon the little boat and full upon Beatrice's lips. Then it passed on and lost itself in the deep mist which still swathed the coast. "Oh, how beautiful it is!" she cried, raising herself and pointing to the glory of the dying sun. "It is beautiful indeed," he answered, but he looked not at the sunset, but at the woman's face before him, glowing like a saint's in its golden aureole. For this also was most beautiful, so beautiful that it stirred him strangely. "It is like—" she began, and broke off suddenly. "What is it like?" he asked. "It is like finding truth at last," she answered, speaking as much to herself as to him. "Why, one might make an allegory out of it. We wander into mist and darkness, shaping a vague course for home, and then suddenly the mists are blown away. Glory fills the air, and there is no more doubt. Only before us is a splendour, making all things clear and lighting us over a deathless sea. It sounds rather too grand," she added, with a charming little laugh, but there is something in it somewhere. If only I could express myself. Oh, look!" As she spoke, a heavy storm cloud rolled over the vanishing rim of the sun. For a moment the light struggled with the eclipsing cloud, turning its dull edge to the hue of copper, but the cloud was too strong, and the light vanished, leaving the sea in darkness. "Well," he said, "your allegory would have a dismal end if you worked it out. It is getting as dark as pitch, and there's a good deal in that. If only I could express myself." Beatrice dropped poetry and came down to facts in a way that was very commendable. "There is a squall coming up, Mr. Bingham," she said. "You must paddle as hard as you can. I do not think we are more than 2 miles from Bryngelly, and if we are lucky we may get there before the weather breaks." "Yes, if we are lucky," he said grimly, as he bent himself to the work. "But the question is where to paddle to. It's so dark. Had not we better run for the shore?" "We are in the middle of the bay now," she answered, "and almost as far from the nearest land as we are from Bryngelly. Besides, it is all rocks. No, you must go straight on. You will see the Poise light beyond Coed presently. You know Coed is 4 miles on the other side of Bryngelly, so when you see it, head to the left." He obeyed her, and they neither of them spoke any more for some time. Indeed, the rising wind made conversation difficult, and so far as Geoffrey was concerned, he had little breath left to spare for words. He was a strong man, but the unaccustomed labour was beginning to tell on him, and his hands were blistering. For 10 minutes or so he paddled on through a darkness, which was now almost total, wondering where on earth he was wending, for it was quite impossible to see. For all he knew to the contrary, he might be circling round and round. He had only one thing to direct him, the sweep of the continually rising wind and the wash of the gathering waves. So long as these struck the canoe, which now began to roll ominously on the starboard side, he must, he thought, be keeping a right course. But in the turmoil of the rising gale and the confusion of the night, this was no very satisfactory guide. At length, however, a broad and brilliant flash sprung out across the sea, almost straight ahead of him. It was the Poise light. He altered his course a little and paddled steadily on, and now the squall was breaking. Fortunately it was not a very heavy one, or their frail craft must have sunk, and they with it. But it was quite serious enough to put them in great danger. The canoe rose to the waves like a feather, but she was broadside on, and rise as she would, they began to ship a little water, and they had not seen the worst of it. The weather was still thickening. Still he held on, though his heart sank within him, while Beatrice said nothing. Presently a big wave came. He could just see its white crest gleaming through the gloom. Then it was on them. The canoe rose to it gallantly. It seemed to curl right over her, making the craft roll, till Geoffrey thought that the end had come. But she rode it out, not, however, without shipping more than a bucket of water. Without saying a word, Beatrice took the cloth cap from her head, and leaning forward, began to bail out as best she could. And that was not very well. "This will not do," he called. "I must keep her head to the sea, or we shall be swamped." "Yes," she answered, "keep her head up. We are in great danger." He glanced to his right. Another white sea was heaving down on him. He could just see its glittering crest. With all his force he dug the paddle into the water. The canoe answered it. She came round just in time to ride out the wave with safety, but the paddle snapped. It was already sprung, and the weight he put upon it was more than it could bear. Right in two it broke, some 9 inches above that blade which at the moment was buried in the water. He felt it go, and despair took hold of him. "Great heavens!" he cried, "the paddle is broken!" Beatrice gasped. "You must use the other blade," she said. "Paddle first one side and then the other, and keep her head on." "Till we sink?" he answered. "No, till we are saved. Never talk of sinking." The girl's courage shamed him, and he obeyed her instructions as best he could. By dint of continually shifting what remained of the paddle from one side of the canoe to the other, he did manage to keep her head on to the waves that were now rolling in apace, but in their hearts they both wondered how long this would last. "Have you got any cartridges?" she asked presently. "Yes, in my coat pocket," he answered. "Give me 2 if you can manage it," she said. In an interval between the coming of 2 seas he contrived to slip his hand into a pocket and transfer the cartridges. Apparently she knew something of the working of a gun, for presently there was a flash and a report, quickly followed by another. "Give me some more cartridges," she cried. He did so, but nothing followed. "It is no use," she said at length. "The cartridges are wet. I cannot get the empty cases out, but perhaps they may have seen or heard them. Old Edward is sure to be watching for me. You had better throw the rest into the sea if you can manage it," she added by way of an afterthought. "We may have to swim presently." To Geoffrey this seemed very probable, and whenever he got a chance he acted on the hint, till at length he was rid of all his cartridges. Just then it began to rain in torrents. Though it was not warm, the perspiration was streaming from him at every pore, and the rain beating on his face refreshed him somewhat. Also with the rain the wind dropped a little. But he was becoming tired out, and he knew it. Soon he would no longer be able to keep the canoe straight, and then they must be swamped, and in all human probability drowned. So this was to be the end of his life and its ambitions. Before another hour had run its course he would be rolling to and fro in the arms of that angry sea. What would his wife Honoria say when she heard the news, he wondered. Perhaps it would shock her into some show of feeling. And Effie, his dear little 6-year-old daughter, well, thank God she was too young to feel his loss for long. By the time that she was a woman she would almost have forgotten that she ever had a father. But how would she get on without him to guide her? Her mother did not love children, and a growing girl would continually remind her of her growing years. He could not tell. He could only hope for the best. What would become of him after the short, sharp struggle for life? Should he find endless sleep, or what? He was a Christian, and his life had not been worse than that of other men. Indeed, though he would have been the last to think it, he had some redeeming virtues. But now, at the end, the spiritual horizon was as dark as it had been at the beginning. There before him were the gates of death, but not yet would they roll aside and show the traveller what lay beyond their frowning face. How could he tell? Perhaps they would not open at all. Perhaps he now bade his last farewell to consciousness, to earth and sky and sea and love and all lovely things. Well, that might be better than some prospects. At that moment Geoffrey Bingham, in the last agony of doubt, would gladly have exchanged his hopes of life beyond for a certainty of eternal sleep. That faith which enables some of us to tread this awful way with an utter confidence is not a wide prerogative, and as yet at any rate it was not his, though the time might come when he would attain it. There are not very many, even amongst those without reproach, who can lay them down in the arms of death, knowing most certainly that when the veil is rent away, the countenance that they shall see will be that of the blessed guardian of mankind. Alas, he could not be altogether sure, and where doubt exists, hope is but a pin-prick bladder. He sighed heavily, murmured a little formula of prayer that had been on his lips most nights during 30 years. He had learnt it as a child at his mother's knee, and then, while the tempest roared around him, gathered up his strength to meet the end, which seemed inevitable. At any rate he would die like a man. Then came a reaction. His vital forces rose again. He no longer felt fearful. He only wondered with a strange impersonal wonder, as a man wonders about the vital affairs of another. Then from wondering about himself he began to wonder about the girl who sat opposite to him. With the rain came a little lightning, and by the first flash he saw her clearly. Her beautiful face was set, and as she bent forward searching the darkness with her wide eyes, it wore, he thought, an almost defiant air. The canoe twisted round somewhat. He dug his broken paddle into the water and once more brought her head on to the sea. Then he spoke. "Are you afraid?" he asked of Beatrice. "No," she answered, "I am not afraid." "Do you know that we shall probably be drowned?" "Yes, I know it. They say the death is easy. I brought you here. Forgive me that. I should have tried to row you ashore as you said. Never mind me. A man must meet his fate some day. Do not think of me. But I can't keep her head on much longer. You had better say your prayers." Beatrice bent forward till her head was quite near his own. The wind had blown some of her hair loose, and though he did not seem to notice it at the time, he remembered afterwards that a lock of it struck him on the face. "I cannot pray," she said. "I have nothing to pray to. I am not a Christian." The words struck him like a blow. It seemed so awful to think of this proud and brilliant woman now balanced on the verge of what she believed to be utter annihilation. Even the courage that induced her at such a moment to confess her hopeless state seemed awful. "Try," he said, with a gasp. "No," she answered, "I do not fear to die. Death cannot be worse than life is for most of us. I have not prayed for years, not since... Well, never mind. I am not a coward. It would be cowardly to pray now, because I may be wrong. If there is a God who knows all, he will understand that." Geoffrey said no more, but laboured at the broken paddle gallantly and with an ever-failing strength. The lightning had passed away and the darkness was very great, for the hurrying clouds hid the starlight. Presently a sound arose above the turmoil of the storm, a crashing, thunderous sound towards which the send of the sea gradually bore them. The sound came from the waves that beat upon the Bryngelly reef. "Where are we drifting to?" he cried. "Into the breakers, where we shall be lost," she answered calmly. "Give up paddling, it is of no use, and try to take off your coat. I have loosened my skirt. Perhaps we can swim ashore." He thought to himself that in the dark and breakers such an event was not probable, but he said nothing, and addressed himself to the task of getting rid of his coat and waistcoat. No easy one in that confined space. Meanwhile the canoe was whirling round and round like a walnut shell upon a flooded gutter. For some distance before the waves broke upon the reef and rocks, they swept in towards them with a steady foamless swell. On reaching the shallows, however, they pushed their white shoulders high into the air, curved up, and fell in thunder on the reef. The canoe rowed towards the breakers, sucked upon its course by a swelling sea. "Good bye," called Geoffrey to Beatrice, as stretching out his wet hand he found her own and took it, for companionship makes death a little easier. "Good bye," she cried, clinging to his hand. "Oh, why did I bring you into this?" For in their last extremity this woman thought rather of her companion in peril than of herself. One more turn, then suddenly the canoe beneath them was lifted like a straw and tossed high into the air. A mighty mass of water boiled up beneath it and around it. Then the foam rushed in, and vaguely Geoffrey knew that they were wrapped in the curve of a billow. A swift and mighty rush of water, crash, and his senses left him. End of chapter 3. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 4 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 4. The Watcher at the Door. This was what had happened. Just about the centre of the reef is a large flat-topped rock. It may be 20 feet in the square, known to the Bryngelly fishermen as Table Rock. In ordinary weather, even at high tide, the waters scarcely cover this rock, but when there is any sea they wash over it with great violence. Onto this rock Geoffrey and Beatrice had been hurled by the breaker. Fortunately for them it was thickly overgrown with seaweed, which to some slight extent broke the violence of their fall. As it chanced, Geoffrey was knocked senseless by the shock, but Beatrice, whose hand he still held, fell on to him, and with the exception of a few bruises and a shake, escaped unhurt. She struggled to her knees, gasping. The water had run off the rock, and her companion lay quiet at her side. She put down her face and called into his ear, but no answer came, and then she knew that he was either dead or senseless. At this second Beatrice caught a glimpse of something white gleaming in the darkness. Instinctively she flung herself upon her face, gripping the long tough seaweed with one hand. The other she passed round the body of the helpless man beside her, straining him with all her strength against her side. Then came a wild long rush of foam. The water lifted her from the rock, but the seaweed held, and when at length the sea had gone boiling by, Beatrice found herself and the senseless form of Geoffrey once more lying side by side. She was half choked. Desperately she struggled up and round, looking shoreward through the darkness. Heavens! There, not 100 yards away, a light shone upon the water. It was a boat's light, for it moved up and down. She filled her lungs with air and sent one long cry for help ringing across the sea. A moment passed and she thought she heard an answer, but because of the wind and the roar of the breakers she could not be sure. Then she turned and glanced seaward. Again the foaming terror was rushing down upon them. Again she flung herself upon the rock and, grasping the slippery seaweed, twined her left arm about the helpless Geoffrey. It was on them. Oh, horror! Even in the turmoil of the boiling waters Beatrice felt the seaweed give. Now they were being swept along with the rushing wave, and death drew very near. But still she clung to Geoffrey. Once more the air touched her face. She had risen to the surface and was floating on the stormy water. The wave had passed. Loosing her hold of Geoffrey, she slipped her hand upwards, and as he began to sink, clutched him by the hair. Then treading water with her feet, for happily for both she was as good a swimmer as could be found upon that coast, she managed to open her eyes. There, not 60 yards away, was the boat's light. Oh, if only she could reach it! She spat the salt water from her mouth and once more cried aloud. The light seemed to move on. Then another wave rolled forward, and once more she was pushed down into the cruel depths, for with that dead weight hanging to her she could not keep above them. It flashed into her mind that if she let him go she might even now save herself, but even in that last terror this Beatrice would not do. If he went, she would go with him. It would have been better if she had let him go. Down she went, down, down. "I will hold him," Beatrice said in her heart. "I will hold him till I die." Then came waves of light, and a sound as of wind whispering through the trees. "I tell you it ain't no good, Haggard," shouted a man in the boat to an old sailor who was leaning forward in the bows, peering into the darkness. "We shall be right on the Table Rocks in a minute and all drowned together. Put about, mate, put about." "Damn you!" screamed the old man, turning so that the light from the lantern fell on his furrowed, fiercely anxious face and long white hair streaming in the wind. "Damn you, ye cowards! I tells yer I hear her voice. I heard it twice screaming for help. If you put the boat about, begod, when I get ashore I'll kill you, you lubbers. Old man as I am, I'll kill you if I swing for it." This determined sentiment produced a marked effect upon the boat's crew. There were 8 of them altogether. They did not put the boat about, they only lay upon their oars and kept her head to the seas. The old man in the bow peered out into the gloom. He was shaking, not with cold but with agitation. Presently he turned his head with a yell. Give way, give way! There's something on the wave!" The men obeyed with a will. "Back!" he roared again. "Back water!" They backed, and the boat answered, but nothing was to be seen. "She's gone! Oh God, she's gone!" groaned the old man. "You may put about now, lads, and the Lord's will be done." The light from the lantern fell in a little ring upon the seething water. Suddenly something white appeared in the centre of this illuminated ring. Edward stared at it. It was floating upwards. It vanished. It appeared again. It was a woman's face. With a yell he plunged his arms into the sea. "I have her! Lend an hand, lads!" Another man scrambled forward, and together they clutched the object in the water. "Look out! Don't pull too hard, you fool! Blow me if there ain't another, and she's got him by the hair. So steady, steady!" A long heave from strong arms, and the senseless form of Beatrice was on the gunwale. Then they pulled up Geoffrey beside her, for they could not lose her desperate grip of his dark hair, and together rolled them into the boat. "The dead head out," said the second man. "Help turn 'em on their faces over the seat, so. Let the water drain from their innards. It's the only chance. Now, give me that sail to cover them, so. You'll live yet, Miss Beatrice. You ain't dead, I swear. Old Haggard has saved you, old Haggard and the good God together." Meanwhile the boat had got round, and the men were rowing for Bryngelly, as warm-hearted sailors will when life is at stake. They all knew Beatrice and loved her, and they remembered it as they rowed. The gloom was little hindrance to them, for they could almost have navigated the coast blindfold. Besides, here they were sheltered by the reef and shore. In 5 minutes they were round a little headland, and the lights of Bryngelly were close before them. On the beach people were moving about with lanterns. Presently they were there, hanging on their oars for a favourable wave to beach with. At last it came, and they gave way together, running the large boat half out of the surf. A dozen men plunged into the water and dragged her on. They were safe ashore. "Have you got Miss Beatrice?" shouted a voice. "Aye, we've got her and another too, but I doubt they're gone. Where's Doctor?" "Here, here," answered a voice. "Bring the stretchers." A stout, thick-set man who had been listening, wrapped up in a dark cloak, turned his face away and uttered a groan. Then he followed the others as they went to work, not offering to help, but merely following. The stretchers were brought, and the 2 bodies laid upon them, face downwards and covered over. "Where to?" said the bearers, as they seized the pole. "The vicarage," answered the doctor. "I told them to get things ready there in case they should find her. Run forward, one of you, and say that we are coming." The men started at a trot, and the crowd ran after them. "Who's the other?" somebody asked. "Mr. Bingham. the tall lawyer who came down from London the other day. Tell policeman, run to his wife. She's at Mrs. Jones's, and thinks he's lost his way in the fog coming home from Bell Rock." The policeman departed on his melancholy errand, and the procession moved swiftly across the sandy beach and up the stone-paved way by which boats were dragged down the cliff to the sea. The village of Bryngelly lay to the right. It had grown away from the church, which stood dangerously near the edge of the cliff. On the further side of the church, and a little behind it, partly sheltered from the sea gales by a group of stunted firs, was the vicarage, a low, single-storied, stone-roofed building, tenanted for 25 years past and more by Beatrice's father, the Reverend Joseph Granger. The best approach to it from the Bryngelly side was by the churchyard, through which the men with the stretchers were now winding, followed by the crowd of sightseers. "Might as well leave them here at once," said one of the bearers to the other in Welsh. "I doubt they are both dead enough." The person addressed assented, and the thick-set man wrapped in a dark cloak, who was striding along by Beatrice's stretcher, groaned again. Clearly he understood the Welsh tongue. A few seconds more and they were passing through the stunted firs up to the vicarage door. In the doorway stood a group of people. The light from a lamp in the hall struck upon them, throwing them into strong relief. Foremost, holding a lantern in his hand, was a man of about 60, with snow-white hair which fell in confusion over his rugged forehead. He was of middle height and carried himself with something of a stoop. The eyes were small and shifting, and the mouth hard. He wore short whiskers, which, together with his eyebrows, were still tinged with yellow. The face was ruddy and healthy-looking. Indeed, had it not been for the dirty white tie and shabby black coat, one would have taken him to be what he was in heart, a farmer of the harder sort, somewhat weather-beaten and anxious about the times, a man who would take advantage of every drop in the rate of wages. In fact, he was Beatrice's father, and a clergyman. By his side and leaning over him was Elizabeth, her elder sister. There were 5 years between them. She was a poor copy of Beatrice, or, to be more accurate, Beatrice was a grand development of Elizabeth. They both had brown hair, but Elizabeth's was straighter and faint-coloured, not rich and ruddying into gold. Elizabeth's eyes were also grey, but it was a cold washed-out grey like that of a February sky. And so with feature after feature, and with the expression also, Beatrice was noble and open, and if at times defiant. Looking at her you knew that she might be a mistaken woman or a headstrong woman, or both, but she could never be a mean woman. Whichever of the 10 Commandments she might choose to break, it would not be that which forbids us to bear false witness against our neighbour. Anybody might read it in her eyes, but in her sister's he might discern her father's shifty hardiness, watered by a woman's weaker will into something like cunning. For the rest, Elizabeth had a very fair figure, but lacked her sister's rounded loveliness, though the two were so curiously alike that at a distance you might well mistake the one for the other. One might also fancy that nature had experimented upon Elizabeth before she made up her mind to produce Beatrice, just to get the lines and distances. The elder sister was to the other what the pale unfinished model of clay is to the polished statue in ivory and gold. "Oh, my God," groaned the old man. "Look, they've got them on the stretchers. They're both dead. Oh, Beatrice, Beatrice, and only this morning I spoke harshly to her." "Don't be so foolish, father," said Elizabeth sharply. "They may only be insensible." Ah, he answered, "it does not matter to you. You don't care about your sister. You are jealous of her. But I love her, though we do not understand each other. Here they come. Don't stand staring there. Go and see that the blankets and things are hot. Stop, doctor, tell me, is she dead?" "How can I tell till I have seen her?" the doctor answered, roughly shaking him off and passing through the door. Bryngelly Vicarage was a very simply constructed house. On entering, the visitor found himself in a passage with doors to the right and left. That to the right led to the sitting-room, and that to the left to the dining-room, both of them long, low and narrow chambers. Following the passage down for some 7 paces, it terminated in another which ran at right angles to it for the entire length of the house. On the further side of this passage were several bedroom doors and a room at each end. That at the end to the right was occupied by Beatrice and her sister. The next was empty. The third was Mr. Granger's, and the fourth the spare room. This, with the exception of the kitchens and servants' sleeping place, which were beyond the dining room, made up the house. Fires had been lit in both of the principal rooms. Geoffrey was taken into the dining room and attended by the doctor's assistant, and Beatrice into the sitting room and attended by the doctor himself. In a few seconds the place had been cleared of all except the helpers, and the work began. The doctor looked at Beatrice's cold, shrunken form, and at the foam upon her lips. He lifted the eyelid and held a light before the contracted pupil. Then he shook his head and set to work with a will. We need not follow him through the course of his dreadful labours, with which most people will have some acquaintance. Hopeless as they seemed, he continued them for hour after hour. Meanwhile the assistant and some helpers were doing the same service for Geoffrey Bingham. The doctor himself, a thin, clever-looking man, occasionally stepping across the passage to direct them and see how things were getting on. Now, although Geoffrey had been in the water the longer, his was by far the better case, for when he was immersed he was already insensible, and a person in this condition is very hard to drown. It is your struggling, fighting, breathing creature who is soonest made an end of in deep waters. Therefore it came to pass that when the scrubbing with hot cloths and the artificial respiration had gone on for somewhere about 20 minutes, Geoffrey suddenly crooked a finger. The doctor's assistant, a buoyant youth fresh from the hospitals, gave a yell of exultation, and scrubbed and pushed away with ever-increasing energy. Presently the subject coughed, and a minute later, as the agony of returning to life made itself felt, he swore most heartily. "He's all right now," called the assistant to his employer. "He's swearing beautifully." Dr. Chambers, pursuing his melancholy and unpromising task in the other room, smiled sadly and called to the assistant to continue the treatment, which he did with much vigour. Presently Geoffrey came partially to life, still suffering torment. The first thing he grew aware of was that a tall, elegant woman was standing over him, looking at him with a half-puzzled and half-horrified air. Vaguely he wondered who it might be. The tall form and cold, handsome face was so familiar to him, and yet he could not recall the name. It was not till she spoke that his numbed brain realised that he was looking on his own wife. "Well, dear," she said, "I am so glad that you are better. You frightened me out of my wits. I thought you were drowned." "Thank you, Honoria," he said faintly, and then groaned as a fresh tack of tingling pain shook him through and through. "I hope nobody said anything to Effie," Geoffrey said presently. "Yes, the child would not go to bed because you were not back, and when the policeman came she heard him tell Mrs. Jones that you were drowned, and she has been almost in a fit ever since. They had to hold her to prevent her from running here." Geoffrey's white face assumed an air of the deepest distress. "How could you frighten the child so?" he murmured. "Please go and tell her that I am all right." "It was not my fault," said Lady Honoria, with a shrug of her shapely shoulders. "Besides, I can do nothing with Effie. She goes on like a wild thing about you." "Please go and tell her, Honoria," said her husband. "Oh yes, I'll go," she answered. "Really, I shall not be sorry to get out of this. I begin to feel as though I had been drowned myself," and she looked at the steaming cloths and shuddered. "Good-bye, Geoffrey. It is an immense relief to find you all right. The policeman made me feel quite queer. I can't get down to give you a kiss or I would. Well, good-bye for the present, my dear." "Good-bye, Honoria," said her husband with a faint smile. The medical assistant looked a little surprised. He had never, it is true, happened to be present at a meeting between husband and wife when one of the pair had just been rescued by a hair's breadth from a violent and sudden death, and therefore wanted experience to go on. But it struck him that there was something missing. The lady did not seem to him quite to fill the part of the heaven-thanking spouse. It puzzled him very much. Perhaps he showed this in his face. At any rate, Lady Honoria, who was quick enough, read something there. "He is safe now, is he not?" she asked. "It will not matter if I go away." "No, my lady," answered the assistant. "He is out of danger, I think. It will not matter at all." Lady Honoria hesitated a little. She was standing in the passage. Then she glanced through the door into the opposite room, and caught a glimpse of Beatrice's rigid form and of the doctor bending over it. Her head was thrown back, and the beautiful brown hair, which was now almost dry again, streamed in masses to the ground, while on her face was stamped the terrifying seal of death. Lady Honoria shuddered. She could not bear such sights. "Will it be necessary for me to come back to-night?" she said. "I do not think so," he answered, "unless you care to hear whether Miss Granger recovers." "I shall hear that in the morning," she said. "Poor thing, I cannot help her." "No, Lady Honoria, you cannot help her. She saved your husband's life, they say." "She must be a brave girl. Will she recover?" The assistant shook his head. "She may, possibly. It is not likely now." "Poor thing, and so young and beautiful. What a lovely face, and what an arm! It is very awful for her," and Lady Honoria shuddered again and went. Outside the door a small knot of sympathisers was still gathered, notwithstanding the late hour and the badness of the weather. "That's his wife," said one, and they opened to let her pass. "Then why don't she stop with him?" asked a woman audibly. "If it had been my husband I'd have sat and hugged him for an hour." "Ah, you'd have killed him with your hugging, you would," somebody answered. Lady Honoria passed on. Suddenly a thick-set man emerged from the shadow of the pines. She could not see his face, but he was wrapped in a large cloak. "Forgive me," he said, in the hoarse voice of one struggling with emotions which he was unable to conceal, "but you can tell me, does she live?" "Do you mean Miss Granger?" "Yes, of course, Beatrice, Miss Granger." "They do not know, but they think—" "Yes, they think—" "That she is dead." The man said never a word. He dropped his head upon his breast, and turning, vanished again into the shadow of the pines. How very odd, thought Lady Honoria, as she walked rapidly along the cliff towards her lodging. I suppose that man must be in love with her. Well, I do not wonder at it. I never saw such a face and arm. What a picture that scene in the room would make. She saved Geoffrey, and now she's dead. If he had saved her, I should not have wondered. It is like a scene in a novel. From all of which it will be seen that Lady Honoria was not wanting in certain romantic and artistical perceptions. End of chapter 4. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 5 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 5. Elizabeth is thankful. Geoffrey, lying before the fire, newly hatched from death, had caught some of the conversation between his wife and the assistant who had recovered him to life. So she was gone, that brave, beautiful atheist girl, gone to test the truth, and she had saved his life. For some minutes the assistant did not enter. He was helping in another room. At last he came. "What did you say to Lady Honoria?" Geoffrey asked feebly. "Did you say that Miss Granger had saved me?" "Yes, Mr. Bingham. At least they tell me so. At any rate, when they pulled her out of the water, they pulled you after her. She had hold of your hair." "Great heavens!" he groaned. "And my weight must have dragged her down. Is she dead, then?" "We cannot quite say yet. Not for certain. We think that she is." "Pray God she is not dead," he said more to himself than to the other. Then aloud, "Leave me. I am all right. Go and help with her. But stop. Come and tell me sometimes how it goes with her." "Very well. I will send a woman to watch you." And he went. Meanwhile, in the other room, the treatment of the drowned went slowly on. 2 hours had passed, and as yet Beatrice showed no signs of recovery. The heart did not beat, no pulse stirred, but, as the doctor knew, life might still linger in the tissues. Slowly, very slowly, the body was turned to and fro, the head swaying, and the long hair falling now this way and now that, but still no sign. Every resource known to medical skill, such as hot air, rubbing, artificial respiration, electricity, was applied and applied in vain, but still no sign. Elizabeth, pale and pinched, stood by, handing what might be required. She did not greatly love her sister. They were antagonistic, and their interests clashed, or she thought they did. But this sudden death was awful. In a corner, pitiful to see, offering groans and ejaculated prayers to heaven, sat the old clergyman, their father, his white hair about his eyes. He was a weak, coarse-grained man, but in his own way his clever and beautiful girl was dear to him, and this sight wrung his soul as it had not been wrung for years. "She's gone," he said continually, "she's gone. The Lord's will be done. There must be another mistress at the school now. £70 a year she will cost, £70 a year." "Do be quiet, father," said Elizabeth sharply. "Ay, ay, it is very well for you to tell me to be quiet. You are quiet because you don't care. But I have loved her since she was a little fair-haired child, and so did your poor mother." Beatrice was the last word she spoke. "Be quiet, father," said Elizabeth still more sharply. The old man, making no reply, sank back into a semi-torpor, rocking himself to and fro upon his chair. Meanwhile, without intermission, the work went on. "It is no use," said the assistant at last, as he straightened his weary frame and wiped the perspiration from his brow. "She must be dead. We have been at it nearly 3 hours now." "Patience," said the doctor. "If necessary, I shall go on for 4, or till I drop," he added. 10 minutes more passed. Everybody knew that the task was hopeless, but still they hoped. "Great heavens!" said the assistant presently, starting back from the body and pointing at its face. "Did you see that?" Elizabeth and Mr. Granger sprang to their feet, crying, "What? What?" "Sit still, sir," said the doctor, waving them back. Then addressing his helper and speaking in a constrained voice, "I thought I saw the right eyelid quiver. Williams, pass the battery." "So did I," answered Williams, as he obeyed. "Full power," said the doctor again. "It is kill or cure now." The shock was applied for some seconds without result. Then suddenly a long shudder ran up the limbs, and a hand stirred. Next moment the eyes were opened, and with pain and agony Beatrice drew her first breath of returning life. 10 minutes more and she had passed through the gates of death, back to this warm and living world. "Let me die," she gasped faintly. "I cannot bear it. Oh, let me die." "Hush," said the doctor. "You will be better presently." 10 minutes more passed, when the doctor saw by her eyes that Beatrice wished to say something. He bent his head till it nearly touched her lips. "Dr. Chambers," she whispered, "was he drowned?" "No, he is safe. He has been brought round." She sighed, a long-drawn sigh, half of pain, half of relief. Then she spoke again. "Was he washed ashore?" "No, no. You saved his life. You had hold of him when they pulled you out. Now drink this and go to sleep." Beatrice smiled sweetly, but said nothing. Then she drank as much of the draught as she could, and shortly afterwards obeyed the last injunction also, and went to sleep. Meanwhile a rumour of this wonderful recovery had escaped to without the house, passing from one watcher to the other, till at length it reached the ears of the solitary man crouched in the shadow of the pines. He heard, and starting as though he had been shot, strode to the door of the vicarage. Here his courage seemed to desert him, for he hesitated. "Knock, squire, knock, and ask if it is true," said a woman, the same who had declared that she would have hugged her husband back to life. This remark seemed to encourage the man. At any rate he did knock. Presently the door was opened by Elizabeth. "Go away," she said in a sharp voice. "The house must be kept quiet." "I beg your pardon, Miss Granger," said the visitor, in a tone of deep humiliation. "I only wanted to know if it is true that Miss Beatrice lives." "Why?" said Elizabeth with a start. "Is it you, Mr. Davies? I am sure I had no idea. Step into the passage and I will shut the door. There. How long have you been outside?" "Oh, since they brought them up. But is it true?" "Yes, yes, it is true. She will recover now. And you have stood all this time in the wet night. I am sure that Beatrice ought to be flattered." "Not at all. It seems so awful, and I take such an interest," and he broke off. "Such an interest in Beatrice?" said Elizabeth dryly, supplying the hiatus. "Yes, so it seems," and suddenly, as though by chance, she moved the candle which she held in such fashion that the light fell full upon Owen Davies' face. It was a slow, heavy countenance, but not without comeliness. The skin was fresh as a child's, The eyes were large, blue and mild, and the brown hair grew in waves that many a woman might have envied. Indeed, had it not been for a short but strongly growing beard, it would have been easy to believe that the countenance was that of a boy of 19 rather than a man of over 30. Neither time nor care had drawn a single line upon it. It told of perfect and robust health, and yet bore the bloom of childhood. It was the face of a man who might live to 100 and still look young, nor did the form belie it. Mr. Davies blushed up to his eyes, blushed like a girl beneath Elizabeth's scrutiny. "Naturally I take an interest in a neighbour's face," he said, in his slow, deliberate way. "She is quite safe, then?" "I believe so," answered Elizabeth. "Thank God," he said, or rather it seemed to break from him in a sigh of relief. "How did the gentleman, Mr. Bingham, come to be found with her?" "How should I know?" she answered with a shrug. "Beatrice saved his life somehow, clung fast to him, even after she was insensible." "It is very wonderful. I never heard of such a thing. What is he like?" "He is one of the finest looking men I ever saw," answered Elizabeth, always watching him. "Ah, but he is married, I think, Miss Granger." "Oh yes, he is married to the daughter of a peer, very much married, and very little, I should say." "I do not quite understand, Miss Granger." "Don't you, Mr. Davies? Then use your eyes when you see them together." "I should not see anything. I am not quick like you," he added. "How do you mean to get back to the castle to night, Mr. Davies? You cannot row back in this wind, and the seas will be breaking over the causeway." "Oh, I shall manage. I'm wet already. An extra ducking won't hurt me, and I have had a chain put up to prevent anybody from being washed away. And now I must be going. Good night." "Good night, Mr. Davies." He hesitated a moment and then added, "Would you mind telling your sister, of course I mean when she is stronger, that I came to inquire after her?" "I think that you can do that for yourself, Mr. Davies," Elizabeth said almost roughly. "I mean, it will be more appreciated," and she turned upon her heel. Owen Davies ventured no further remarks. He felt that Elizabeth's manner was a little crushing, and he was afraid of her as well. "I suppose that she does not think I am good enough to pay attention to her sister," he thought to himself, as he plunged into the night and rain. "Well, she is quite right. I am not fit to black her boots. Oh God, I thank Thee that Thou hast saved her life. I thank Thee, I thank Thee," he went on, speaking aloud to the wild winds as he made his way along the cliff. "If she had been dead, I think that I must have died too. Oh God, I thank Thee, I thank Thee." The idea that Owen Davies, Esquire, J.P., D.L., of Bryngelly Castle, absolute owner of that rising little watering place and of one of the largest and most prosperous slate quarries in Wales, worth in all somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 a year, was unfit to black her beautiful sister's boots, was not an idea that had struck Elizabeth Granger. Had it struck her, indeed, it would have moved her to laughter, for Elizabeth had a practical mind. As she turned and watched the rich squire's sturdy form vanish through the doorway into the dark beyond, was a certain sense of wonder. Supposing she had never seen that shiver of returning life run up those white limbs, supposing that they had grown colder and colder, till at length it was evident that death was so firmly citadeled within the silent heart that no human skill could beat his empire back. What then? Owen Davies loved her sister. This she knew and had known for years. But would he not have got over it in time? Would he not in time have been overpowered by the sense of his own utter loneliness and given his hand, if not his heart, to some other woman? And could not she who held his hand learn to reach his heart? And to whom would that hand have been given? The hand and all that went with it. What woman would this shy Welsh hermit, without friends or relations, have ever been thrown in with except herself? Elizabeth, who loved him as much as she could love anybody, which perhaps was not very much, who at any rate desired sorely to be his wife. Would not all this have come about if she had never seen that eyelid tremble and that slight quiver run up her sister's limbs? It would. She knew it would. Elizabeth thought of it as for a moment she stood in the passage, and a cold hungry light came into her neutral tinted eyes and shone upon her pale face. But she choked back the thought. She was scarcely wicked enough to wish that her sister had not been brought back to life. She only speculated on what might have happened if this had come about, just as one works out a game of chess from a given hypothetical situation of the pieces. Perhaps, too, the same end might be gained in some other way. Perhaps Mr. Davies might still be weaned from his infatuation. The wall was difficult, but it would have to be very difficult if she could not find a way to climb it. It never occurred to Elizabeth that there might be an open gate. She could not conceive it possible that a woman might positively reject Owen Davies and his 7,000 or 10,000 a year, and that woman, a person in an unsatisfactory and uncongenial, almost in a menial position, reject Bryngelly Castle with all its luxury and opportunities of wealth and leisure. No, the sun would set in the east before such thing happened. The plan was to prevent the occasion from arising. The hungry light died on Elizabeth's face, and she turned to enter the sick room, when suddenly she met her father coming out. "Who was that at the front?" he asked, carefully closing the door. "Mr. Davies of Bryngelly Castle, father." "And what did Mr. Davies want at this time of night? To know about Beatrice?" "Yes," she answered slowly. "He came to ask after Beatrice. Or, to be more correct, he has been waiting outside for 3 hours in the rain to learn if she recovered." "Waiting outside for 3 hours in the rain?" said the clergyman, astonished. "Squire Davies standing outside the house? What for?" "Because he was so anxious about Beatrice and did not like to come in, I suppose." "So anxious about Beatrice?" "Ah, so anxious about Beatrice. Do you think, Elizabeth? You know, there is no doubt Beatrice is very well favoured, very handsome, they say." "I do not think anything about it, father," she answered. "And as for Beatrice's looks, they are a matter of opinion. I have mine. And now don't you think we'd better go to bed? The doctors and Betty are going to stop up all night with Mr. Bingham and Beatrice." "Yes, Elizabeth, I suppose that we had better go. I am sure we have much to be thankful for to night. What a merciful deliverance! And if poor Beatrice had gone, the parish must have found another schoolmistress, and it would have meant that we lost the salary. We have a great deal to be thankful for, Elizabeth." "Yes," said Elizabeth, very deliberately, "we have." End of chapter 5. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 6 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 6. Owen Davies at Home. Owen Davies tramped along the cliff with a light heart. The wild lashing of the rain and the roaring of the wind did not disturb him in the least. They were disagreeable, but he accepted them as he accepted existence and all its vanities, without remark or mental comment. There is a class of mind of which this is the prevailing attitude. Very early in their span of life, those endowed with such a mind come to the conclusion that the world is too much for them. They cannot understand it, so they abandon the attempt, and as a consequence, in their own torpid way, they are amongst the happiest and most contented of men. Problems on which persons of keener intelligence and more aspiring soul fret and foam their lives away as rushing water round a rock, do not even break the placid surface of their days. Such men slip past them. They look out upon the stars, and read of the mystery of the universe speeding on forever through the limitless wastes of space, and are not astonished. In their childhood they were taught that God made the sun and the stars to give light to the earth. That is enough for them. And so it is with everything. Poverty and suffering, war, pestilence, and the inequalities of fate, madness, life and death, and the spiritual wonders that hedge in our being, are things not to be inquired into, but accepted. So they accept them as they do their dinner or a tradesman's circular. In some cases this mental state has its root in deep and simple religious convictions, and in some it springs from a preponderance of healthful animal instincts over the higher but more troublesome spiritual parts. The ox chewing the cud in the fresh meadow does not muse upon the past and future, and the gull, blown like a foam flake out against the sunset, does not know the splendour of the sky and sea. Even the savage is not much troubled about the scheme of things. In the beginning he was torn out of the reeds, and in the end he melts into the unknown, and for the rest there are beef and wives and foes to conquer. But then oxen and gulls are not, as far as we know, troubled with any spiritual parts at all, and in the noble savage such things are not cultivated, they come with civilization. But perhaps in the majority this condition, so necessary to the more placid forms of happiness, is born of a conjunction of physical and religious developments. So it was at least with the rich and fortunate man whom we have seen trudging along the wind-swept cliff. By nature and education he was of a strongly and simply religious mind. As he was in body powerful, placid, and healthy to an exasperating degree, it may be said that it is easy to be religious and placid on 10,000 a year. But Owen Davies had not always enjoyed 10,000 a year, and one of the most romantic and beautiful seats in Wales. From the time he was 17, when his mother's death left him an orphan, till he reached the age of 30, some 6 years from the date of the opening of this history, he led about as hard a life as fate could find for any man. Some people may have heard of sugar drogers, or sailing brigs, which trade between this country and the West Indies, carrying coal outwards and sugar home. On board one of these, Owen Davies worked in various capacities for 13 long years. He did his drudgery well, but he made no friends, and always remained the same shy, silent, and pious man. Then suddenly a relation died without a will, and he found himself heir-in-law to Bryngelly Castle and all its revenues. Owen expressed no surprise, and to all appearance felt none. He had never seen his relation, and never dreamed of this romantic devolution of great estates upon himself. But he accepted the good fortune as he had accepted the ill, and said nothing. The only people who knew him were his shipmates, and they could scarcely be held to know him. They were acquainted with his appearance and the sound of his voice, and his method of doing his duty. Also they were aware, although he never spoke of religion, that he read a chapter of the Bible every evening, and went to church whenever they touched at a port. But of his internal self they were in total ignorance. This did not, however, prevent them from prophesying that Davies was a deep one, who, now that he had got the cash, would "blue it" in a way which would astonish them. But Davies did not excel in azure feats. The news of his good fortune reached him just as the brig on which he was going to sail as first mate was taking in her cargo for the West Indies. He had signed his contract for the voyage, and, to the utter astonishment of the lawyer who managed the estates, he announced that he should carry it out. In vain did the man of affairs point out to his client that with the help of a cheque of £100 he could arrange the matter for him in 10 minutes. Mr. Davies merely replied that the property could wait, he should go the voyage and retire afterwards. The lawyer held up his hands, and then suddenly remembered that there are women in the West Indies as in other parts of the world. Doubtless his queer client had an object in this voyage. As a matter of fact he was totally wrong. Owen Davies had never interchanged a tender word with a woman in his life. He was a creature of routine, and it was part of his routine to carry out his agreements to the letter. That was all. As a last resource, the lawyer suggested that Mr. Davies should make a will. "I do not think it necessary," was the slow and measured answer. "The property has come to me by chance. If I die, it may as well go to somebody else in the same way." The lawyer stared. "Very well," he said. "It is against my advice, but you must please yourself. Do you want any money?" Owen thought for a moment. "Yes," he said, "I think I should like to have £10. They are building a theatre there, and I want to subscribe to it." The lawyer gave him the £10 without a word. He was struck speechless, and in this condition he remained for some minutes after the door had closed behind his client. Then he sprung up with a single ejaculation. "Mad! Mad! Like his great uncle!" But Owen Davies was not in the least mad, at any rate not then. He was only a creature of habit. In due course, his agreement fulfilled, he sailed his brig home from the West Indies, for the captain was drowned in a gale. Then he took a second-class ticket to Bryngelly, where he had never been in his life before, and asked his way to the castle. He was told to go to the beach, and he would see it. He did so, leaving his sea-chest behind him, and there, about 200 paces from the land, and built upon a solitary mountain of rock, measuring half a mile or so around the base, he perceived a vast mediaeval pile of fortified buildings, with turrets towering 300 feet into the air, and edged with fire by the setting sun. He gazed on it with perplexity. Could it be that this enormous island fortress belonged to him? And, if so, how on earth did one get to it? For some little time he walked up and down, wondering, too shy to go to the village for information. Meanwhile, though he did not notice her, a well-grown girl of about 15, remarkable for her great grey eyes and the promise of her beauty, was watching his evident perplexity from a seat beneath a rock, not without amusement. At last she rose, and with the confidence of bold 15, walked straight up to him. "Do you want to get to the castle, sir?" she asked in a low sweet voice, the echoes of which Owen Davies never forgot. "Yes. Oh, I beg your pardon," for now for the first time he saw that he was talking to a young lady. "Then I am afraid that you are too late. Mrs. Thomas will not show people over after 4 o'clock. She is the housekeeper, you know." "Ah, well, the fact is I did not come to see over the place. I came to live there. I am Owen Davies, and the place was left to me." Beatrice, for of course it was she, stared at him in amazement. So this was the mysterious sailor about whom there had been so much talk in Bryngelly. "Oh," she said, with embarrassing frankness, "what an odd way to come home. Well, it is high tide, and you will have to take a boat. I will show you where you can get one. Old Edward will row you across for 6pence." And she led the way round a corner of the beach to where old Edward sat, from early morn to dewy eve, upon the thwarts of his biggest boat, seeking those whom he might row. "Edward," said the young lady, "here is the new squire, Mr. Owen Davies, who wants to be rowed across to the castle." Edward, a gnarled and twisted specimen of the sailor tribe, with small eyes and a face that reminded the observer of one of those quaint countenances on the handle of a walking stick, stared at her in astonishment, and then cast a look of suspicion on the visitor. "Have he got papers of identification about him, miss?" he asked in a stage whisper. "I don't know," she answered, laughing. "He says that he is Mr. Owen Davies." "Well, p'raps he is and p'raps he ain't. Anyway, it isn't my affair, and 6pence is 6pence." All of this the unfortunate Mr. Davies overheard, and it did not add to his equanimity. "Now, sir, if you please," said Edward sternly, as he pulled the little boat up to the edge of the breakwater. A vision of Mrs. Thomas shot into Owen's mind. If the boatman did not believe in him, what chance had he with the housekeeper? He wished he'd brought the lawyer down with him, and then he wished that he was back in the sugar brig. "Now, sir," said Edward, still more sternly, putting down his hesitation to an impostor's consciousness of guilt. Said Owen to the young lady, "I beg your pardon. I don't even know your name, and I'm sure I have no right to ask it, but would you mind rowing across with me? It would be so kind of you. You might introduce me to the housekeeper." Again Beatrice laughed, the merry laugh of girlhood. She was too young to be conscious of any impropriety in the situation, and indeed there was none, but her sense of humour told her that it was funny, and she became possessed with a not unnatural curiosity to see the thing out. "Oh, very well," she said, "I will come." The boat was pushed off, and very soon they reached the stone quay that bordered the harbour of the castle, about which a little village of retainers had grown up. Seeing the boat arrive, some of these people sauntered out of the cottages, and then, thinking that a visitor had come under the guidance of Miss Beatrice to look at the antiquities of the castle, which was the show place of the neighbourhood, sauntered back again. Then the pair began the zigzag ascent of the rock mountain, till at last they stood beneath the mighty mass of building which, although it was hoary with antiquity, was by no means lacking in the comforts of modern civilization. The water, for instance, being brought in pipes laid beneath the sea from a mountain top 2 miles away on the mainland. "Isn't there a view here?" said Beatrice, pointing to the vast stretch of land and sea. "I think, Mr. Davies, that you have the most beautiful house in the whole world. Your great uncle, who died a year ago, spent more than £50,000 on repairing and refurbishing it, they say. He built the big drawing room there, where the stone is a little lighter. It is 55 feet long. Just think, £50,000!" "It is a large sum," said Owen, in an unimaginative sort of way, while in his heart he wondered what on earth he should do with this white elephant of a mediaeval castle, and its drawing room 55 feet long. "He does not seem much impressed," thought Beatrice to herself, as she tugged away at the postern bell. "I think he must be stupid." He looked stupid. Presently the door was opened by an active-looking little old woman with a high voice. "Mrs. Thomas," thought Owen to himself. "She is even worse than I expected." "Now you must please to go away," began the formidable housekeeper in her shrillest key. "It is too late to show visitors over. Why, bless us, it's you, Miss Beatrice, with a strange man. What do you want?" Beatrice looked at her companion as a hint that he should explain himself, but he said nothing. "This is your new squire," she said, not without a certain pride. "I found him wandering about the beach. He did not know how to get here, so I brought him over." "Lord, Miss Beatrice, and how do you know it's him?" said Mrs. Thomas. "How do you know it ain't a housebreaker?" "Oh, I'm sure he cannot be," answered Beatrice aside, "because he isn't clever enough." Then followed a long discussion. Mrs. Thomas stoutly refused to admit the stranger without evidence of identity, and Beatrice, embracing his cause, as stoutly pressed his claims. As for the lawful owner, he made occasional feeble attempts to prove that he was himself, but Mrs. Thomas was not to be imposed upon in this way. At last they came to a deadlock. "You'd better go back to the inn, sir," said Mrs. Thomas with scathing sarcasm, "and come up to morrow with proofs and your luggage." "Haven't you got any letters with you?" suggested Beatrice as a last resource. As it happened, Owen had a letter, one from the lawyer to himself about the property, and mentioning Mrs. Thomas's name as being in charge of the castle. He had forgotten all about it, but at this interesting juncture it was produced and read aloud by Beatrice. Mrs. Thomas took it, and having examined it carefully through her horn-rimmed spectacles, was constrained to admit its authenticity. "I'm sure I apologise, sir," she said with a half-doubtful courtesy and much tact, "but one can't be too careful with all these Trampseses about. I never should have thought from the look of you, sir, how as you was the new squire." This might be candid, but it was not flattering, and it caused Beatrice to snigger behind her handkerchief in true schoolgirl fashion. However, they entered, and were led by Mrs. Thomas with solemn pomp through the great and little halls, the stone parlour and the oak parlour, the library and the huge drawing-room, in which the white heads of marble statues protruded from the bags of brown holland wherewith they were wrapped about in a manner ghastly to behold. At length they reached a small octagon-shaped room that facing south commanded a most glorious view of sea and land. It was called the lady's boudoir, and joined another of about the same size, which in its former owner's time had been used as a smoking-room. "If you don't mind, madam," said the lord of all this magnificence, "I should like to stop here. I am getting tired of walking." And there he stopped for many years. The rest of the castle was shut up. He scarcely ever visited it, except occasionally to see that the rooms were properly aired, for he was a methodical man. As for Beatrice, she went home, still chuckling, to receive a severe reproof from Elizabeth for her forwardness. But Owen Davies never forgot the debt of gratitude he owed her. In his heart he felt convinced that had it not been for her he would have fled before Mrs. Thomas and her horn-rimmed eyeglasses, to return no more. The truth of the matter was, however, that young as was Beatrice, he fell in love with her then and there, only to fall deeper and deeper into that drear abyss as years went on. He never said anything about it. He scarcely even gave a hint of his hopeless condition, though of course Beatrice divined something of it as soon as she came to years of discretion. But there grew up in Owen's silent, lonely breast a great and overmastering desire to make this grey-eyed girl his wife. He measured time by the intervals that elapsed between his visions of her. No period in his life was so wretched and utterly purposeless as those 2 years which passed while she was at her training college. He was a very passive lover. As yet his gathering passion did not urge him to extremes, and he could never make up his mind to declare it. The box was in his hand, but he feared to throw the dice. But he drew as near to her as he dared. Once he gave Beatrice a flower. It was when she was 17, and awkwardly expressed a hope that she would wear it for his sake. The words were not much, and the flower was not much, but there was a look about the man's eyes, and a suppressed passion and energy in his voice, which told their tale to the keen-witted girl. After this he found that she avoided him, and bitterly regretted his boldness. For Beatrice did not like him in that way. To a girl of her curious stamp his wealth was nothing. She did not covet wealth, she coveted independence, and had the sense to know that marriage with such a man would not bring it. A cage is a cage, whether the bars are of iron or gold. He bored her. She despised him for his want of intelligence and enterprise. That a man with all this wealth and endless opportunity should waste his life in such fashion was to her a thing intolerable. She knew if she had half his chance that she would make her name ring from one end of Europe to the other. In short, Beatrice held Owen as deeply in contempt as her sister Elizabeth, studying him from another point of view, held him in reverence. And putting aside any human predilections, Beatrice would never have married a man whom she despised. She respected herself too much. Owen Davies saw all this as through a glass darkly, and in his own slow way cast about for a means of drawing near. He discovered that Beatrice was passionately fond of learning, and also that she had no means to obtain the necessary books, so he threw open his library to her. It was one of the best in Wales. He did more. He gave orders to a London bookseller to forward him every new book of importance that appeared in certain classes of literature, and all of these he placed at her disposal, having first carefully cut the leaves with his own hand. This was a bait Beatrice could not resist. She might dread or even detest Mr. Davies, but she loved his books, and if she quarrelled with him, her well of knowledge would simply run dry, for there were no circulating libraries at Bryngelly, and if there had been, she could not have afforded to subscribe to them. So she remained on good terms with him, and even smiled at his futile attempts to keep pace with her studies. Poor man! Reading did not come naturally to him. He was much better at cutting leaves. He studied the Times and certain religious works, that was all. But he wrestled manfully with many a detested tome in order to be able to say something to Beatrice about it, and the worst of it was that Beatrice always saw through it, and showed him that she did. It was not kind, perhaps, but youth is cruel. And so the years wore on, till at length Beatrice knew that a crisis was at hand. Even the tardiest and most retiring lover must come to the point at last, if he is in earnest, and Owen Davies was very much in earnest. Of late, to her dismay, he had so far come out of his shell as to allow himself to be nominated a member of the school council. Of course, she knew that this was only to give him more opportunities of seeing her. As a member of the council, he could visit the school of which she was mistress as often as he chose, and indeed he soon learned to take a lively interest in village education. About twice a week he would come in just as the school was breaking up and offer to walk home with her, seeking for a favourable opportunity to propose. Hitherto she had always warded off this last event, but she knew that it must happen. Not that she was actually afraid of the man himself. He was too much afraid of her for that. What she did fear was the outburst of wrath from her father and sister when they learned that she had refused Owen Davies. It never occurred to her that Elizabeth might be playing a hand of her own in the matter. From all of which it will be clear, if indeed it has not become so already, that Beatrice Granger was a somewhat ill-regulated young woman, born to bring trouble on herself and all connected with her. Had she been otherwise, she would have taken her good fortune and married Owen Davies, in which case her history need never have been written. End of chapter 6. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 7 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 7. A Matrimonial Tale. Before Geoffrey Bingham dropped off into a troubled sleep on that eventful night of storm, he learned that the girl who had saved his life, at the risk and almost at the cost of her own, was out of danger, and in his own and more reticent way he thanked Providence as heartily as he did Owen Davies. Then he went to sleep. When he woke, feeling very sick, and so stiff and sore that he could scarcely move, the broad daylight was streaming through the blinds. The place was perfectly quiet, for the doctor's assistant, who had brought him back to life, and who lay upon a couch at the further end of the room, slept the sleep of youth and complete exhaustion. Only an 8-day clock on the mantelpiece ticked in that solemn and aggressive way which clocks affect in the stillness. Geoffrey strained his eyes to make out the time, and finally discovered that it wanted a few minutes to 6 o'clock. Then he fell to wondering how Miss Granger was, and to repeating in his own mind every scene of their adventure till the last, when they were whirled out of the canoe into the embrace of that white-crested billow. He remembered nothing after that, nothing but a rushing sound and a vision of foam. He shuddered a little as he thought of it, for his nerves were shaken. It is not pleasant to have been so very near the end and the beginning. And then his heart went out with renewed gratitude towards the girl who had restored him to life and light and hope. Just at this moment he thought that he heard a sound of sobbing outside the window. He listened. The sound went on. He tried to rise, only to find that he was too stiff to manage it. So, as a last resource, he called the doctor. "What is the matter?" answered that young gentleman, jumping up with the alacrity of one accustomed to being suddenly awakened. "Do you feel queer?" "Yes, I do, rather," answered Geoffrey. "But it isn't that. There is somebody crying outside here." The doctor put on his coat and going to the window drew the blind. "Why, so there is," he said. "It's a little girl with yellow hair and without a hat." "A little girl," answered Geoffrey. "Why, it must be Effie, my daughter. Please let her in." "All right, cover yourself up, and I can do that through the window. It isn't 5 feet from the ground." Accordingly he opened the window, and addressing the little girl, asked her what her name was. "Effie," she sobbed in answer. "Effie Bingham. I've come to look for Daddy." "All right, my dear, don't cry so. Your Daddy is here. Come and let me lift you in." Another moment, and there appeared through the open window the very sweetest little face and form that ever a girl of 6 was blessed with. For the face was pink and white, and in it were set 2 beautiful dark eyes, which, contrasting with the golden hair, made the child a sight to see. But alas, just now the cheeks were stained with tears, and round the large dark eyes were rings almost as dark. Nor was this all. The little dress was hooked awry. On one tiny foot, all drenched with dew, there was no boot, and on the yellow curls no hat. "Oh, Daddy, Daddy!" cried the child, catching sight of him and struggling to reach her father's arms. "You isn't dead, is you, Daddy?" "No, my love, no," answered her father, kissing her. "Why should you think that I was dead? Didn't your mother tell you that I was safe?" "Oh, Daddy," she answered, "they came and said that you was drownded, and I cried and wished that I was drownded too. Then mother came home at last and said that you were better, and was cross with me because I went on crying and wanted to come to you. But I did go on crying. I cried nearly all night, and when it got light I did dress myself, all but one shoe and my hat, which I could not find, and I got out of the house to look for you." "And how did you find me, my poor little dear?" "Oh, I heard mother say you was at the vicarage, so I waited till I saw a man and asked him which way to go, and he did tell me to walk along the cliff till I saw a long white house, and then when he saw that I had no shoe he wanted to take me home, but I ran away till I got here. But the blinds were down, so I did think that you were dead, Daddy dear, and I cried till that gentleman opened the window." After that Geoffrey began to scold her for running away, but she did not seem to mind it much, for she sat upon the edge of the couch, her little face resting against his own, a very pretty sight to see. "You must go back to Mrs. Jones, Effie, and tell your mother where you have been." "I can't, Daddy. I've only got one shoe," she answered, pouting. "But you came with only one shoe." "Yes, Daddy, but I wanted to come and I don't want to go back. Tell me how you was drownded." He laughed at her logic and gave way to her, for this little daughter was very near to his heart, nearer than anything else in the world. So he told her how he was drownded, and how a lady had saved his life. Effie listened with wide-set eyes, and then said that she wanted to see the lady, which she presently did. At that moment there came a knock at the door, and Mr. Granger entered, accompanied by Dr. Chambers. "How do you do, sir?" said the former. "I must introduce myself, seeing that you are not likely to remember me. When last I saw you, you looked as dead as a beached dogfish. My name's Granger, the Reverend J. Granger, Vicar of Bryngelly, one of the very worst livings on this coast, and that's saying a great deal. I am sure, Mr. Granger, I'm under a deep debt of gratitude to you for your hospitality, and under a still deeper one to your daughter, but I hope to thank her personally for that." "Never speak of it," said the clergyman. "Hot water and blankets don't cost much, and you will have to pay for the brandy and the doctor. How is he, doctor?" "He is getting on very well indeed, Mr. Granger, but I dare say you find yourself rather stiff, Mr. Bingham. I see your head is pretty badly bruised." "Yes," he answered, laughing, "and so is my body. Shall I be able to go home to-day?" "I think so," said the doctor, "but not before this evening. You had better keep quiet till then. You will be glad to hear that Miss Beatrice is getting on very well. Hers was a wonderful recovery, the most wonderful I ever saw. I had quite given her up, though I should have kept on the treatment for another hour. You ought to be grateful to Miss Beatrice, Mr. Bingham. But for her you would not have been here." "I am most grateful," he answered earnestly. "Shall I be able to see her to-day?" "Yes, I think so. Some time this afternoon, say at 3 o'clock. Is that your little daughter? What a lovely child she is. Well, I will look in again about 12. All that you require to do now is to keep quiet and rub in some arnica." About an hour afterwards the servant girl brought Geoffrey some breakfast of tea and toast. He felt quite hungry, but when it came to the pinch he could not eat much. Effie, who was starving, made up for this deficiency, however. She ate all the toast and a couple of slices of bread and butter after it. Scarcely had they finished when her father observed a shade of anxiety come upon his little daughter's face. "What is it, Effie?" he asked. "I think," replied Effie in evident trepidation, "I think that I hear mother outside, and Anne too." "Well, dear, they have come to see me." "Yes, and to scold me because I ran away." As the child drew nearer to her father in a fashion which would have made it clear to any observer that the relations between her and her mother were somewhat strained, Effie was right. Presently there was a knock at the door, and Lady Honoria entered, calm and pale and elegant as ever. She was followed by a dark-eyed, somewhat impertinent-looking French bonne, who held up her hands and ejaculated "Mon Dieu" as she appeared. "I thought so," said Lady Honoria, speaking in French to the bonne. "There she is," and she pointed at the runaway Effie with her parasol. "Mon Dieu," said the woman again. "Vous voilà enfin, et moi, qui suis accablée de peur, et votre chère mère aussi. Oh, mais que c'est méchant, et regardez donc, avec un soulier seulement. Mais c'est affreux." "Hold your tongue," said Geoffrey sharply, "and leave Miss Effie alone. She came to see me." Anne ejaculated "Mon Dieu" once more and collapsed. "Really, Geoffrey," said his wife, "the way you spoil that child is something shocking. She is wilful as can be, and you make her worse. It is very naughty of her to run away like that and give us such a hunt. How are we to get her home, I wonder, with only one shoe?" Her husband bit his lip, and his forehead contracted itself above the dark eyes. It was not the first time that he and Lady Honoria had come to words about the child, with whom his wife was not in sympathy. Indeed, she had never forgiven Effie for appearing in this world at all. Lady Honoria did not belong to the class of women who think maternity is a joy. "Anne," he said, "take Miss Effie and carry her till you can find a donkey. She can ride back to the lodgings." The nurse murmured something in French about the child being as heavy as lead. "Do as I bid you," he said sharply, in the same language. "Effie, my love, give me a kiss and go home. Thank you for coming to see me." The child obeyed and went. Lady Honoria stood and watched her go, tapping her little foot upon the floor, and with a look upon her cold handsome face that was not altogether agreeable to see. It had sometimes happened that in the course of his married life Geoffrey returned home with a little of that added fondness which absence is fabled to beget. On these occasions he was commonly so unfortunate as to find that Lady Honoria belied the saying, that she greeted him with arrears of grievances and was, if possible, more frigid than ever. Was this to be repeated, now that he had come back from what was so near to being the longest absence of all? It looked like it. He noted symptoms of the rising storm, symptoms with which he was but too well acquainted, and both for his own sake and for hers, for above all things Geoffrey dreaded those bitter matrimonial bickerings, tried to think of something kind to say. It must be owned that he did not show much tact in the subject he selected, though it was one which might have stirred the sympathies of some women. It is so difficult to remember that one is dealing with a Lady Honoria. "If ever we have another child," he began gently. "Excuse me interrupting," said the lady, with a suavity which did not, however, convey any idea of the speaker's inward peace, "but it is a kindness to prevent you from going on in that line. 1, darling, is ample for me." "Well," said the miserable Geoffrey with an effort, "even if you don't care much about the child yourself, it is a little unreasonable to object because she cares for me and was sorry when she thought I was dead. Really, Honoria, sometimes I wonder if you have any heart at all. Why should you be put out because Effie got up early to come and see me? An example which I must admit you did not set her. And as to her shoe—" "You may laugh about her shoe, Geoffrey," she interrupted, "but you forget that even little things like that are no laughing matter now to us. The child's shoes keep me awake at night sometimes. De Foy has not been paid for I don't know how long. I have to mind to get her sabot, and as to heart—" "Well," broke in Geoffrey, reflecting that bad as was the emotional side of the question, it was better than the commercial. "As to heart, you were scarcely the person to talk of it, that is all. I wonder how much of yours you gave me." "Really, Honoria," he answered, not without eagerness, and his mind filled with wonder. Was it possible that his wife had experienced some kind of call and was about to concern herself with his heart one way or the other? If so, it was strange, for she had never shown the slightest interest in it before. "Yes," she went on rapidly and with gathering vehemence, "you speak about your heart," which he had not done, "and yet you know as well as I do that if I had been a girl of no position you would never have offered me the organ on which you pretend to set so high a value. Or did your heart run wildly away with you and drag us into love and a cottage, a flat, I mean? If so, I should prefer a little less heart and a little more common sense." Geoffrey winced, twice indeed, feeling that her ladyship had hit him, as it were, with both barrels. For as a matter of fact he had not begun with any passionate devotion, and again Lady Honoria and he were now just as poor as though they had really married for love. "It is hardly fair to go back on bygones and talk like this," he said, "even if your position had something to do with it. Only at first, of course, you must remember that when we married mine was not without attractions. 2,000 a year to start on, and a baronetcy, and 8,000 a year in the near future were not. But I hate talking about that kind of thing. Why do you force me to it? Nobody could know that my uncle, who was so anxious that I should marry you, would marry himself at his age and have a son and heir. It was not my fault, Honoria. Perhaps you would not have married me if you could have foreseen it." "Very probably not," she answered calmly, "and it is not my fault that I have not yet learned to live with peace of mind and comfort on 700 a year. It was hard enough to exist on 2,000 till your uncle died, and now—" "Well, and now, Honoria, if you will only have patience and put up with things for a while, you shall be rich enough. I will make money for you, as much money as you want. I have many friends. I have not done so badly at the bar this year. £200, 19 shillings and 7pence, minus £97 rent of chambers and clerk," said Lady Honoria, with a disparaging accent on the 7pence. "I shall double it next year, and double that again the next, and so on. I work from morning till night to get on, that you may have what you live for," he said bitterly. "Ah, I shall be 60 before that happy day comes, and want nothing but scandal and a bath chair. I know the bar and its moaning," she added with acid wit. "You dream, you imagine what you would like to come true, but you are deceiving me and yourself. It will be like the story of Sir Robert Bingham's property once again. We shall be beggars all our days. I tell you, Geoffrey, that you had no right to marry me." Then at length he lost his temper. This was not the first of these scenes. They had grown frequent of late, and this bitter water was constantly dropping. "Right," he said, "and may I ask what right you had to marry me, when you don't even pretend you ever cared one straw for me, but just accepted me as you would have accepted any other man who was a tolerably good match? I grant that I first thought of proposing to you because my uncle wished it, but if I did not love you, I meant to be a good husband to you, and I should have loved you if you would let me. But you are cold and selfish. You looked upon a husband merely as a stepping stone to luxury. You have never loved anybody except yourself. If I had died last night, I believe that you would have cared more about having to go into mourning than for the fact of my disappearance from your life. You showed no more feeling for me when you came in than you would have if I had been a stranger. Not so much as some women might have for a stranger. I wonder sometimes if you have any feeling left in you at all. I should think that you treat me as you do, because you do not care for me, and do care for some other person, did I not know you to be utterly incapable of caring for anybody. Do you want to make me hate you, Honoria? Geoffrey's low concentrated voice and earnest manner told his wife, who was watching him with something like a smile upon her clear-cut lips, how deeply he was moved. He had lost his self-control and exposed his heart to her, a thing he rarely did, and that in itself was a triumph which she did not wish to pursue at the moment. Geoffrey was not a man to push too far. "If you have quite finished, Geoffrey, there is something I should like to say." "Oh, curse it all," he broke in. "Yes," she said calmly and interrogatively, and made a pause. But as he did not specially apply his remark to anybody or anything, she continued, "If these flowers of rhetoric are over, what I have to say is this. I do not intend to stay in this horrid place any longer. I am going tomorrow to my brother Garsington. They asked us both, you may remember, but for reasons best known to yourself you would not go. You know my reasons very well, Honoria." "I beg your pardon, I have not the slightest idea what they were," said Lady Honoria with conviction. "May I hear them?" "Well, if you wish to know, I will not go to the house of a man who has, well, left my club as Garsington left it, and who, had it not been for my efforts, would have left it in an even more unpleasant and conspicuous fashion. And his wife is worse than he is." "I think you are mistaken," Lady Honoria said coldly, and with the air of a person who shuts the door of a room into which she does not wish to look. "And anyway, it all happened years ago and has blown over. But I do not see the necessity of discussing the subject further. I suppose that we shall meet at dinner tonight. I shall take the early train tomorrow." "Do what suits you, Honoria. Perhaps you would prefer not returning at all." "Thank you, no. I will not lay myself open to imputations. I shall join you in London, and will make the best of a bad business. Thank heaven I have learned how to bear my misfortunes." And with this Parthian shot she left the room. For a minute or two her husband felt as though he almost hated her. Then he thrust his face into the pillow and groaned. "She is right," he said to himself. "We must make the best of a bad business. But somehow I seem to have made a mess of my life. And yet I loved her once, for a month or two." This was not an agreeable scene, and it may be said that Lady Honoria was a vulgar person. But not even the advantage of having been brought up on the knees of marchionesses is a specific against vulgarity. If a lady happens, unfortunately, to set her heart, what there is of it, meanly on mean things. End of chapter 7. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 8 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 8. Explanatory. About 2 o'clock Geoffrey rose, and with some slight assistance from his reverend host struggled into his clothes. Then he lunched, and while he did so Mr. Granger poured his troubles into his sympathetic ear. "My father was a Herefordshire farmer, Mr. Bingham," he said, "and I was bred up to that line of life myself. He did well, my father did, as in those days a careful man might. What is more, he made some money by cattle dealing, and I think that turned his head a little. Anyway, he was minded to make a gentleman of me, as he called it. So when I was 18 I was packed off to be made a parson of, whether I liked it or no. Well, I became a parson, and for 4 years I had a curacy at a town called Kingston, in Herefordshire. Not a bad sort of little town. Perhaps you happen to know it. While I was there my father, who was getting beyond himself, took to speculating. He built a row of villas at Leominster, or at least he lent a lawyer the money to build them, and when they were built nobody would hire them. It broke my father. He was ruined over those villas. I have always hated the sight of a villa ever since, Mr. Bingham. And shortly afterwards he died, as near bankruptcy as a man's nose is to his mouth. After that I was offered this living, £150 a year it was at the best, and like a fool I took it. The old parson who was here before me left an only daughter behind him. The living had ruined him, as it ruins me, and as I say, he left his daughter, my wife that was, behind him, and a pretty good bill for dilapidations I had against the estate. But there wasn't any estate, so I made the best of a bad business and married the daughter, and a sweet pretty woman she was, poor dear, very like my Beatrice, only without the brains. I can't make out where Beatrice's brains come from indeed, for I'm sure I don't set up for having any. She was well born too, my wife was, of an old Cornish family, but she had nowhere to go to, and I think she married me because she didn't know what else to do, and was fond of the old place. She took me on with it, as it were. Well, it turned out pretty well, till some 11 years ago when our boy was born, though I don't think we ever quite understood each other. She never got her health back after that, and 7 years ago she died. I remember it was on a night wonderfully like last night. Mist first, then storm. The boy died a few years afterwards. I thought it would have broken Beatrice's heart. She has never been the same girl since, but always full of queer ideas I don't pretend to follow. And as for the life I've had of it here, Mr. Bingham, you wouldn't believe it if I was to tell you. The living is small enough, but the place is as full of dissent as a mackerel boat of fish, and as for getting the tithes, well, I cannot, that's all. If it wasn't for a bit of farming that I do, not but what the prices are down to nothing, and for what the visitors give in the season, and for the help of Beatrice's salary as a certified mistress, I should have been in the poorhouse long ago, and shall be yet, I often think. I have had to take in a boarder before now to make both ends meet, and shall again, I expect. And now I must be off up to my bit of the farm. The old sow is due to litter, and I want to see how she is getting on. Please God she'll have 13 again and do well. I'll order the fly to be here at 5, though I shall be back before then. That is, I told Elizabeth to do so. She has gone out to do some visiting for me, and to see if she can't get in £2.5 of tithe that has been due for 3 months. If anybody can get it, it's Elizabeth. Well, good-bye. If you are dull and want to talk to Beatrice, she is up and in there. I dare say you will suit one another. She's a very queer girl, Beatrice, quite beyond me with her ideas, and it was a funny thing her holding you so tight, but I suppose Providence arranged that. Good-bye for the present, Mr. Bingham," and this curious specimen of a clergyman vanished, leaving Geoffrey quite breathless. It was 2:30, and the doctor had told him that he could see Miss Granger at 3. He wished that it was 3, for he was tired of his own thoughts and company, and naturally anxious to renew his acquaintance with the strange girl who had begun by impressing him so deeply and ended by saving his life. There was complete quiet in the house. Betty, the maid of all work, was employed in the kitchen. Both the doctors had gone, and Elizabeth and her father were out. To-day there was no wind. It had blown itself away during the night, and the sight of the sunbeams streaming through the windows made Geoffrey long to be in the open air. He had no book at hand to read, and whenever he tried to think, his mind flew back to that hateful matrimonial quarrel. It was hard on him, Geoffrey thought, that he should be called upon to endure such scenes. He could no longer disguise the truth from himself. He had buried his happiness on his wedding day. Looking back across the years, he well remembered how different a life he had imagined for himself. In those days he was tired of knocking about and of youthful escapades. Even that kind of social success which must attend a young man who was handsome, clever, a good fellow, and blessed with large expectations, had, at the age of 26, entirely lost its attractiveness. Therefore he had turned no deaf ear to his uncle, Sir Robert Bingham, who was then going on for 70, when he suggested that it might be well if Geoffrey settled down, and introduced him to Lady Honoria. Lady Honoria was 18 then, and a beauty of the rather thin but statuesque type, which attracts men up to 5 or 26, and then frequently bores if it does not repel them. Moreover, she was clever and well read, and pretended to be intellectually and poetically inclined, as ladies not specially favoured by Apollo sometimes do before they marry. Cold she always was. Nobody ever heard of Lady Honoria stretching the bounds of propriety, but Geoffrey put this down to a sweet and becoming modesty, which would vanish, or be transmuted in its season. Also she affected a charming innocence of all vulgar business matters, which both deceived and enchanted him. Never but once did she allude to ways and means before marriage, and then it was to say that she was glad that they should be so poor till dear Sir Robert died. He had promised to allow them 1,500 a year, and they had 7 more between them, as this would enable them to see so much more of each other. At last came the happy day, and this white virgin soul passed into Geoffrey's keeping. For a week or so things went fairly well, and then disenchantment began. He learned by slow but sure degrees that his wife was vain, selfish and extravagant, and, worst of all, that she cared very little about him. The first shock was when he accidentally discovered, 4 or 5 days after marriage, that Honoria was intimately acquainted with every detail of Sir Robert Bingham's property, and, young as she was, had already formed a scheme to make it more productive after the old man's death. They went to live in London, and there he found that Lady Honoria, although by far too cold and prudent a woman to do anything that could bring a breath of scandal upon her name, was as fond of admiration as she was heartless. It seemed to Geoffrey that he could never be free from the collection of young men who hung about her skirts. Some of them were very good fellows whom he liked exceedingly. Still, on the whole, he would have preferred to remain unmarried and associate with them at the club. Also, the continual round of society and going out brought heavier expenses on him that he could well support, and thus, little by little, poor Geoffrey's dream of matrimonial bliss faded into thin air. But, fortunately for himself, he possessed a certain share of logic and sweet reasonableness. In time he learned to see that the fault was not altogether with his wife, who was by no means a bad sort of woman in her degree, but her degree differed from his degree. She had married for freedom and wealth, and to gain a larger scope wherein to exercise those tastes which inherited disposition and education had given to her, as she believed that he had married her because she was the daughter of a peer. Lady Honoria, like many other women of her stamp, was the overbred, or sometimes the underbred product of a too civilised age and class. Those primitive passions and virtues on which her husband had relied to make the happiness of their married life simply did not exist for her. The passions had been bred and educated out of her. For many generations they have been found inconvenient and disquieting attributes in woman. As for the old virtues, such as love of children and the ordinary round of domestic duty, they simply bored her. On the whole, though sharp of tongue, she rarely lost her temper, for her vices, like her virtues, were of a somewhat negative order. But the fury which seized her when she learned for certain that she was to become a mother was a thing that her unfortunate husband never forgot and never wished to see again. At length the child was born, a fact for which Geoffrey at least was very thankful. "Take it away, I do not want to see it," said Lady Honoria to the scandalised nurse when the little creature was brought to her, wrapped in its long robes. "Give it to me, nurse, I do," said her husband. From that moment Geoffrey gave all the pent-up affection of his bruised soul to this little daughter, and as the years went on they grew very dear to each other. But an active-minded, strong-hearted, able-bodied man cannot take a babe as the sole companion of his existence. Probably Geoffrey would have found this out in time, and might have drifted into some mode of life more or less undesirable, had not an accident occurred to prevent it. In his dotage, Geoffrey's old uncle, Sir Robert Bingham, fell a victim to the wiles of an adventuress and married her. Then he promptly died, and 8 months afterwards a posthumous son was born. To Geoffrey this meant ruin. His allowance stopped, and his expectations vanished at one fell swoop. He pulled himself together, however, as a brave-hearted man does under such a shock, and going to his wife he explained to her that he must now work for his living, begging her to break down the barrier that was between them and give him her sympathy and help. She met him with tears and reproaches. The one thing that touched her keenly, the one thing which she feared and hated, was poverty, and all that poverty means to women of her rank and nature. But there was no help for it. The charming house in Bolton Street had to be given up, and purgatory must be faced in a flat near the Edgware Road. Lady Honoria was miserable. Indeed, had it not been that, fortunately for herself, she possessed plenty of relations more or less grand, whom she might continually visit for weeks and even for months at a stretch, she could scarcely have endured her altered life. But strangely enough, Geoffrey soon found that he was happier than he had been since his marriage. To begin with, he set to work like a man, and work is a great source of happiness to all vigorous-minded folk. It is not, in truth, a particularly cheerful occupation to pass endless days in hanging about law courts amongst a crowd of unbriefed juniors, and many nights in reading up the law one has forgotten, and threading the many intricacies of the Judicature Act. But it happened that his father, a younger brother of Sir Robert's, had been a solicitor, and though he was dead, and all direct interest with the firm was severed, yet another uncle remained in it, and the partners did not forget Geoffrey in his difficulties. They sent him what work they could without offending their standing counsel, and he did it well. Then by degrees he built up quite a large general practice of the kind known as devilling. Now there are few things more unsatisfactory than doing another man's work for nothing, but every case fought means knowledge gained, and what is more, it is advertisement. So it came to pass that within less than 2 years from the date of his money misfortunes, Geoffrey Bingham's dark, handsome face and square, strong form became very well known in the courts. "What is that man's name?" said one well-known Q.C. to another still more well-known, as they sat waiting for their chops in the bar grill room, and saw Geoffrey, his wig pushed back from his forehead, striding through the doorway, on the last day of the sitting which preceded the commencement of this history. "Bingham," answered the other. "He's only begun to practise lately, but he'll be at the top of the tree before he has done. He married very well, you know, old Garsington's daughter, a charming woman, and handsome too." "He looks like it," grunted the first, and as matter of fact such was the general opinion, for, as Beatrice had said, Geoffrey Bingham was a man who had success written on his forehead. It would have been almost impossible for him to fail in whatever he undertook. End of chapter 8. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 9 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 9. What Beatrice Dreamed. Geoffrey lay upon his back, watching the still patch of sunshine and listening to the ticking of the clock. As he passed all these and many other events in solemn review, till the series culminated in his vivid recollection of the scene of that very morning. "I am sick of it," he said at last aloud. "Sick and tired. She makes my life wretched. If it wasn't for Effie, upon my word, By Jove, it is 3 o'clock. I will go and see Miss Granger. She's a woman, not a female ghost at any rate, though she is a free thinker, which," he added as he slowly struggled off the couch, "is a very foolish thing to be." Very shakily, for he was sadly knocked about, Geoffrey hobbled down the long narrow room and through the door, which was ajar. The opposite door was also set half open. He knocked softly, and getting no answer pushed it wide and looked in, thinking that he had perhaps made some mistake as to the room. On a sofa placed about 2/3 down its length lay Beatrice asleep. She was wrapped in a kind of dressing gown of some simple blue stuff, and all about her breast and shoulders streamed her lovely curling hair. Her sweet face was towards him, its pallor relieved only by the long shadow of the dark lashes and the bent bow of the lips. One white wrist and hand hung down almost to the floor, and beneath the spread curtain of the sunlit hair her bosom heaved softly in her sleep. She looked so wondrously beautiful in her rest that he stopped almost awed, and gazed again, feeling as though a present sense and power was stilling his heart to silence. It is dangerous to look upon such quiet loveliness, and very dangerous to feel that pressure at the heart. A truly wise man feeling it would have fled, knowing that seeds sown in such silences may live to bloom upon a bitter day, and shed their fruit into the waters of desolation. But Geoffrey was not wise. Who would have been? He still stood and gazed till the sight stamped itself so deeply on the tablets of his heart that through all the years to come no heats of passion, no frosts of doubt, and no sense of loss could ever dull its memory. The silent sun shone on, the silent woman slept, and in silence the watcher gazed. And as he looked, a great fear, a prescience of evil that should come, entered into Geoffrey and took possession of him. A cloud without crossed the ray of sunlight and turned it. It wavered. For a second it rested on his breast, flashed back to hers, then went out, and as it flashed and died, he seemed to know that henceforth, for life till death, aye, and beyond, his fate and that sleeping woman's were one fate. It was but a momentary knowledge. The fear shook him, and was gone almost before he understood its foolishness, but it had been with him, and in after days he remembered it. Just then Beatrice woke, opening her grey eyes. Their dreamy glance fell upon him, looking through him and beyond him rather than at him. Then she raised herself a little, and stretching out both her arms towards him, spoke aloud. "So, have you come back to me at last?" she said. "I knew that you would come, and I have waited." He made no answer. He did not know what to say. Indeed, he began to think that he also must be dreaming. For a little while Beatrice still looked at him in the same absent manner, then suddenly started up, the red blood streaming to her brow. "Why, Mr. Bingham," she said, "is it really you? What was it that I said? Oh, pray forgive me, whatever it was. I have been asleep dreaming such a curious dream, and talking in my sleep." "Do not alarm yourself, Miss Granger," he answered, recovering himself with a jerk. "You did not say anything dreadful, only that you were glad to see me. What were you dreaming about?" Beatrice looked at him doubtfully. Perhaps his words did not ring quite true. "I think that I had better tell you, as I have said so much," she answered. "Besides, it was a very curious dream, and if I believed in dreams it would rather frighten me, only fortunately I do not. Sit down and I will tell it to you before I forget it. It is not very long." He took the chair to which she pointed, and she began, speaking in the voice of one yet laden with the memories of sleep. "I dreamed that I stood in space. Far to my right was a great globe of light, and to my left was another globe, and I knew that the globes were named Life and Death. From the globe on the right to the globe on the left, and back again, a golden shuttle, in which two flaming eyes were set, was shot continually, and I knew also that this was the shuttle of destiny, weaving the web of fate. Presently the shuttle flew, leaving behind it a long silver thread, and the eye in the shuttle was such as your eyes. Again the shuttle sped through space, and this time its eyes were like my eyes, and the thread it left behind it was twisted from a woman's hair. Halfway between the globes of life and death my thread was broken, but the shuttle flew on and vanished. For a moment the thread hung in air, then a wind rose and blew it, so that it floated away like a spider's web, till it struck upon your silver thread of life and began to twist round and round it. As it twisted it grew larger and heavier, till at last it was thick as a great tress of hair, and the silver line bent beneath the weight, so that I saw it soon must break. Then, while I wondered what would happen, a white hand holding a knife slid slowly down the silver line, and with the knife severed the wrappings of woman's hair, which fell and floated slowly away, like a little cloud touched with sunlight, till they were lost in darkness. But the thread of silver that was your line of life sprang up quivering and making a sound like sighs, till at last it sighed itself to silence. Then I seemed to sleep, and when I woke I was floating upon such a misty sea as we saw last night. I had lost all sight of land, and I could not remember what the stars were like, nor how I had been taught to steer, nor understand where I must go. I called to the sea and asked it of the stars, and the sea answered me thus: "Hope has rent her raiment, and the stars are set." I called again and asked of the land where I should go, and the land did not answer, but the sea answered me a second time: "Child of the mist, wander in the mist, and in darkness seek for light." Then I wept because hope had rent her starry garment, and in darkness I must seek for light. And while I still wept, you rose out of the sea and sat before me in the boat. I had never seen you before, and still I felt that I had known you always. You did not speak, and I did not speak, but you looked into my heart and saw it troubled. Then I looked into your heart and read what was written, and this was written: "Woman, whom I knew before the past began, and whom I shall know when the future is ended, why do you weep?" And my heart answered: "I weep because I am lost upon the waters of the earth, because hope has rent her starry robes, and in everlasting darkness I must seek for light that is not." Then your heart said: "I will show you light," and bending forward you touched me on the breast. And suddenly an agony shook me, like the agonies of birth and death, and the sky was full of great winged angels, who rolled up the mist as a cloth, and drew the veils from the eyes of night. And there, her feet upon the globe, and her star-set head piercing the firmament of heaven, stood Hope, breathing peace and beauty. She looked north and south and east and west, then she looked upwards through the arching vaults of heaven, and wherever she set her eyes, bright with holy tears, the darkness shrivelled and sorrow ceased, and from corruption arose the incorruptible. I gazed and worshipped, and as I did so, again the sea spoke unquestioned: "In darkness thou hast found light, in death seek for wisdom." Then once more hope rent her starry robes, and the angels drew down a veil over the eyes of night, and the sea swallowed me, and I sank till I reached the deep foundations of mortal death. And there in the halls of death I sat for ages upon ages, till at last I saw you come, and on your lips was the word of wisdom that makes all things clear, but what it was I cannot remember. Then I stretched out my hand to greet you, and that is all my dream." Beatrice ceased. Her grey eyes set wide, as though they still strove to trace their spiritual vision upon the air of earth, her breast heaving and her lips apart. "Great Heaven!" he said. "What an imagination you must have to dream such a dream as that." "Imagination?" she answered, returning to her natural manner. "I have none, Mr. Bingham. I used to have, but I lost it when I lost everything else." "Can you interpret my dream?" "Of course you cannot. It is nothing but nonsense. Such stuff as dreams are made of, that is all." "It may be nonsense. I daresay it is. But it is beautiful nonsense," he answered. "I wish ladies had more of such stuff to give the world." "Ah, well, dreams may be wiser than wakings, and nonsense than learned talk, for all we know. But there's an end to it. I do not know why I repeated it to you, but it seemed so real it shook me out of myself. This is what comes of breaking in upon the routine of life by being 3 parts drowned. One finds queer things at the bottom of the sea, you know. By the way, I hope that you are recovering. I do not think that you will care to go canoeing again with me, Mr. Bingham." There was an opening for a compliment here, but Geoffrey felt that it would be too much in earnest if spoken, so he resisted the temptation. "What, Miss Granger," he said, "should a man say to a lady who but last night saved his life, at the risk, indeed almost at the cost, of her own?" "It was nothing," she answered, colouring. "I clung to you, that was all, more by instinct than from any motive. I think I had a vague idea that you might float and support me." "Miss Granger, the occasion is too serious for polite fibs. I know how you saved my life. I do not know how to thank you for it." "Then don't thank me at all, Mr. Bingham. Why should you thank me? I only did what I was bound to do. I would far rather die than desert a companion in distress of any sort. We all must die, but it would be dreadful to die ashamed. You know what they say, that if you save a person from drowning you will do them an injury afterwards. That is how they put it here in some parts of the saying, but I am not likely ever to do you an injury, so it does not make me unhappy. It was an awful experience. You were senseless, so you cannot know how strange it felt lying upon the slippery rock and seeing those great white waves rush upon us through the gloom, with nothing but the night above and the sea around, and death between the two. I have been lonely for many years, but I do not think that I ever quite understood what loneliness really meant before. You see," she added, by way of an afterthought, "I thought that you were dead, and there is not much company in a corpse." "Well," he said, "one thing is, it would have been lonelier if we had gone." "Do you think so?" she answered, looking at him inquiringly. "I don't quite see how you make that out. If you believe in what we have been taught, as I think you do, wherever it was you found yourself there would be plenty of company. And if, like me, you do not believe in anything, why, then, you would have slept, and sleep asks for nothing. Did you believe in nothing when you lay upon the rock waiting to be drowned, Miss Granger?" "Nothing," she answered. "Only weak people find revelation in the extremities of fear. If revelation comes at all, surely it must be born in the heart and not in the senses. I believed in nothing, and I dreaded nothing, except the agony of death. Why should I be afraid? Supposing that I am mistaken, and there is something beyond, is it my fault that I cannot believe? What have I done that I should be afraid? I have never harmed anybody that I know of, and if I could believe I would. I wish I had died," she went on passionately. "It would be all over now. I am tired of the world, tired of work and helplessness, and all the little worries which wear one out. I am not wanted here. I have nothing to live for, and I wish that I had died." "Some day you will think differently, Miss Granger. There are many things that a woman like yourself can live for. At the least there is your work." She laughed drearily. "My work? If you only knew what it was like, you would not talk to me about it. Every day I roll my stone up the hill, and every night it seems to roll down again. But you have never taught in a village school. How can you know? I work all day, and in the evening perhaps I have to mend the tablecloths, or, what do you think, write my father's sermons. It sounds curious, does it not, that I should write sermons? But I do. I wrote the one he's going to preach next Sunday. It makes very little difference to him what it is, so long as he can read it. And of course I never say anything which can offend anybody, and I do not think that they listen much. Very few people go to church in Bryngelly." "Don't you ever get any time to yourself then?" "Oh yes, sometimes I do, and then I go out in my canoe, or read. and am almost happy. After all, Mr. Bingham, it is very wrong and ungrateful of me to speak like this. I have more advantages than 9/10 of the world, and I ought to make the best of them. I don't know why I have been speaking as I have, and to you, whom I never saw till yesterday. I never did it before to any living soul, I assure you. It is just like the story of the man who came here last year with the divining rod. There is a cottage down on the cliff. It belongs to Mr. Davies, who lives in the castle. Well, they have no drinking water near, and the new tenant made a great fuss about it. So Mr. Davies hired men, and they dug and dug and spent no end of money, but could not come to water. At last the tenant fetched an old man from some parish a long way off, who said that he could find springs with a divining rod. He was a curious old man with a crutch, and he came with his rod and hobbled about till at last the rod twitched just at the tenant's back door. At least the diviner said it did. At any rate they dug there, and in 10 minutes struck a spring of water, which bubbled up so strongly that it rushed into the house and flooded it. And what do you think? After all, the water was brackish. You are the man with the divining rod, Mr. Bingham, and you have made me talk a great deal too much. And, after all, you see it is not nice talk. You must think me a very disagreeable and wicked young woman, and I dare say I am, but somehow it is a relief to open one's mind. I do hope, Mr. Bingham, that you will see, in short, that you will not misunderstand me. Miss Granger, he answered, there is between us that which will always entitle us to mutual respect and confidence, the link of life and death. Had it not been for you, I should not sit here to listen to your confidence to-day. You may tell me that a mere natural impulse prompted you to do what you did. I know better. It was your will that triumphed over your natural impulse towards self-preservation. Well, I will say no more about it except this. If ever a man was bound to a woman by ties of gratitude and respect, I am bound to you. You need not fear that I shall take advantage of or misinterpret your confidence. Here he rose and stood before her, his dark handsome face bowed in proud humility. Miss Granger, I look upon it as an honour done to me by one whom henceforth I must reverence among all women. The life you gave back to me, and the intelligence which directs it, are in duty bound to you, and I shall not forget the debt. Beatrice listened to his words, spoken in that deep and earnest voice, which in after years became so familiar to Her Majesty's judges and to Parliament, listened with a new sense of pleasure rising in her heart. She was this man's equal. What he could dare, she could dare. Where he could climb, she could follow. Ay, and if need be, show the path. And she felt that he acknowledged it. In his sight she was something more than a handsome girl, to be admired and deferred to for her beauty's sake. He had placed her on another level, one, perhaps, that few women would have wished to occupy. But Beatrice was thankful to him. It was the first taste of supremacy that she had ever known. It is something to stir the proud heart of such a woman as Beatrice, in that moment when for the first time she feels herself a conqueror, victorious, not through the vulgar advantage of her sex, not by the submission of man's coarser sense, but rather by the overbalancing weight of mind. "Do you know," she said, suddenly looking up, "you make me very proud," and she stretched out her hand to him. He took it, and, bending, touched it with his lips. There was no possibility of misinterpreting the action, and though she coloured a little, for, till then, no man had even kissed the tip of her finger, she did not misinterpret it. It was an act of homage, and that was all. And so they sealed the compact of their perfect friendship for ever and a day. Then came a moment's silence. It was Geoffrey who broke it. "Miss Granger," he said, "will you allow me to preach you a lecture, a very short one?" "Go on," she said. "Very well. Do not blame me if you don't like it, and do not set me down as a prig, though I am going to tell you your faults as I read them in your own words. You are proud and ambitious, and the cramped lines in which you are forced to live seem to strangle you. You have suffered, and have not learned the lesson of suffering humility. You have set yourself up against fate, and fate sweeps you along like a spray upon the gale. Yet you go unwilling. In your impatience you have flown to learning for refuge, and it has completed your overthrow, for it has induced you to reject as non-existent all that you cannot understand. Because your finite mind cannot search infinity, because no answer has come to all your prayers, because you see misery and cannot read its purpose, because you suffer and have not found rest. You have said there is naught but chance, and become an atheist, as many have done before you. Is it not true?" "Go on," she answered, bowing her head to her breast, so that the long rippling hair almost hid her face. "It seems a little odd," Geoffrey said with a short laugh, "that I, with all my imperfections heaped upon me, should presume to preach to you. But you will know best how near or how far I am from the truth, so I want to say something. I have lived for 35 years and seen a good deal and tried to learn from it, and I know this. In the long run, unless we of our own act put away the opportunity the world gives us our due, which generally is not much. So much for things temporal. If you are fit to rule, in time you will rule. If you do not, then be content and acknowledge your own incapacity. And as for things spiritual, I am sure of this, though of course one does not like to talk much of these matters. If you only seek for them long enough in some shape, you will find them, though the shape may not be that which is generally recognised by any particular religion. But to build a wall deliberately between oneself and the unseen, and then complain that the way is barred, is simply childish. And what if one's wall is built, Mr. Bingham?" "Most of us have done something in that line at different times," he answered, "and found a way round it." "And if it stretches from horizon to horizon, and is higher than the clouds, what then?" "Then you must find wings and fly over it." "And where can any earthly woman find those spiritual wings?" she asked, and then sank her head still deeper on her breast to cover her confusion, for she remembered that she had heard of wanderers in the dusky groves of human passion. Yes, even Maenad wanderers, who had suddenly come face to face with their own soul, and that the cruel paths of earthly love may yet lead the feet which tread them to the ivory gates of heaven. And remembering those beautiful myths, though she had no experience of love and knew little of its ways, Beatrice grew suddenly silent, nor did Geoffrey give her an answer, though he need scarcely have feared to do so, for were they not discussing a purely abstract question? End of chapter 9. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 10 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 10. Lady Honoria makes arrangements. In another moment somebody entered the room. It was Elizabeth. She had returned from her tithe collecting expedition with the tithe. The door of the sitting room was still ajar, and Geoffrey had his back towards it. So it happened that nobody heard Elizabeth's rather cat-like step, and for some seconds she stood in the doorway without being perceived. She stood quite still, taking in the whole scene at a glance. She noticed that her sister held her head down, so that her hair shadowed her, and guessed that she did so for some reason, probably because she did not wish her face to be seen. Or was it to show off her lovely hair? She noticed also the half-shy, half-amused, and altogether interested expression upon Geoffrey's countenance. She could see that in the little gilt-edged looking-glass which hung over the fireplace, nor did she overlook the general air of embarrassment that pervaded them both. When she came in, Elizabeth had been thinking of Owen Davies, and of what might have happened had she never seen the tide of life flow back into her sister's veins. She had dreamed of it all night, and had thought of it all day, even in the excitement of extracting the back tithe from the recalcitrant and rather coarse-minded Welsh farmer, with strong views on the subject of tithe. It had not been entirely forgotten. The farmer was a tenant of Owen Davies, and when he called her a parson in petticoats and wuss, and went on in delicate reference to her powers of extracting cash to liken her to a two-legged corkscrew, only screwier, she perhaps not unnaturally reflected that if ever, Beatrice, certain things should come about, she would remember that farmer. For Elizabeth was blessed with a very long memory, as some people had learnt to their cost, and generally, sooner or later, she paid her debts in full, not forgetting the overdue interest. And now, as she stood in the doorway unseen, and noted these matters, something occurred to her in connection with this dominating idea, which, like ideas in general, had many side issues. At any rate, a look of quick intelligence shone for a moment in her light eyes, like a sickly sunbeam on a faint December mist. Then she moved forward, and when she was close behind Geoffrey, spoke suddenly. "What are you both thinking about?" she said in her clear, thin voice. "You seem to have exhausted your conversation." Geoffrey made an exclamation and fairly jumped from his chair, a feat which in his bruised condition really hurt him very much. Beatrice too started violently. She recovered herself almost instantly, however. "How quietly you move, Elizabeth," she said. "Not more quietly than you sit, Beatrice. I have been wondering when anybody was going to say anything, or if you were both asleep." For her part, Beatrice speculated how long her sister had been in the room. Their conversation had been innocent enough, but it was not one that she would wish Elizabeth to have overheard, and somehow Elizabeth had a knack of overhearing things. "You see, Miss Granger," said Geoffrey, coming to the rescue, "both our brains are still rather waterlogged, and that does not tend to a flow of ideas." "Quite so," said Elizabeth. "My dear Beatrice, why don't you tie up your hair? You look like a crazy Jane. Not but what you have very nice hair," she added critically. "Do you admire good hair, Mr. Bingham?" "Of course I do," he answered gallantly, "but it is not common." Only Beatrice bit her lip with vexation. "I had almost forgotten about my hair," she said. "I must apologise for appearing in such a state. I would have done it up after dinner, only I was too stiff, and while I was waiting for Betty I went to sleep." "I think there is a bit of ribbon in that drawer. I saw you put it there yesterday," answered the precise Elizabeth. "Yes, here it is. If you like, and Mr. Bingham will excuse it, I can tie it back for you." And without waiting for an answer, she passed behind Beatrice, and gathering up the dense masses of her sister's locks, tied them round in such a fashion that they could not fall forward, though they still rolled down her back. Just then Mr. Granger came back from his visit to the farm. He was in high good humour. The pig had even surpassed her former efforts, and increased in a surprising manner to the number of 15 indeed. Elizabeth thereon produced the £2 odd shillings which she had corkscrewed out of the recalcitrant dissenting farmer, and the sight added to Mr. Granger's satisfaction. "Would you believe it, Mr. Bingham," he said, "in this miserably paid parish I have nearly £100 owing to me. £100 in tithe. There is old Jones, who lives out towards the Bell Rock. He owes 3 years' tithe, £34 11 and 4 pence. He can pay and he won't pay, says he's a Baptist and is not going to pay parson's dues, though for the matter of that he is nothing but an old beer tub of a heathen." "Why don't you proceed against him then, Mr. Granger?" "Proceed? I have proceeded. I've got judgment, and I mean to issue execution in a few days. I won't stand it any longer," he went on, working himself up and shaking his head as he spoke till his thin white hair fell about his eyes. "I will have the law of him and the others too. You are a lawyer, and you can help me. I tell you there's a spirit abroad which just comes to just. No man isn't to pay his lawful debts, except of course the parson and the squire. They must pay or go to the court. But there is law left, and I'll have it, before they play the Irish game on us here." And he brought down his fist with a bang upon the table. Geoffrey listened with some amusement. So this was the weak old man's sore point, money. He was clearly very strong about that, as strong as Lady Honoria indeed, but with more excuse. Elizabeth also listened with evident approval, but Beatrice looked pained. "Don't get angry, father," she said. "Perhaps he will pay after all. It is bad to take the law if you can manage any other way. It breeds so much ill blood." "Nonsense, Beatrice," said her sister sharply. "Father is quite right. There's only one way to deal with them, and that is to seize their goods. I believe you are socialist about property, as you are about everything else. You want to pull everything down, from the Queen to the laws of marriage, all for the good of humanity, and I tell you that your ideas will be your ruin. Defy custom and it will crush you. You are running your head against a brick wall, and one day you will find which is the harder." Beatrice flushed, but answered her sister's attack, which was all the sharper because it had a certain spice of truth in it. "I never expressed any such views, Elizabeth, so I do not see why you should attribute them to me. I only said that legal proceedings breed bad blood in a parish, and that is true." "I did not say you expressed them," went on the vigorous Elizabeth. "You look them. They ooze out of your words like water from a peat bog. Everybody knows you are a Radical. and a freethinker, and everything else that is bad and mad, and contrary to that state of life in which it has pleased God to call you. The end of it will be that you will lose the mistressship of the school, and I think it is very hard on father and me that you should bring disgrace on us with your strange ways and immoral views, and now you can make what you like of it." "I wish that all radicals were like Miss Beatrice," said Geoffrey, who was feeling exceedingly uncomfortable with a feeble attempt at polite jocosity. But nobody seemed to hear him. Elizabeth, who was now fairly in a rage, a faint flush upon her pale cheeks, her light eyes all ashine, and her thin fingers clasped, stood fronting her beautiful sister and breathing spite at every pore. But it was easy for Geoffrey, who was watching her, to see that it was not her sister's views she was attacking. It was her sister. It was that soft, strong loveliness and the glory of that face. It was the deep, gentle mind, erring from its very greatness, and the bright intellect which lit it like a lamp. It was the learning and the power that, give them play, would set a world aflame, as easily as they did the heart of the slow-witted hermit squire, whom Elizabeth coveted. These were the things that Elizabeth hated and bitterly assailed. Accustomed to observe, Geoffrey saw this instantly, and then glanced at the father. The old man was frightened. Clearly he was afraid of Elizabeth, and dreaded a scene. He stood fidgeting his feet about, and trying to find something to say, as he glanced apprehensively at his elder daughter through his thin hanging hair. Lastly, Geoffrey looked at Beatrice, who was indeed well worth looking at. Her face was quite pale, and the clear grey eyes shone out beneath their dark lashes. She had risen, drawing herself to her full height, which her exquisite proportions seemed to increase, and was looking at her sister. Presently she said one word, and one only, but it was enough. "Elizabeth." Her sister opened her lips to speak again, but hesitated and changed her mind. There was something in Beatrice's manner that checked her. "Well," she said at length, "you should not irritate me so, Beatrice." Beatrice made no reply. She only turned towards Geoffrey, and with a graceful little bow said, "Mr. Bingham, I am sure that you will forgive this scene. The fact is, we all slept badly last night, and it has not improved our tempers." There was a pause, of which Mr. Granger took a hurried and rather undignified advantage. He said, "By the way, Beatrice, what was it I wanted to say? Ah, I know. Have you written out, that sermon for next Sunday, my daughter?" he added, addressing Geoffrey in explanation. "Copies my sermon for me. She writes a very good hand." Remembering Beatrice's confidence as to her sermon manufacturing functions, Geoffrey felt amused at her father's naïve way of describing them, and Beatrice also smiled faintly as she answered that the sermon was ready. Just then the roll of wheels was heard without, and the only fly that Bryngelly could boast pulled up in front of the door. "Here is the fly come for you, Mr. Bingham," said Mr. Granger, "and as I live, her ladyship with it. Elizabeth, see if there isn't some tea ready," and the old gentleman, who had all the traditional love of the lower middle class Englishman for a title, trotted off to welcome her ladyship. Presently Lady Honoria entered the room, a sweet if rather a set smile upon her handsome face, and with a graceful mien that became her tall figure exceedingly well. For to do Lady Honoria justice, she was one of the most ladylike women in the country, and so far as her personal appearance went, a very perfect type of the class to which she belonged. Geoffrey looked at her, saying to himself that she had clearly recovered her temper, and that he was thankful for it. This was not wonderful, for it is observable that the more aristocratic a lady's manners are, the more disagreeable she is apt to be when she is crossed. "Well, Geoffrey dear," she said, "you see I have come to fetch you. I was determined that you should not get yourself drowned a second time on your way home. How are you now? But I need not ask. You look quite well again." "It is very kind of you, Honoria," said her husband simply, but it was doubtful if she heard him, for at the moment she was engaged in searching out the soul of Beatrice, with one of the most penetrating and comprehensive glances that young lady had ever enjoyed the honour of receiving. There was nothing rude about the look, it was too quick, but Beatrice felt that, quick as it might be, it embraced her altogether, nor was she wrong. There is no doubt about it, Lady Honoria thought to herself, she is lovely, lovely everywhere. It was clever of her to leave her hair down. It shows the shape of her head so well, and she is tall enough to stand it. That blue wrapper suits her too. Very few women could show such a figure as hers, like a Greek statue. I don't like her. She is different from most of us. Just the sort of girl men go wild about and women hate. All this passed through her mind in a flash. For a moment Lady Honoria's blue eyes met Beatrice's grey ones, and she knew that Beatrice liked her no better than she did Beatrice. Those eyes were a trifle too honest, and like the deep clear water they resembled, apt to throw up shadows of the passing thoughts above. False and cold and heartless, thought Beatrice. I wonder how a man like that could marry her, and how much he loves her. Thus the two women took each other's measures at a glance, each finding the other wanting by her standard. Nor did they ever change that hastily formed judgment. It was all done in a few seconds, in that hesitating moment before the words we summon answer on our lips. The next, Lady Honoria was sweeping towards her with outstretched hand and her most gracious smile. "Miss Granger," she said, "I owe you a debt I never can repay, my dear husband's life. I have heard all about how you saved him. It is the most wonderful thing. Grace Darling born again. I can't think how you could do it. I wish I were half as brave and strong." "Please don't, Lady Honoria," said Beatrice. "I am so tired of being thanked for doing nothing except what it was my duty to do. If I had let Mr. Bingham go while I had the strength to hold on to him, I should have felt like a murderess to-day. I beg you to say no more about it. One does not often find such modesty united to so much courage, and if you will allow me to say it, so much beauty," answered Lady Honoria graciously. "Well, I will do as you wish, but I warn you your fame will find you out. I hear they have an account of the whole adventure in to-day's papers, headed 'A Welsh Heroine.'" "How did you hear that, Honoria?" asked her husband. "Oh, I had a telegram from Garsington, and he mentions it," she answered carelessly. "Telegram from Garsington? Hence these smiles," thought he. "I suppose that she is going to-morrow. I have some other news for you, Miss Granger," went on Lady Honoria. "Your canoe has been washed ashore very little injured. The old boatman, Edward I think they call him, has found it, and your gun in it too, Geoffrey. It had stuck under the seat or somewhere, but I fancy that you must both have had enough canoeing for the present." "I don't know, Lady Honoria," answered Beatrice. "One does not often get such weather as last night's, and canoeing is very pleasant. Every sweet has its salt, you know, or, in other words, one may always be upset." At that moment Betty, the awkward Welsh serving lass, with a forearm about as shapely as the hind leg of an elephant, and a most unpleasing habit of snorting audibly as she moved, shuffled in with the tea tray. In her wake came the slim Elizabeth, to whom Lady Honoria was introduced. After this conversation flagged for a while, till Lady Honoria, feeling that things were getting a little dull, set the ball rolling again. "What a pretty view you have of the sea from these windows," she said in her well-trained and monotonously modulated voice. "I am so glad to have seen it, for, you know, I am going away to-morrow." Beatrice looked up quickly. "My husband is not going," she went on, as though in answer to an unspoken question. "I am playing the part of the undutiful wife and running away from him for exactly 3 weeks. It is very wicked of me, isn't it? But I have an engagement that I must keep. It is most tiresome." Geoffrey, sipping his tea, smiled grimly behind the shelter of his cup. "She does it uncommonly well," he thought to himself. "Does your little girl go with you, Lady Honoria?" asked Elizabeth. "Well, no, I think not. I can't bear parting with her. You know how hard it is when one has only one child. But I think she would be so bored where I am going to stay, for there are no other children there, and besides, she positively adores the sea, so I shall have to leave her to her father's tender mercies, poor dear." "I hope Effie will survive it, I am sure," said Geoffrey, laughing. "I suppose that your husband is going to stay on at Mrs. Jones's," said the clergyman. "Really, I don't know. What are you going to do, Geoffrey? Mrs. Jones's rooms are rather expensive for people in our impoverished condition. Besides, I am sure that she cannot look after Effie. Just think, she has 8 children of her own, poor old dear. And I must take Anne with me. She is Effie's French nurse, you know, a perfect treasure. I am going to stay in a big house, and my experience of those big houses is that one never gets waited on at all unless one takes a maid. You see, what is everybody's business is nobody's business. I'm sure I don't know how you will get on with the child, Geoffrey. She takes such a lot of looking after." "Oh, don't trouble about that, Honoria," he answered. "I dare say that Effie and I will manage somehow." Here one of those peculiar gleams of intelligence which marked the advent of a new idea passed across Elizabeth's face. She was sitting next to her father, and bending, whispered to him. Beatrice saw it and made a motion as though to interpose, but before she could do so Mr. Granger spoke. "Look here, Mr. Bingham," he said, "if you want to move, would you like a room here? Terms strictly moderate, but can't afford to put you up for nothing, you know, and living rough and ready. You'd have to take us as you find us, and there is a dressing room next to my room where your little girl could sleep, and my daughters would look after her between them and be glad of the job." Again Beatrice opened her lips as though to speak, but closed them without speaking. Thus do our opportunities pass before we realise that they are at hand. Instinctively Geoffrey had glanced towards Beatrice. He did not know if the idea was agreeable to her. He knew that her work was hard, and he did not wish to put extra trouble upon her, for he guessed that the burden of looking after Effie would ultimately fall upon her shoulders. But her face told him nothing. It was quite passive and apparently indifferent. "You are very kind, Mr. Granger," he said, hesitating. "I don't want to go away from Bryngelly just at present, and it would be a good plan in some ways. That is, if the trouble to your daughters would not be too much." "I am sure that it is an excellent plan," broke in Lady Honoria, who feared lest difficulties should arise as to her appropriation of Anne's services. "How lucky that I happened to mention it. There will be no trouble about our giving up the rooms at Mrs. Jones's, because I know she has another application for them." "Very well," said Geoffrey, not liking to raise objections to a scheme thus publicly advocated, although he would have preferred to take time to consider. Something warned him that Bryngelly Vicarage would prove a fateful abode for him. Then Elizabeth rose and asked Lady Honoria if she would like to see the rooms her husband and Effie would occupy. She said she should be delighted, and went off, followed by Mr. Granger fussing in the rear. "Don't you think that you will be a little dull here, Mr. Bingham?" said Beatrice. "On the contrary," he answered. "Why should I be dull? I cannot be so dull as I should be by myself." Beatrice hesitated and then spoke again. "We are a curious family, Mr. Bingham. You may have seen as much this afternoon. Had you not better think it over?" "If you mean that you do not want me to come, I won't," he said rather bluntly, and the next second felt that he had made a mistake. "I," Beatrice answered, opening her eyes, "I have no wishes in the matter. The fact is that we are poor and let lodgings. That is what it comes to. If you think they will suit you, you are quite right to take them." Geoffrey coloured. He was a man who could not bear to lay himself open to the smallest rebuff from a woman, and he had brought this on himself. Beatrice saw it and relented. "Of course, Mr. Bingham, so far as I am concerned, I shall be the gainer if you do come. I do not meet so many people with whom I care to associate and from whom I can learn, that I wish to throw a chance away." "I think you misunderstand me a little," he said. "I only meant that perhaps you would not wish to be bothered with Effie, Miss Granger." She laughed. "Why? I love children. It will be a great pleasure to me to look after her, so far as I have time." Just then the others returned, and their conversation came to an end. "It's quite delightful, Geoffrey. Such funny old-fashioned rooms. I really envy you." If there was one thing in the world that Lady Honoria hated, it was an old-fashioned room. "Well, and now we must be going. Oh, you poor creature, I forgot that you were so knocked about. I am sure Mr. Granger will give you his arm." Mr. Granger ambled forward, and Geoffrey, having made his adieus and borrowed a clerical hat, Mr. Granger's concession to custom, for in most other respects he dressed like an ordinary farmer, was safely conveyed to the fly. And so ended Geoffrey's first day at Bryngelly Vicarage. End of chapter 10. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 11 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 11. Beatrice makes an appointment. Lady Honoria leaned back in the cab and sighed a sigh of satisfaction. "This is a capital idea," she said. "I was wondering what arrangements you could make for the next 3 weeks. It is ridiculous to pay 3 guineas a week for rooms just for you and Effie. The old gentleman only wants that for board and lodging together, for I asked him." "I daresay it will do," said Geoffrey. "When are we to shift?" "To morrow, in time for dinner, or rather supper. These barbarians eat supper, you know. I go by the morning train, you see, so as to reach Garsington by tea time. I daresay you will find it rather dull, but you like being dull. The old clergyman is a low stamp of a man and a bore, and as for the eldest daughter, Elizabeth, she's too awful. She reminds me of a rat. But Beatrice is handsome enough, though I think her horrid too. You'll have to console yourself with her, and I daresay you will suit each other." "Why do you think her horrid, Honoria?" "Oh, I don't know. She is clever and odd, and I hate odd women. Why can't they be like other people? Think of her being strong enough to save your life like that too. She must have the muscle of an Amazon. It's downright unwomanly. But there is no doubt about her beauty. She is as nearly perfect as any girl I ever saw, though too independent looking. If only one had a daughter like that, how one might marry her. I would not look at anything under 20,000 a year. She is too good for that lumbering Welsh squire she's engaged to, the man who lives in the castle, though they say that he is fairly rich." "Engaged?" said Geoffrey. "How do you know that she is engaged?" "Oh, I don't know it at all, but I suppose she is. If she isn't, she soon will be, for a girl in that position is not likely to throw such a chance away. At any rate, he's head over ears in love with her. I saw that last night. He was hanging about for hours in the rain, outside the door, with a face like a ghost, till he knew whether she was dead or alive, and he's been there twice to inquire this morning. Mr. Granger told me. But she's too good for him from a business point of view. She might marry anybody, if only she were put in the way of it." Somehow Geoffrey's lively interest in Beatrice sensibly declined on the receipt of this intelligence. Of course it was nothing to him. Indeed, he was glad to hear that she was in the way of such a comfortable settlement. But it is unfortunately a fact that one cannot be quite as much interested in a young and lovely lady who is the potential property of a lumbering Welsh squire as in one who belongs to herself. The old Adam still survives in most men, however right-thinking they may be, and this is one of its methods of self-assertion. "Well," he said, "I am glad to hear she is in such a good way. She deserves it. I think the Welsh squire is in luck. Miss Granger is a remarkable woman." "Too remarkable by half," said Lady Honoria dryly. "Here we are, and there is Effie, skipping about like a wild thing as usual. I think that child is demented." On the following morning, it was Friday, Lady Honoria, accompanied by Anne, departed in the very best of tempers. For the next 3 weeks at any rate she would be free from the galling associations of straitened means, free to enjoy the luxury and refined comfort to which she had been accustomed, and for which her soul yearned with a fierce longing that would be incomprehensible to folk of a simpler mind. Everybody has his or her ideal heaven, if only one could fathom it. Some would choose a sublimated intellectual leisure, made happy by the best literature of all the planets. Some a model state, with themselves as presidents, in which, through their beneficent efforts, the latest radical notions could actually be persuaded to work to everybody's satisfaction. Others a happy hunting ground, where the game enjoyed the fun as much as they did, and so on ad infinitum. Lady Honoria was even more modest. Give her a well-appointed town and country house, a few powdered footmen, plenty of carriages and other needful things, including of course the entrée to the upper celestial 10, and she would ask no more from age to age. Let us hope that she will get it one day. It would hurt nobody, and she is sure to find plenty of people of her own way of thinking. That is, if this world supplies the raw material. She embraced Effie with enthusiasm, and her husband with a chastened warmth, and went, a pious prayer on her lips that she might never again set eyes upon Bryngelly. It will not be necessary for us to follow Lady Honoria in her travels. That afternoon Effie and her father had great fun. They packed up. Geoffrey, who was rapidly recovering from his stiffness, pushed the things into the portmanteaus, and Effie jumped on them. Those which would not go in they bundled loose into the fly, till that vehicle looked like an old clothes ship. Then, as there was no room left for them inside, they walked down to the vicarage by the beach, a distance of about 3/4 of a mile, stopping on their way to admire the beautiful castle, in one corner of which Owen Davies lived and moved. "Oh, Daddy," said the child, "I wish you would buy a house like that for you and me to live in. Why don't you, Daddy?" "Haven't got the money, dear," he answered. "Will you ever have the money, Daddy?" "I don't know, dear. Perhaps one day, when I'm too old to enjoy it," he added to himself. "It would take a great many pennies to buy a house like that, wouldn't it, Daddy?" said Effie sagely. "Yes, dear, more than you could count," he answered, and the conversation dropped. Presently they came to a boat shed, placed opposite the village and close to high water mark. Here a man, it was old Edward, was engaged in mending a canoe. Geoffrey glanced at it and saw that it was the identical canoe out of which he had so nearly been drowned. "Look, Effie," said he, "that is the boat out of which I was upset." Effie opened her wide eyes and stared at the frail craft. "It is a horrid boat," she said. "I don't want to look at it." "You're quite right, little miss," said old Edward, touching his cap. "It ain't safe, and somebody will be drowned out of it one of these days. I wish it had gone to the bottom, I do. But Miss Beatrice, she is that foolhardy, there ain't no doing nothing with her." "I fancy that she has learnt a lesson," said Geoffrey. Maybe, grumbled the old man, "but women folk are hard to teach. They never learn nothing till it's too late, they don't, and then when they've been and done it they're sorry. But what's the good of that?" Meanwhile another conversation was in progress, not more than 1/4 of a mile away. On the brow of the cliff stood the village of Bryngelly, and at the back of the village was a school, a plain whitewashed building, roofed with stone, which, though amply sufficient and suitable to the wants of the place, was little short of an abomination in the eyes of Her Majesty's school inspectors, who from time to time descended upon Bryngelly for purposes of examination and fault finding. They yearned to see a stately red brick edifice, with all the latest improvements, erected at the expense of the ratepayers, but as yet they yearned in vain. The school was supported by voluntary contributions, and thanks to Beatrice's energy and good teaching, the dreaded board, with its fads and extravagance, had not yet clutched it. Beatrice had returned to her duties that afternoon, for a night's rest brought back its vigour to her strong young frame. She had been greeted with enthusiasm by the children, who loved her, as well they might, for she was very gentle and sweet with them, though few dared to disobey her. Besides, her beauty impressed them, though they did not know it. Beauty of a certain sort has perhaps more effect on children than on any other class. Heedless and selfish as they often seem to be, they feel its power. It is an outward expression of the thoughts and dreams that bud in their unknowing hearts, and is somehow mixed up with their ideas of God and heaven. Thus there was in Bryngelly a little girl of 10, a very clever and highly excitable child, Jane Llewellyn by name, born of parents of strict Calvinistic views. As it chanced, some months before the opening of this story, a tub thumper of high renown and considerable rude oratorical force visited the place and treated his hearers to a lively discourse on the horrors of hell. In the very front row, her eyes wide with fear, sat this poor little child between her parents, who listened to the minister with much satisfaction, and a little way back sat Beatrice, who had come out of curiosity. Presently the preacher, having dealt sufficiently in terrifying generalities, went on to practical illustrations, for, after the manner of his class, he was delivering an extemporary oration. "Look at that child," he said, pointing to the little girl. "She looks innocent, does she not? But if she does not find salvation, my brethren, I tell you that she is damned. If she dies to-night, not having found salvation, she will go to hell. Her delicate little body will be tormented for ever and ever." Here the unfortunate child fell forward with a shriek. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, sir," said Beatrice aloud. She had been listening to all this ill-judged rant with growing indignation, and now, in her excitement, entirely forgot that she was in a place of worship. Then she ran forward to the child who had swooned. Poor little unfortunate, she never recovered the shock. When she came to herself, it was found that her finely strung mind had given way, and she lapsed into a condition of imbecility. But her imbecility was not always passive. Occasionally fits of passionate terror would seize upon her. She would cry out that the fiends were coming to drag her down, to torment and dash herself against the wall, in fear hideous to behold. Then it was found that there was but one way to calm her. It was to send for Beatrice. Beatrice would come and take the poor thin hands in hers, and gaze with her calm deep eyes upon the wasted horror-stricken face till the child grew quiet again, and, shivering, sobbed herself to sleep upon her breast. And so it was with all the children. Her power over them was almost absolute. They loved her, and she loved them all. And now the schooling was almost done for the day. It was Beatrice's custom to make the children sing some simple song before they broke up. She stood in front of them and gave the time while they sung, and a pretty sight it was to see her do it. On this particular afternoon, just as the first verse was finished, the door of the room opened, and Owen Davies entered, bearing some books under his arm. Beatrice glanced round and saw him, then, with a quick stamp of her foot, went on giving the time. The children sung lustily, and in front of them stood Beatrice, dressed in simple white, her graceful form swaying as she marked the music's time. Nearer and nearer drew Owen Davies, till at length he stood quite close, his lips slightly apart, his eyes fixed upon her like the eyes of one who dreams, and his slow heavy face faintly lit with the glow of strong emotion. The song ended. The children, at a word from their mistress, filed past her, headed by the pupil teachers, and then with a shout, seizing their caps, ran forth this way and that, welcoming the free air. When they were all gone, and not till then, Beatrice turned suddenly around. "How do you do, Mr. Davies?" she said. He started visibly. "I did not know that you had seen me," he answered. "Oh yes, I saw you, Mr. Davies, only I could not stop the song to say how do you do. By the way, I have to thank you for coming to inquire after me." "Not at all, Miss Beatrice, not at all. It was a most dreadful accident. I cannot tell you how thankful I am. I can't, indeed." "It is very good of you to take so much interest in me," said Beatrice. "Not at all, Miss Beatrice, not at all. Who could help taking interest in you? I have brought you some books. The Life of Darwin. It is in 2 volumes. I think that I have heard you say that Darwin interests you." "Yes, thank you very much. Have you read it?" "No, but I have cut it. Darwin doesn't interest me, you know. I think that he was a rather misguided person. May I carry the books home for you?" "Thank you. But I am not going straight home. I am going to old Edward's shed to see my canoe." As a matter of fact this was true, but the idea was only that moment born in her mind. Beatrice had been going home, as she wanted to see that all things were duly prepared for Geoffrey and his little daughter. But to reach the vicarage she must pass along the cliff, where there were few people, and this she did not wish to do. To be frank, she feared lest Mr. Davies should take the opportunity to make that offer of his hand and heart which hung over her like a nightmare. Now, the way to Edward's shed lay through the village and down the cliff, and she knew that he would never propose in the village. It was very foolish of her, no doubt, thus to seek to postpone the evil day, but the strongest minded women have their weak points, and this was one of Beatrice's. She hated the idea of this scene. She knew that when it did come there would be a scene. Not that her resolution to refuse the man had ever faltered, but it would be painful, and in the end it must reach the ears of her father and Elizabeth that she had actually rejected Mr. Owen Davies, and then what would her life be worth? She had never suspected it. It had never entered into her mind to suspect that, though her father might be vexed enough, nothing on this earth would more delight the heart of Elizabeth. Presently, having fetched her hat, Beatrice, accompanied by her admirer, bearing the Life of Darwin under his arm, started to walk down to the beach. They went in silence, Beatrice just a little ahead. She ventured some remark about the weather, But Owen Davies made no reply. He was thinking. He wanted to say something, but he did not know how to say it. They were at the head of the cliff now, and if he wished to speak he must do so quickly. "Miss Beatrice," he said, in a somewhat constrained voice. "Yes, Mr. Davies. Oh, look at that seagull. It nearly knocked my hat off." But he was not to be put off with the seagull. "Miss Beatrice," he said again, "are you going out walking next Sunday afternoon?" "How can I tell, Mr. Davies? It may rain." "But if it does not rain, please tell me. You generally do walk on the beach on Sunday. Miss Beatrice, I want to speak to you. I hope you will allow me. I do indeed." Then suddenly she came to a decision. This kind of thing was unendurable. It would be better to get it over. Turning round so suddenly that Owen started, she said, "If you wish to speak to me, Mr. Davies, I shall be in the amphitheatre opposite the Red Rocks at 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. But I had much rather that you did not come. I can say no more." "I shall come," he answered doggedly, and they went down the steps to the boat shed. "Oh, look, Daddy," said Effie, "here comes the lady who was drowned with you and a gentleman," and to Beatrice's great relief the child ran forward and met them. "Ah," thought Geoffrey to himself, "that is the man Honoria said she was engaged to. Well, I don't think very much of her taste." In another minute they had arrived. Geoffrey shook hands with Beatrice and was introduced to Owen Davies, who murmured something in reply and promptly took his departure. They examined the canoe together and then walked slowly up to the vicarage, Beatrice holding Effie by the hand. Opposite the reef they halted for a minute. "There is the table rock on which we were thrown, Mr. Bingham," said Beatrice, "and here is where they carried us ashore. The sea does not look as though it would drown any one to night, does it? See," and she threw a stone into it. "The ripples run as evenly as they do on a pond." She spoke idly, and Geoffrey answered her idly, for they were not thinking of their words. Rather were they thinking of the strange chance that had brought them together in an hour of deadly peril, and now left them together in an hour of peace. Perhaps, too, they were wondering to what end this had come about. For agnostics, atheists, or believers, are we not, most of us, fatalists at heart? End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 12. The Writing on the Sand. Geoffrey found himself very comfortable at the vicarage, and as for Effie, she positively revelled in it. Beatrice looked after her, taking her to bed at night and helping her to dress in the morning. And Beatrice was a great improvement upon Anne. When Geoffrey became aware of this he remonstrated, saying that he had never expected her to act as nurse to the child, but she replied that it was a pleasure to her to do so, which was the truth. In other ways, too, the place was all that he desired. He did not like Elizabeth, but then he did not see very much of her, and the old farmer clergyman was amusing in his way, with his endless talk of tithes and crops, and the iniquities of the rebellious Jones, on whom he was going to distrain. For the first day or two Geoffrey had no more conversations with Beatrice. Most of the time she was away at the school, and on the Saturday afternoon, when she was free, he went out to the Red Rocks curlew shooting. At first he thought of asking her to come too, but then it occurred to him that she might wish to go out with Mr. Davies, to whom he still supposed she was engaged. It was no affair of his, yet he was glad when he came back to find that she had been out with Effie and not with Mr. Davies. On Sunday morning they all went to church, including Beatrice. It was a bare little church, and the congregation was small. Mr. Granger went through the service with about as much liveliness as a horse driving a machine. He ground it out, prayers, psalms, litany, lessons, all in the same depressing way, till Geoffrey felt inclined to go to sleep, and then took to watching Beatrice's sweet face instead. He wondered what made her look so sad. Hers was always a sad face when in repose, that he knew, but to day it was particularly so, and what was more, she looked worried as well as sad. Once or twice he saw her glance at Mr. Davies, who was sitting opposite, the solitary occupant of an enormous pew, and he thought that there was apprehension in her look. But Mr. Davies did not return the glance. To judge from his appearance, nothing was troubling his mind. Indeed, Geoffrey, studying him in the same way that he instinctively studied everybody whom he met, thought that he had never before seen a man who looked quite so ox-like and absolutely comfortable. And yet he never was more completely at fault. The man seemed stolid and cold indeed, but it was the coldness of a volcano. His heart was afire. All the human forces in him, all the energies of his sturdy life, had concentrated themselves in a single passion for the woman who was so near and yet so far from him. He had never drawn upon the store, had never frittered his heart away. This woman, strange and unusual as it may seem, was absolutely the first whose glance or voice had ever stirred his blood. His passion for her had grown slowly. For years it had been growing, ever since the grey-eyed girl, on the brink of womanhood, had conducted him to his castle home. It was no fancy, no light desire, to pass with the year which brought it. Owen had little imagination. That soil from which love springs, with the rank swiftness of a tropic bloom, to fade at the first chill breath of change. His passion was an unalterable fact. It was rooted like an oak on our stiff English soil. Its fibres wrapped his heart and shot his being through. And if so strong a gale should rise that it must fall, then he too would be overthrown. For years now he had thought of little else than Beatrice. To win her he would have given all his wealth, ay, thrice over, if that were possible. To win her, to know her his by right and his alone, ah, that would be heaven. His blood quivered and his mind grew dim when he thought of it. What would it be to see her standing by him as she stood now, and know that she was his wife? There is no form of passion more terrible than this. Its very earthiness makes it awful. The service went on. At last Mr. Granger mounted the pulpit and began to read his sermon, of which the text was, "But the greatest of these is charity." Geoffrey noticed that he bungled over some of the words, then suddenly remembered Beatrice had told him that she had written the sermon, and was all attention. He was not disappointed. Notwithstanding Mr. Granger's infamous reading, and his habit of dropping his voice at the end of a sentence instead of raising it, the beauty of the thoughts and diction was very evident. It was indeed a discourse that might equally well have been delivered in a Mohammedan or a Buddhist place of worship. There was nothing distinctly Christian about it. It merely appealed to the good in human nature. But of this neither the preacher nor his audience seemed to be aware. Indeed, few of the latter were listening at all. The sermon was short and ended with a passage of real power and beauty, or rather it did not end, for closing the MS sheets Mr. Granger followed on with a few impromptu remarks of his own. "Ah, now, brethren," he said, "I have been preaching to you about charity, but I wish to add one remark. Charity begins at home. There is about £100 of tithe owing to me, and some of it has been owing for 2 years and more. If that tithe is not paid, I shall have to put distraint on some of you, and I thought that I had better take this opportunity to tell you so." Then he gave the benediction. The contrast between his business-like speech and the beautiful periods which had gone before was so ridiculous that Geoffrey very nearly burst out laughing, and Beatrice smiled. So did the rest of the congregation, excepting one or two who owed tithe, and Owen Davies, who was thinking of other things. As they went through the churchyard, Geoffrey noticed something. Beatrice was a few paces ahead, already holding Effie's hand. Presently Mr. Davies passed him, apparently without seeing him, and greeted Beatrice, who bowed slightly in acknowledgment. He walked a little way without speaking. Then Geoffrey, just as they reached the church gate, heard him say, "At 4 this afternoon, then." Again she bowed her head, and he turned and went. As for Geoffrey, he wondered what it all meant. Was she engaged to him, or was she not? Dinner was a somewhat silent meal. Mr. Granger was thinking about his tithe, also about a sick cow. Elizabeth's thoughts pursued some dark and devious course of their own, not an altogether agreeable one to judge from her face. Beatrice looked pale and worried. Even Effie's sallies did not do more than make her smile. As for Geoffrey himself, he was engaged in wondering in an idle sort of way what was going to happen at 4 o'clock. "You is all very dull," said Effie at last, with a charming disregard of grammar. "People ought to be dull on Sunday, Effie," answered Beatrice with an effort. "At least I suppose so," she added. Elizabeth, who was aggressively religious, frowned at this remark. She knew her sister did not mean it. "What are you going to do this afternoon, Beatrice?" she asked suddenly. She had seen Owen Davies go up and speak to her sister, and though she had not been near enough to catch the words, scented an assignation from afar. Beatrice coloured slightly, a fact that escaped neither her sister nor Geoffrey. "I'm going to see Jane Llewellyn," she answered. Jane Llewellyn was the crazy little girl whose tale had been told. Up to that moment Beatrice had no idea of going to see her, but she knew that Elizabeth would not follow her there, because the child could not endure Elizabeth. "Oh, I thought that perhaps you were going out walking." "I may walk afterwards," answered Beatrice shortly. So there is an assignation, thought Elizabeth, and a cold gleam of intelligence passed across her face. Shortly after dinner Beatrice put on her bonnet and went out. 10 minutes passed, and Elizabeth did the same. Then Mr. Granger announced that he was going up to the farm, there was no service till 6, to see about the sick cow, and asked Geoffrey if he would like to accompany him. He said that he might as well if Effie could come, and having lit his pipe they started. Meanwhile Beatrice went to see the crazy child. She was not violent to-day and scarcely knew her. Before she had been in the house 10 minutes the situation developed itself. The cottage stood about 2/3 of the way down a straggling street, which was quite empty, for Bryngelly slept after dinner on Sunday. At the top of this street appeared Elizabeth, a Bible in her hand, as though on district visiting intent. She looked down the street and seeing nobody, went for a little walk, then, returning, once more looked down the street. This time she was rewarded. The door of the Llewellyns' cottage opened and Beatrice appeared. Instantly Elizabeth withdrew to such a position that she could see without being seen, and standing as though irresolute, awaited events. Beatrice turned and took the road that led to the beach. Then Elizabeth's irresolution disappeared. She also turned and took the road to the cliff, walking very fast. Passing behind the vicarage, she gained a point where the beach narrowed to a width of not more than 50 yards, and sat down. Presently she saw a man coming along the sand beneath her, walking quickly. It was Owen Davies. She waited and watched. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and a woman in a white dress passed. It was Beatrice, walking slowly. "Ah," said Elizabeth, setting her teeth, "as I thought." Rising, she pursued her path along the cliff, keeping 300 or 400 yards ahead, which she could easily do by taking short cuts. It was a long walk, and Elizabeth, who was not fond of walking, got very tired of it. But she was a woman with a purpose, and as such hard to beat, so she kept on steadily for nearly an hour, till, at length, she came to the spot known as the amphitheatre. This amphitheatre, situated almost opposite the Red Rocks, was a half ring of cliff, the sides of which ran in a semicircle almost down to the water's edge, that is, at high tide. In the centre of the segment thus formed was a large flat stone, so placed that anybody in certain positions on the cliff above could command a view of it, though it was screened by the projecting walls of rock from observation from the beach. Elizabeth clambered a little way down the sloping side of the cliff and looked. On the stone, his back towards her, sat Owen Davies. Slipping from stratum to stratum of the broken cliff, Elizabeth drew slowly nearer, till at length she was within 50 paces of the seated man. Here, ensconcing herself behind a cleft rock, she also sat down. It was not safe to go closer, but in case she should by any chance be observed from above, she opened the Bible on her knee, as though she had sought this quiet spot to study its pages. 3 or 4 minutes passed, and Beatrice appeared round the projecting angle of the amphitheatre and walked slowly across the level sand. Owen Davies rose and stretched out his hand to welcome her, but she did not take it. She only bowed, and then seated herself upon the large flat stone. Owen also seated himself on it, but some 3 or 4 feet away. Elizabeth thrust her white face forward till it was almost level with the lips of the cleft rock, and strained her ears to listen. Alas, she could not hear a single word. "You asked me to come here, Mr. Davies," said Beatrice, breaking the painful silence. "I have come." "Yes," he answered, "I asked you to come because I wanted to speak to you." "Yes," said Beatrice, looking up from her occupation of digging little holes in the sand with the point of her parasol. Her face was calm enough, but her heart beat fast beneath her breast. "I want to ask you," he said, speaking slowly and thickly, "if you will be my wife." Beatrice opened her lips to speak. Then, seeing that he had only paused because his inward emotion checked his words, shut them again, and went on digging little holes. She wished to rely on the whole case, as a lawyer would say. "I want to ask you," he repeated, "to be my wife. I have wished to do so for some years, but I have never been able to bring myself to it. It is a great step to take, and my happiness depends on it. Do not answer me yet," he went on, his words gathering force as he spoke. "Listen to what I have to tell you. I have been a lonely man all my life. At sea I was lonely, and since I have come into this fortune I have been lonelier still. I never loved anybody or anything till I began to love you, and then I loved you more and more and more. Till now I have only one thought in all my life, and that thought is of you. While I am awake I think of you, and when I am asleep I dream of you. Listen, Beatrice, listen. I have never loved any other woman. I have scarcely spoken to one, only you, Beatrice. I can give you a great deal, and everything I have shall be yours, only I should be jealous of you, yes, very jealous." Here she glanced at his face. It was outwardly calm, but white as death, and in the blue eyes, generally so placid, shone a fire that by contrast looked almost unholy. "I think you have said enough, Mr. Davies," Beatrice answered. "I am very much obliged to you. I am much honoured, for in some ways I am not your equal, but I do not love you, and I cannot marry you, and I think it best to tell you so plainly, once and for all." And unconsciously she went on digging the holes. "Oh, do not say that," he answered, almost in a moan. "For God's sake don't say that. It will kill me to lose you. I think I should go mad. Marry me and you will learn to love me." Beatrice glanced at him again, and a pang of pity pierced her heart. She did not know it was so bad a case as this. It struck her, too, that she was doing a foolish thing, from a worldly point of view. The man loved her and was very eligible. He only asked of her what most women are willing enough to give under circumstances so favourable to their well-being, herself. But she never liked him. He had always repelled her, and she was not a woman to marry a man whom she did not like. Also, during the last week, this dislike and repulsion had hardened and strengthened. Vaguely, as he pleaded with her, Beatrice wondered why, and as she did so, her eye fell upon the pattern she was automatically pricking in the sand. It had taken the form of letters, and the letters were G-E-O-F-F-R-E. Great heaven! Could that be the answer? She flushed crimson with shame at the thought, and passed her foot against the telltale letters, as she believed, obliterating them. Owens saw the softening of her eyes and saw the blush, and misinterpreted them. Thinking that she was relenting by instinct rather than from any teaching of experience, he attempted to take her hand. With a turn of the arm, so quick that even Elizabeth, watching with all her eyes, saw nothing of the movement, Beatrice twisted herself free. "Don't touch me," she said sharply. "You have no right to touch me. I have answered you, Mr. Davies." Owen withdrew his hand abashed, and for a moment sat still, his chin resting on his breast, a very picture of despair. Nothing indeed could break the stolid calm of his features, but the violence of his emotion was evident in the quick shivering of his limbs and his short deep breaths. "Can you give me no hope?" he said at last, in a slow heavy voice. "For God's sake think before you answer. You don't know what it means to me. It is nothing to you. You cannot feel. I feel, and your words cut like a knife. I know that I am heavy and stupid, but I feel as though you had killed me. You are heartless, quite heartless." Again Beatrice softened a little. She was touched and flattered. Where is the woman who would not have been? "What can I say to you, Mr. Davies?" she answered in a kinder voice. "I cannot marry you. How can I marry you when I do not love you?" "Plenty of women marry men whom they do not love." "Then they are bad women," answered Beatrice with energy. "The world does not think so," he said again. "The world calls these women bad who love where they cannot marry, and the world is always right. Marriage sanctifies everything." Beatrice laughed bitterly. "Do you think so?" she said. "I do not. I think that marriage without love is the most unholy of our institutions, and that is saying a good deal. Supposing I should say yes to you, supposing that I married you, not loving you, what would it be for? For your money and your position, and to be called a married woman? And what do you suppose I should think of myself in my heart then? No, no, I may be bad, but I have not fallen so low as that. Find another wife, Mr. Davies. The world is wide, and there are plenty of women in it who will love you for your own sake, or who at any rate will not be so particular. Forget me, and leave me to go my own way. It is not your way." "Leave you to go your own way," he answered, almost with passion. "That is, leave you to some other man. Oh, I cannot bear to think of it. I am jealous of every man who comes near you. Do you know how beautiful you are? You are too beautiful. Every man must love you as I do. Oh, if you took anybody else, I think I should kill him. Do not speak like that, Mr. Davies, or I shall go." He stopped at once. "Don't go," he said imploringly. "Listen. You said that you would not marry me because you did not love me. Supposing that you learnt to love me, say in a year's time, Beatrice, would you marry me then?" "I would marry any man whom I loved," she answered. "Then if you learn to love me you will marry me." "Oh, this is ridiculous," she said. "It is not probable, it is hardly possible that such a thing should happen. If it had been going to happen it would have happened before." "It might come about," he answered. "Your heart might soften towards me. Oh, say yes to this. It is a small request, it costs you nothing, and it gives me hope, without which I cannot live. Say that I may ask you once more, and that then if you love me you will marry me." Beatrice thought for a moment. Such a promise could do her no harm, and in the course of 6 months or a year he might get used to the idea of living without her. Also it would prevent a scene. It was weak of her, but she dreaded the idea of her having refused Owen Davies coming to her father's ears. "If you wish it, Mr. Davies," she said, "so be it. Only I ask you to understand this. I am in no way tied to you. I give you no hope that my answer, should you renew this offer a year hence, or at any other time, will differ from that I give you to day. I do not think there is the slightest probability of such a thing. Also, it must be understood that you are not to speak to my father about this matter, or to trouble me in any way. Do you consent?" "Yes," he answered, "I consent. You have me at your mercy. Very well. And now good bye, Mr. Davies. No, do not walk back with me. I had rather go by myself. But I want to say this. I am very sorry for what has happened. I have not wished it to happen. I have never encouraged it, and my hands are clean of it. But I am sorry, sorry beyond measure, and I repeat what I said before. Seek out some other woman and marry her." "That is the cruellest thing of all the cruel things which you have said," he answered. "I did not mean it to be cruel, Mr. Davies, but I suppose that the truth often is. And now good bye," and Beatrice stretched out her hand. He touched it, and she turned and went, but Owen did not go. He sat upon the rock, his head bowed in misery. He had staked all his hopes upon this woman. She was the one desirable thing to him, the one star in his somewhat leaden sky, and now that star was eclipsed. Her words were unequivocal. They gave but little hope. Beatrice was scarcely a woman to turn round in 6 months or a year. On the contrary, there was a fixity about her which frightened him. What could be the cause of it? How came it that she should be so ready to reject him and all he had to offer her? After all, she was a girl in a small position. She could not be looking forward to a better match, nor would the prospect move her one way or another. There must be a reason for it. Perhaps he had a rival. Surely that must be the cause. Some enemy had done this thing. But who? At this moment a woman's shadow fell athwart him. "Oh, have you come back?" he cried, springing to his feet. "If you mean Beatrice," answered a voice. It was Elizabeth's. "She went down to the beach 10 minutes ago. I happened to be on the cliff and I saw her." "Oh, I beg your pardon, Miss Granger," he said faintly. I did not see who it was." Elizabeth sat down upon the rock where her sister had sat, and seeing the little holes in the breach, began indolently to clear them of the sand which Beatrice had swept over them with her foot. This was no difficult matter, for the holes were deeply dug, and it was easy to trace their position. Presently they were nearly all clear, that is, the letters were legible. "You have had a talk with Beatrice, Mr. Davies?" "Yes," he answered apathetically. Elizabeth paused, then she took her bull by the horns. "Are you going to marry Beatrice, Mr. Davies?" she asked. "I don't know," he answered slowly and without surprise. It seemed natural to him that his own central thought should be present in her mind. "I love her dearly and want to marry her." "She refused you, then?" "Yes." Elizabeth breathed more freely. "But I can ask her again." Elizabeth frowned. What could this mean? It was not an absolute refusal. Beatrice was playing some game of her own. "Why did she put you off so, Mr. Davies?" "Do not think me inquisitive. I only ask because I may be able to help you." "I know you are very kind. Help me and I shall always be grateful to you." "I do not know. I almost think that there must be somebody else, only I don't know who it can be." "Ah," said Elizabeth, who had been gazing intently at the little holes in the beach, which she had now cleared of the sand. "Of course that is possible. She is a curious girl, Beatrice is. What are those letters, Mr. Davies?" She looked at them idly. "Something your sister was writing while I talked to her. I remember seeing her do it. Geoffre. Why, it must be meant for Geoffrey." "Yes, of course it is possible that there is somebody else, Mr. Davies. Geoffrey. How curious." "Why is it curious, Miss Granger? Who is Geoffrey?" Elizabeth laughed a disagreeable little laugh that somehow attracted Owen's attention more than her words. "How should I know? It must be some friend of Beatrice's, and one of whom she is thinking a great deal, or she would not write his name unconsciously. The only Geoffrey that I know is Mr. Geoffrey Bingham, the barrister, who is staying at the vicarage, and whose life Beatrice saved." She paused to watch her companion's face, and saw a new idea creep across its stolidity. "But of course," she went on, "it cannot be Mr. Bingham that she was thinking of, because you see he is married." "Married?" he said. "Yes, but he's a man for all that, and a very handsome one." "Yes, I should call him handsome. A fine man," Elizabeth answered critically. "But, as Beatrice said the other day, the great charm about him is his talk and power of mind. He is a very remarkable man, and the world will hear of him before he has done. But, however, all this is neither here nor there. Beatrice is a curious woman and has strange ideas, but I am sure that she would never carry on with a married man." "But he might carry on with her, Miss Elizabeth." She laughed. "Do you really think that a man like Mr. Bingham would try to flirt with girls without encouragement? Men like that are as proud as women, and prouder. The lady must always be a step ahead. But what is the good of talking about such a thing? It is all nonsense. Beatrice must have been thinking of some other Geoffrey, or it was an accident of something. Why, Mr. Davies, if you for one moment really believed that dear Beatrice could be guilty of such a shameless thing as to carry on a flirtation with a married man, would you have asked her to marry you? Would you still think of asking such a woman as she must be to become your wife?" "I don't know. I suppose not," he said doubtfully. "You suppose not? I know you better than you know yourself. You would rather never marry at all than take such a woman as she would be proved to be. But it is no good talking such stuff. If you have a rival, you may be sure it is some unmarried man." Owen reflected in his heart that on the whole he would rather it was a married one, since a married man at any rate could not legally take possession of Beatrice. But Elizabeth's rigid morality alarmed him, and he did not say so. "Do you know I feel a little upset, Miss Elizabeth," he answered. "I think I will be going. By the way, I promised to say nothing of this to your father. I hope that you will not do so either." "Most certainly not," said Elizabeth, "and indeed it would be the last thing she would wish to do. Well, good bye, Mr. Davies. Do not be downhearted. It will all come right in the end. You will always have me to help you, remember." Thank you," he said earnestly, and went. Elizabeth watched him round the wall of rock with a cold and ugly smile set upon her face. "You fool," she thought, "you fool. To tell me that you love her dearly and want to marry her. You want to get that sweet face of hers, do you? You never shall. I'd spoil it first. Dear Beatrice, she is not capable of carrying on a love affair with a married man. Oh, certainly not. Why, she's in love with him already, and he is more than half in love with her. If she hadn't been, would she have put Owen off? Not she. Give them time and we shall see. They will ruin each other. They must ruin each other. It won't be child's play when two people like that fall in love. They will not stop at size. There is too much human nature about them. It was a good idea to get him into the house, and to see her go on with that child Effie, just as though she was its mother. It makes me laugh. Ah, Beatrice, with all your wits you are a silly woman, and one day, my dear girl, I shall have the pleasure of exposing you to Owen. The idol will be unveiled, and there will be an end of your chances with him, for he can't marry you after that. Then my turn will come. It is a question of time, and only a question of time." So brooded Elizabeth in her heart, madded with malicious envy and passionate jealousy. She loved this man, Owen Davies, as much as she could love anybody. At the least, she dearly loved the wealth and station of which he was the visible centre, and she hated the sister whom he desired. If she could only discredit that sister, and show her to be guilty of woman's worst crime, misplaced, unlegalised affection, surely, she thought, Owen would reject her. She was wrong. She did not know how entirely he desired to make Beatrice his wife, or realise how forgiving a man can be who has such an end to gain. It is of the women who already weary them and of their infidelity that men are so ready to make examples, not of those who do not belong to them and whom they long for night and day. To these they can be very merciful. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 13. Geoffrey lectures. Meanwhile Beatrice was walking homewards with an uneasy mind. The trouble was upon her. She had, it is true, succeeded in postponing it a little, but she knew very well that it was only a postponement. Owen Davies was not a man to be easily shaken off. She almost wished now that she had crushed the idea once and for all, but then he would have gone to her father, and there must have been a scene, and she was weak enough to shrink from that, especially while Mr. Bingham was in the house. She could well imagine the dismay, not to say the fury, of her money-loving old father if he were to hear that she had actually refused Owen Davies of Bryngelly Castle and all his wealth. Then there was Elizabeth to be reckoned with. Elizabeth would assuredly make her life a burden to her. Beatrice little guessed that nothing would suit her sister's book better. Oh, if only she could shake the dust of Bryngelly off her feet. But that too was impossible. She was quite without money. She might, it was true, succeed in getting another place as mistress to a school in some distant part of England, were it not for an insurmountable obstacle. Here she received a salary of £75 a year. Of this she kept £15, out of which slender sum she contrived to dress herself. The rest she gave to her father. Now, as she well knew, he could not keep his head above water without this assistance, which, small as it was, made all the difference to their household between poverty and actual want. If she went away, supposing even that she found an equally well-paid post, she would require every farthing of the money to support herself. There would be nothing left to send home. It was a pitiable position. Here was she, who had just refused a man worth thousands a year, quite unable to get out of the way of his importunity for the want of £75, paid quarterly. Well, the only thing to do was to face it out and take her chance. On one point she was, however, quite clear. She would not marry Owen Davies. She might be a fool for her pains, but she would not do it. She respected herself too much to marry a man she did not love, a man whom she positively disliked. No, never, she exclaimed aloud, stamping her foot upon the shingle. Never what? Said a voice within 2 yards of her. She started violently and looked round. There, his back resting against a rock, a pipe in his mouth, An open letter on his knee, and his hat drawn down almost over his eyes, sat Geoffrey. He had let Effie to go home with Mr. Granger, and climbing down a sloping place in the cliff, had strolled along the beach. The letter on his knee was one from his wife. It was short, and there was nothing particular in it. Effie's name was not even mentioned. It was to see if he had not overlooked it that he was reading the note through again. No, it merely related to Lady Honoria's safe arrival, gave a list of the people staying at the Hall, a fast lot, Geoffrey noticed, a certain Mr. Dunstan, whom he particularly disliked, among them, and the number of brace of partridges which had been killed on the previous day. Then came an assurance that Honoria was enjoying herself immensely, and that the new French cook was simply perfect, the letter ending with love. "Never what, Miss Granger?" he said again, as he lazily folded up the sheet. "Never mind, of course," she answered, recovering herself. "How you startled me, Mr. Bingham. I had no idea there was anybody on the beach." "It is quite free, is it not?" he answered, getting up. "I thought you were going to trample me into the pebbles. It's almost alarming when one is thinking about a Sunday nap to see a young lady striding along, then suddenly stop, stamp her foot, and say, 'No, never.' Luckily I knew that you were about, or I should really have been frightened." "How did you know that I was about?" Beatrice asked a little defiantly. It was no business of his to observe her movements. "In two ways. Look," he said, pointing to a patch of white sand. "That, I think, is your footprint." "Well, what of it?" said Beatrice with a little laugh. "Nothing in particular, except that it is your footprint," he answered. "Then I happened to meet old Edward, who was loafing along, and he informed me that you and Mr. Davies had gone up the beach. There is his footprint, Mr. Davies's, I mean. But you don't seem to have been very sociable, because here is yours right in the middle of it. Therefore you must have been walking in Indian file, and a little way back in parallel lines, with quite 30 yards between you." "Why do you take the trouble to observe things so closely?" she asked in a half amused and half angry tone. "I don't know. A habit of the legal mind, I suppose. One might make quite a romance out of those footprints on the sand, and the little subsequent events. But you have not heard all of my thrilling tale. Old Edward also informed me that he saw your sister, Miss Elizabeth, going along the cliff almost level with you, from which he concluded that you had argued as to the shortest way to the Red Rocks, and were putting the matter to the proof." "Elizabeth," said Beatrice, turning a shade paler. "What can she have been doing, I wonder?" "Taking exercise, probably, like yourself." "Well, I seat myself with my pipe in the shadow of that rock, when suddenly I see Mr. Davies coming along towards Bryngelly as though he were walking for a wager, his hat fixed upon the back of his head. Literally he walked over my legs and never saw me. Then you follow and ejaculate, 'No, never,' and that is the end of my story. Have I your permission to walk with you, or shall I interfere with the development of the plot?" "There is no plot, and as you said just now, the beach is free," Beatrice answered petulantly. They walked on a few yards, and then he spoke in another tone. The meaning of the assignation he had overheard in the churchyard grew clear to him now. "I believe that I have to congratulate you, Miss Granger," he said, "and I do so very heartily. It is not everybody who is so fortunate as to—" Beatrice stopped, and half turning faced him. "What do you mean, Mr. Bingham?" she said. "I do not understand your dark sayings." "Mean? Oh, nothing particular, except that I wish to congratulate you on your engagement." "My engagement? What engagement?" "It seems that there is some mistake," he said, and struggle as he might to suppress it, his tone was one of relief. "I understood that you had become engaged to be married to Mr. Owen Davies. If I am wrong, I am sure I apologise." "You are quite wrong, Mr. Bingham. I don't know who put such a notion into your head, but there is no truth in it." "Then allow me to congratulate you on there being no truth in it. You see, that is the beauty of 9 affairs matrimonial out of 10. There are 2 or more sides of them. If they come off, the amiable and disinterested observer can look at the bright side, as in this case, lots of money, romantic castle by the sea, gentlemen of unexceptional antecedents, etc., etc., etc. If, on the other hand, they don't, cause can still be found for thankfulness. Lady might do better after all. Castle by the sea rather draughty and cold in spring. Gentleman most estimable, but perhaps a little dull, and so on, you see." There was a note of mockery about his talk which irritated Beatrice exceedingly. It was not like Mr. Bingham to speak so. It was not even the way that a gentleman out of his teens should speak to a lady on such a subject. He knew this as well as she did, and was secretly ashamed of himself. But the truth must out. Though Geoffrey did not admit it even to himself, he was bitterly and profoundly jealous, and jealous people have no manners. Beatrice could not, however, be expected to know this, and naturally grew angry. "I do not quite understand what you are talking about, Mr. Bingham," she said, putting on her most dignified air, and Beatrice could look rather alarming. "You have picked up a piece of unfounded gossip, and now you take advantage of it to laugh at me and to say rude things of Mr. Davies. It is not kind." "Oh no, it was the footsteps, Miss Granger, and the gossip, and the appointment you made in the churchyard that I unwillingly overheard, not the gossip alone which led me into my mistake. Of course I have now to apologise." Again Beatrice stamped her foot. She saw that he was still mocking her, and felt that he did not believe her. "There," he went on, stung into unkindness by his biting but unacknowledged jealousy, for she was right. On reflection he did not quite believe what she said as to her not being engaged. "How unfortunate I am. I have said something to make you angry again. Why did you not walk with Mr. Davies? I should then have remained guiltless of offence, and you would have had a more agreeable companion. You want to quarrel with me. What shall we quarrel about? There are many things on which we are diametrically opposed. Let us start one." It was too much, for though his words were nothing, the tone in which he spoke gave them a sting. Beatrice, already disturbed in mind by the scene through which she had passed, her breast already throbbing with a vague trouble of which she did not know the meaning, for once in her life lost control of herself and grew hysterical. Her grey eyes filled with tears, the corners of her sweet mouth dropped, and she looked very much as though she were going to burst out weeping. "It is most unkind of you," she said with a half sob. "If you knew how much I have to put up with, you would not speak to me like that. I know that you do not believe me. Very well, I will tell you the truth. Yes, though I have no business to do it, and you have no right, none at all, to make me do it, I will tell you the truth, because I cannot bear that you should not believe me. Mr. Davies did want me to marry him, and I refused him. I put him off for a while. I did this because I knew that if I did not, he would go to my father. It was cowardly, but my father would make my life wretched," and again she gave a half-choked sob. Much has been said and written about the effect produced upon men by the sight of a lady in or on the border-line of tears, and there is no doubt that this effect is considerable. Man being in his right mind is deeply moved by such a spectacle. Also he is frightened because he dreads a scene. Now most people would rather walk 10 miles in their dress shoes than have to deal with a young lady in hysterics, however modified. Putting the peculiar circumstances of the case aside, Geoffrey was no exception to this rule. It was all very well to cross spears with Beatrice, who had quite an equal wit and was very capable of retaliation, but to see her surrender at discretion was altogether another thing. Indeed, he felt much ashamed of himself. "Please don't be put out," he said. He did not like to use the word cry. "I was only laughing at you, but I ought not to have spoken as I did. I did not wish to force your confidence. Indeed, I did not. I never thought of such a thing. I am so sorry." His remorse was evidently genuine, and Beatrice felt somewhat appeased. Perhaps it did not altogether grieve her to learn that she could make him feel sorry. "You did not force my confidence," she said defiantly, quite forgetting that a moment before she had reproached him for making her speak. "I told you because I did not choose that you should think I was not speaking the truth. And now let us change the subject." She imposed no reserve on him as to what she had revealed. She knew that there was no necessity to do so. The secret would be between them, another dangerous link. Beatrice recovered her composure, and they walked slowly on. "Tell me, Mr. Bingham," she said presently, "how can a woman earn her living? I mean a girl like myself without any special qualifications. Some of them get on." "Well," he answered, "that depends upon the girl. What sort of a living do you mean? You are earning a living now, of a kind." "Yes, but sometimes, if only I could manage it, I think that I should like to get away from here and take another line, something bigger. I do not suppose that I ever shall, but I like to think of it sometimes." "I only know of 2 things which a woman can turn to," he said, "the stage and literature. Of course," he added hastily, "the first is out of the question in your case." "And so is the other, I am afraid," she answered, shaking her head. "That is if by literature you mean imaginative writing, and I suppose that is the only way to get into notice. As I told you, I lost my imagination. Well, to be frank, when I lost my faith. At one time I used to have plenty, as I used to have plenty of faith. But the one went with the other. I do not understand why. Don't you? I think I do. A mind without religious sentiment is like a star without atmosphere, brighter than other stars but not so soft to see. Religion, poetry, music, imagination, and even some of the more exalted forms of passion, flourish in the same soil, and are, I sometimes think, different manifestations of the same thing. Do you know, it is ridiculous to hear you talk of having lost your faith, because I don't believe it. At the worst it has gone to sleep, and will wake up again one day. Possibly you may not accept some particular form of faith, but I tell you frankly that to reject all religion simply because you cannot understand it is nothing but a form of atrocious spiritual vanity. Your mind is too big for you, Miss Granger. It has run away with you. But you know it is tied by a string. It cannot go far. And now perhaps you will be angry again. No, indeed. Why should I be angry? I dare say that you are quite right, and I only hope that I may be able to believe again. I will tell you how I lost belief. I had a little brother whom I loved more than anything else in the world. Indeed, after my mother died, he was the only thing I really had to love, for I think that my father cares more for Elizabeth than he does for me. She is so much the better at business matters, and Elizabeth and I never quite got on. I dare say that the fault is mine, but the fact remains we are sisters, but we are not intimate. Well, my brother fell ill of a fever, and for a long time he lay between life and death, and I prayed for him as I never prayed for anybody or anything before. Yes, I prayed that I might die instead of him. Then he passed through the crisis and got better, and I thanked God, thinking that my prayers had been answered. Oh, how happy I was for those 10 days. And then this happened. My brother got a chill. A relapse followed, and in 3 days he was dead. The last words that he spoke to me were, "Oh, don't let me die, Bee." He used to call me Bee. "Please don't let me die, dear Bee." But he died in my arms, and when it was over I rose from his side, feeling as though my heart was dead also. I prayed no more after that. It seemed to me as though my prayers had been mocked at, as though he had been given back to me for a little while, in order that the blow might be more crushing when it fell. "Don't you think that you were a little foolish in taking such a view?" said Geoffrey. "Have you not been amused sometimes to read about the early Christians, how the lead would not boil the martyr, or the lion would not eat him, or the rain from a blue sky put out the fire, and how the pagan king at once was converted and accepted a great many different doctrines without further delay? The Athanasian Creed was not necessarily true because the fire would not light or the sword would not cut, nor, excuse me, were all your old beliefs wrong because your prayer was unanswered. It is an ancient story that we cannot tell whether the answering of our petitions will be good or ill for us. Of course I do not know anything about such things, but it seems to me rash to suppose that Providence is going to alter the working of its eternal laws merely to suit the passing wishes of individuals. Wishes, too, that in many cases would bring unforeseen sorrows if fulfilled. Besides, I dare say that the poor child is happier dead than he would have been had he lived. It is not an altogether pleasant world for most of us. Yes, Mr. Bingham, I know, and I dare say that I should have got over the shock in time, only after that I began to read. I read the histories of the religions and compared them, and I read the works of those writers who have risen up to attack them. I found, or I thought that I found, the same springs of superstition in them all. Superstitions arising from elementary natural causes, and handed on with variations from race to race and time to time. In some I found the same story, only with a slightly altered face, and I learned, moreover, that each faith denied the other and claimed truth for itself alone. After that, too, I went to the college, and there I fell in with a lady, one of the mistresses, who was the cleverest woman that I ever knew, and in her way a good woman, but one who believed that religion was the curse of the world, and who spent all her spare time in attacking it in some form or other. Poor thing, she is dead now, and so you see what between these causes and the continual spectacle of human misery, which to my mind negatives the idea of a merciful and watching power, at last it came to pass that the only altar left in my temple is an altar to the unknown God. Geoffrey, like most men who have had to think on these matters, did not care to talk about them much, especially to women. For one thing, he was conscious of a tendency to speak less reverent than his thought. But he had not entered Beatrice's church of darkness. Indeed, he had turned his back on it for ever, though, like most people, he had at different periods of his past life tarried an hour in its porch. So he ventured to an objection. "I am no theologian," he said, "and I am not fond of discussion on such matters, but there are just one or two things I should like to say. It is no argument, to my mind at least, to point to the existence of evil and unhappiness among men as a proof of the absence of a superior mercy. For what are men that such things should not be with them? Man, too, must own some master. If he has doubts, let him look up at the marshalling of the starry heaven, and they will vanish." "No," said Beatrice, "I fear not. Kant said so, but before that Molière had put the argument in the mouth of a fool. The starry heavens no more prove anything than does the running of the raindrops down the window pane. It is not a question of size and quantity." "I might accept the illustration," answered Geoffrey. "One example of law is as good as another for my purpose. I see in it all the working of a living will, but of course that is only my way of looking at it, not yours." "No, I am afraid," said Beatrice, "all this reasoning drawn from material things does not touch me. That is how the pagans made their religions, and it is how Paley strives to prove his. They argued from the out to the in, from the material to the spiritual. It cannot be. If Christianity is true, it must stand upon spiritual feet, and speak with a spiritual voice, to be heard, not in the thunderstorm, but only in the hearts of men. The existence of creative force does not demonstrate the existence of a Redeemer. If anything, it tends to negative it, for the power that creates is also the power which destroys. What does touch me, however, is the thought of the multitude of the dead. That is what we care for, not for an eternal force, ever creating and destroying. Think of them all the souls of unheard-of races, almost animal, who passed away so long ago. Can ours endure more than theirs? And do you think that the spirit of an Ethiopian who died in the time of Moses is anywhere now?" "There was room for them all on earth," answered Geoffrey. "The universe is wide. It does not dismay me. There are mysteries in our nature, the nature we think we know. Shall there be none in that which we know not? Worlds die, to live again, when after millions of ages the conditions become once more favourable to life. And why should not a man? We are creatures of the world. We reflect its every light and shadow. We rejoice in its rejoicing. Its every feature has a tiny parallel in us. Why should not our fate be as its fate? And its fate is, so far as we know, eternal. It may change from gas to chaos, from chaos to active life, from active life to seeming death. Then it may once more pass into its elements, and from those elements back again to concrete being, and so on for ever, always changing, but always the same. So much for nature's allegory. It is not a perfect analogy, for man is a thing apart from all things else. It may be only a hint or a type, but it is something. Now to come to the question of our religion. I confess I draw quite a different conclusion from your facts. You say that you trace the same superstitions in all religions, and that the same spiritual myths are in some shape present in almost all. Well, does not this suggest that the same great truth underlies them all, taking from time to time the shape which is best suited to the spiritual development of those professing each? Every great new religion is better than the last. You cannot compare Osirianism with Buddhism, or Buddhism with Christianity, or Mohammedanism with the Arabian idol worship. Take the old illustration. Take a cut crystal and hold it to the sun, and you will see many different coloured rays come from its facets. They look different, but they are all born of the same great light. They are all the same light. May it not be so with religion? Let your altar be to the unknown God, if you like, for who can give an unaltering likeness to the power above us? But do not knock your altar down. Depend upon it, Miss Granger, all indications to the contrary notwithstanding, there is a watching Providence without the will of which we cannot live, and if we deliberately reject that Providence, setting up our intelligence in its place, sorrow will come of it, even here, for it is wiser than we. I wish that you would try and look at the question from another point of view, from a higher point of view. I think you will find that it will bear a great deal of examination, and that you will come to the conclusion, that the dictum of the wiseacre who says there is nothing because he can see nothing is not necessarily a true one. There, that is all I have to say, and I wish that I could say it better." "Thank you," said Beatrice. "I will. Why, here we are at home. I must go and put Effie to bed." And here it may be stated that Geoffrey's advice was not altogether thrown away. Beatrice did try looking at the question again, and if faith did not altogether come back to her, at least hope did, and the greatest of these, which is charity, had never deserted her. Hope came slowly back, not by argument probably, but rather by example. In the sea of doubt she saw another buoyed up, if it were but on broken pieces of the ship. This encouraged her. Geoffrey believed, and she believed in Geoffrey. Indeed, is not this the secret of woman's philosophy, even to some extent of that of such a woman as Beatrice? "Let the faith or unfaith of this, that, or the other rabbi answer for me," she says. It is her last argument. She believes in this or that or some other philosopher. That is her creed, and Geoffrey was the person in whom Beatrice began to believe, all the more wholly because she had never believed in anyone before. Whatever else she was to lose, this at least she won when she saved his life. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 14. Drifting. On the day following their religious discussion, an accident happened which resulted in Geoffrey and Beatrice being more than ever thrown in the company of each other. During the previous week 2 cases of scarlatina had been reported among the school children, and now it was found that the complaint had spread so much that it was necessary to close the school. This meant, of course, that Beatrice had all her time upon her hands, and so had Geoffrey. It was his custom to bathe before breakfast, after which he had nothing to do for the rest of the day. Beatrice, with little Effie, also bathed before breakfast from the ladies' bathing place, a quarter of a mile off, and sometimes he would meet her as she returned, glowing with health and beauty, like Venus new risen from the Cyprian sea, her half-dried hair hanging in heavy masses down her back. Then after breakfast they would take Effie down to the beach, and her auntie, as the child learned to call Beatrice, would teach her lessons and poetry till she was tired, and ran away to paddle in the sea or looked for prawns among the rocks. Meanwhile the child's father and Beatrice would talk, not about religion, they spoke no more on that subject, nor about Owen Davies, but of everything else on earth. Beatrice was a merry woman when she was happy, and they never lacked subjects of conversation, for their minds were very much in tune. In book learning Beatrice had the advantage of Geoffrey, for she had not only read enormously, she also remembered what she read and could apply it. Her critical faculty, too, was very keen. He, on the other hand, had more knowledge of the world, and in his rich days had travelled a good deal, and so it came to pass that each could always find something to tell the other. Never for 1 second were they dull, not even when they sat for an hour or so in silence, for it was the silence of complete companionship. So the long morning would wear away all too quickly, and they would go in to dinner to be greeted with a cold smile by Elizabeth, and heartily enough by the old gentleman, who never thought of anything out of his own circle of affairs. After dinner it was the same story. Either they went walking to look for ferns and flowers, or perhaps Geoffrey took his gun and hid behind the rocks for curlew, sending Beatrice, who knew the coast by heart, a mile round or more to some headland in order to put them on the wing. Then she would come back, springing towards him from rock to rock, and crouch down beneath a neighbouring seaweed-covered boulder, and they would talk together in whispers, or perhaps they would not talk at all, for fear lest they should frighten the flighting birds. And Geoffrey would first search the heavens for curlew or duck, and seeing none, would let his eyes fall upon the pure beauty of Beatrice's face, showing so clearly against the tender sky, and wonder what she was thinking about, till, suddenly feeling his gaze, she would turn with a smile as sweet as the first rosy blush of dawn upon the waters, and ask him what he was thinking about. And he would laugh and answer, "You," whereon she would smile again, and perhaps blush a little, feeling glad at heart, she knew not why. Then came tea time and the quiet, when they sat at the open window and Geoffrey smoked and listened to the soft surging of the sea and the harmonious whisper of the night air in the pines. In the corner Mr. Granger slept in his armchair, or perhaps he had gone to bed altogether, for he liked to go to bed at 8:30, as the old Herefordshire farmer, his father, had done before him, and at the far end of the room sat Elizabeth, doing her accounts by the light of a solitary candle, or, if they failed her, reading some book of a devotional and inspired character. But over the edge of the book, or from the page of crabbed accounts, her eyes would glance continually towards the handsome pair in the window place, and she would smile as she knew that it went well. Only they never saw the glances or noted the smile. When Geoffrey looked that way, which was not often, for Elizabeth, old Elizabeth, as he always called her to himself, did not attract him. All he saw was her sharp but capable-looking form bending over her work, and the light of the candle gleaming on her straw-coloured hair, and falling in gleaming white patches on her hard knuckles. And so the happy day would pass, and bedtime come, and with it unbidden dreams. Geoffrey thought no ill of all this, as of course he ought to have thought. He was not the ravening lion of fiction, so rarely, if ever, to be met with in real life, going about seeking whom he might devour. He had absolutely no designs on Beatrice's affections, any more than she had on his, and he had forgotten that first fell prescience of evil to come. Once or twice, it is true, qualms of doubt did cross his mind in the earlier days of their intimacy, but he put them by as absurd. He was no believer in the tender helplessness of full-grown women, his experience having been that they are amply capable, and, for the most part, more than capable, of looking after themselves. It seemed to him a thing ridiculous that such a person as Beatrice, who was competent to form opinions and a judgment upon all the important questions of life, should be treated as a child, and that he should remove himself from Bryngelly lest her young affections should become entangled. He felt sure that they would never be entrapped in any direction whatsoever without her full consent. Then he ceased to think about the matter at all. Indeed, the mere idea of such a thing involved a supposition that would only have been acceptable to a conceited man, namely, that there was a possibility of this young lady's falling in love with him. What right had he to suppose anything of the sort? It was an impertinence. That there was another sort of possibility, namely, of his becoming more attached to her than was altogether desirable, did, however, occur to him once or twice, but he shrugged his shoulders and put it by. After all, it was his look-out, and he did not much care. It would do her no harm at the worst, but very soon all those shadowy forebodings of dawning trouble vanished quite. They were lost in the broad sweet lights of friendship. By and by, when friendship's day was done, they might rise again, called by other names, and wearing a sterner face. It was ridiculous. Of course it was ridiculous. He was not going to fall in love like a boy at his time of life. All he felt was gratitude and interest. All she felt was amusement in his society. As for the intimacy, felt rather than expressed, the intimacy that could already almost enable the one to divine the other's thoughts, that could shape her mood to his and his to hers, that could cause the same thing of beauty to be a common joy, and discover unity of mind in opinions the most opposite, why, it was only natural between people who had together passed a peril terrible to think of. So they took the goods the gods provided, and drifted softly on, whither they did not stop to inquire. One day, however, a little incident happened that ought to have opened the eyes of both. They had arranged, or rather there was a tacit understanding, that they should go out together in the afternoon. Geoffrey was to take his gun and Beatrice a book, but it chanced that just before dinner, as she walked back from the village, where she had gone to buy some thread to mend Effie's clothes, Beatrice came face to face with Mr. Davies. It was their first meeting without witnesses since the Sunday of which the events have been described, and naturally, therefore, rather an awkward one. Owen stopped short, so that she could not pass him with a bow, and then turned and walked beside her. After a remark or two about the weather, the springs of conversation ran dry. "You remember that you are coming up to the Castle this afternoon?" he said at length. "To the Castle?" she answered. "No, I have heard nothing of it." "Did not your sister tell you? She made an engagement for herself and you a week or more ago. You are to bring the little girl. She wants to see the view from the top of the tower." Then Beatrice remembered. Elizabeth had told her, and she had thought it best to accept the situation. The whole thing had gone out of her mind. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I do remember now. But I have made another plan. How stupid of me." "You had forgotten," he said in his heavy voice. "It is easy for you to forget what I have been looking forward to for a whole week. What is your plan? To go out walking with Mr. Bingham, I suppose?" "Yes," answered Beatrice, "to go out with Mr. Bingham." "Ah, you go out with Mr. Bingham every day now." "And what if I do?" said Beatrice quickly. "Surely, Mr. Davies, I have a right to go out with whom I like." "Yes, of course, but the engagement to come to the Castle was made first. Are you not going to keep it?" "Of course I'm going to keep it. I always keep my engagements when I have any." "Very well, then. I shall expect you at 3 o'clock." Beatrice went on home in a curiously irritated condition of mind. She did not, naturally, want to go to the Castle, and she did want to go out with Geoffrey. However, there was no help for it. When she came in to dinner, she found that Geoffrey was not there. He had, it seemed, gone to lunch with Dr. Chambers, whom he had met on the beach. Before he returned, they were all three starting for the Castle, Beatrice leaving a message to this effect with Betty. About a quarter of an hour afterwards, Geoffrey came back to fetch his gun and Beatrice, but Beatrice was gone, and all that he could extract from Betty was that she had gone to see Mr. Davies. He was perfectly furious, though all the while he knew how unreasonable was his anger. He had been looking forward to the expedition, and this sudden change of plan was too much for his temper. Off he started, however, to pass a thoroughly miserable afternoon. He seemed to miss Beatrice more each step, and gradually to grow more and more angry at what he called her rudeness. Of course it never occurred to him that what he was really angry at was her going to see Mr. Davies, or that, in truth, her society had become so delightful to him that to be deprived of it even for an afternoon was to be wretched. To top everything, he only got 3 good shots that afternoon, and he missed them all, which made him crosser than ever. As for Beatrice, she enjoyed herself just as little at the Castle as Geoffrey did on the beach. Owen Davies took them through the great unused rooms and showed them the pictures, but she had seen them before, and though some of them were very fine, did not care to look at them again, at any rate not that afternoon. But Elizabeth gazed at them with eager eyes and mentally appraised their value, wondering if they could ever be hers. "What is this picture?" she asked, pointing to a beautiful portrait of a Dutch burgomaster by Rembrandt. "That," answered Davies heavily, for he knew nothing of painting and cared less, "that is a Velasquez, valued for probate at 3,000. No," referring to the catalogue and reading, "I beg your pardon, the next is the Velasquez. That is a Rembrandt in the master's best style, showing all his wonderful mastery over light and shade. It was valued for probate at 4,000 guineas." "4,000 guineas!" said Elizabeth. "Fancy having a thing worth 4,000 guineas hanging on a wall!" And so they went on, Elizabeth asking questions and Owen answering them by the help of the catalogue, till, to Beatrice's relief, they came at length to the end of the pictures. Then they took some tea in the little sitting room of the master of all this magnificence. Owen, to her great annoyance, sat opposite to Beatrice, staring at her with all his eyes, while she drank her tea with Effie sitting in her lap, and Elizabeth, observing it, bit her lip in jealousy. She had thought it well to bring her sister here. It would not do to let Mr. Davies think she was keeping Beatrice out of his way, but his mute idol worship was trying to her feelings. After tea they went to the top of the tower, and Effie rejoiced exceedingly in the view, which was very beautiful. Here Owen got a word with Elizabeth. "Your sister seems to be put out about something," he said. "I daresay," she answered carelessly. "Beatrice has an uncertain temper. I think she wanted to go out shooting with Mr. Bingham this afternoon." Had Owen been a less religious person he might have sworn. As it was, he only said, "Mr. Bingham! It is always Mr. Bingham from morning to night. When is he going away?" "In another week, I believe. Beatrice will be sorry, I think. She makes a great companion of him. And now I think that we must be getting home." And she went, leaving this poisoned shaft to rankle in his breast. After they had returned to the vicarage, and Beatrice had heard Effie say her prayers and tucked her up in her small white bed, she went down to the gate to be quiet for a little while before supper. Geoffrey had not yet come in. It was a lovely autumn evening. The sea seemed to sleep, and the little clouds from which the sunset fires had paled lay like wreaths of smoke upon the infinite blue sky. Why had not Mr. Bingham come back, she wondered. He would scarcely have time to dress. Supposing that an accident had happened to him? Nonsense. What accident could happen? He was so big and strong he seemed to defy accidents, and yet, had it not been for her, there would be little enough left of his strength to-day. Ah, she was glad that she had lived to be able to save him from death. There he came, looming like a giant in the evening mist. There was a small hand-gate beside the large one on which she leant. Geoffrey stalked straight up to it as though he did not see her. He saw her well enough, but he was cross with her. She allowed him to pass through the gate, which he shut slowly, perhaps to give her an opportunity of speaking, if she wished to do so. Then, thinking that he did not see her, she spoke in her soft musical voice. "Did you have good sport, Mr. Bingham?" "No," he answered shortly. "I saw very little, and I missed all I saw." "I am so sorry, except for the birds. I hate the birds to be killed. Did you not see me in this white dress? I saw you 50 yards away." "Yes, Miss Granger," he answered, "I saw you." "And you were going by without speaking to me? It was very rude of you. What is the matter?" "Not so rude as it was of you to arrange to walk out with me, and then to go and see Mr. Davies instead." "I could not help it, Mr. Bingham. It was an old engagement which I had forgotten." "Quite so. Ladies generally have an excuse for doing what they want to do." "It is not an excuse, Mr. Bingham," Beatrice answered with dignity. "There is no need for me to make excuses to you about my movements." "Of course not, Miss Granger, but it would be more polite to tell me when you change your mind next time, you know. However, I have no doubt that the Castle has attractions for you." She flashed one look at him and turned to go, and as she did so his heart relented. He grew ashamed. "Miss Granger, don't go. Forgive me. I do not know what has become of my manners. I spoke as I should not. The fact is I was put out at your not coming. To tell you the honest truth, I missed you dreadfully." "You missed me? That is very nice of you. One likes to be missed. But if you missed me for one afternoon, how will you get on a week hence when you go away and miss me altogether?" Beatrice spoke in a bantering tone, and laughed as she spoke, but the laugh ended in something like a sigh. He looked at her for a moment, looked till she dropped her eyes. "Heaven only knows," he answered sadly. "Let us go in," said Beatrice in a constrained voice. "How chill the air has turned." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Beatrice by Henry Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Chapter 15. Only Good Night. 5 more days passed all too quickly, and once more Monday came around. It was the 22nd of October, and the Michaelmas sittings began on the 24th. On the morrow, Tuesday, Geoffrey was to return to London, there to meet Lady Honoria and to get to work at Chambers. That very morning, indeed, a brief, the biggest he had yet received, it was marked 30 guineas, had been forwarded to him from his chambers, with a note from his clerk to the effect that the case was expected to be in the special jury list on the first day of the sittings, and that the clerk had made an appointment for him with the solicitors for 5:15 on the Tuesday. The brief was sent to him by his uncle's firm and marked, "With you, the Attorney General, and Mr. Candleton, Q.C., the well-known leader of the Probate and Divorce Court Bar." Never before had Geoffrey found himself in such honourable company. That is on the back of the brief, and not a little was he elated thereby. But when he came to look into the case his joy abated somewhat, for it was one of the most perplexing that he had ever known. The will contested, which was that of a Yorkshire moneylender, disposed of property to the value of over £80,000, and was propounded by a niece of the testator who, when he died, if not actually weak in his mind, was in his dotage, and superstitious to the verge of insanity. The niece to whom all the property was left, to the exclusion of the son and daughter of the deceased, both married and living away from home, stayed with the testator and looked after him. Shortly before his death, however, he and this niece had violently quarrelled on account of an intimacy which the latter had formed with a married man of bad repute, who was a discharged lawyer's clerk. So serious had been the quarrel that only 3 days before his death the testator had sent for a lawyer and formally, by means of a codicil, deprived the niece of a sum of £2,000 which he had left her, all the rest of his property being divided between his son and daughter. 3 days afterwards, however, he duly executed a fresh will in the presence of 2 servants, by which he left all his property to the niece, to the entire exclusion of his own children. This will, though very short, was in proper form, and was written by nobody knew whom. The servant stated that the testator, before signing it, was perfectly acquainted with its contents, for the niece had made him repeat them in their presence. They also declared, however, that he seemed in a terrible fright, and said twice, "It's behind me, it's behind me." Within an hour of the signing of the will, the testator was found dead, apparently from the effects of fear, but the niece was not in the room at the time of death. The only other remarkable circumstance in the case was that the disreputable lover of the niece had been seen hanging about the house at dusk, the testator having died at 10 o'clock at night. There was also a further fact. The son, on receiving a message from the niece that his father was seriously worse, had hurried with extraordinary speed to the house, passing someone or something, he could not tell what, that seemed to be running, apparently from the window of the sick man's room, which was on the ground floor, and beneath which footmarks were afterwards found. Of these footmarks 2 casts had been taken, of which photographs were forwarded with the brief. They had been made by naked feet of small size, and in each case the little joint of the 3rd toe of the right foot seemed to be missing, but all attempts to find the feet that made them had hitherto failed. The will was contested by the next of kin, for whom Geoffrey was one of the counsel, upon the usual grounds of undue influence and fraud, but as it seemed at present with small prospect of success, for though the circumstances were superstitious enough, there was not the slightest evidence of either. This curious case, of which the outlines are here written, is briefly set out, because it proved to be the foundation of Geoffrey's enormous practice and reputation at the bar. He read the brief through twice, thought it over well, and could make little of it. It was perfectly obvious to him that there had been foul play somewhere, but he found himself quite unable to form a workable hypothesis. Was the person who had been seen running away concerned in the matter, if it was a person? If so, was he the author of the footprints? Of course the ex-lawyer's clerk had something to do with it, but what? In vain did Geoffrey cudgel his brains. Every idea that occurred to him broke down somewhere or other. "We shall lose this," he said aloud in despair. "Suspicious circumstances are not enough to upset a will." And then, addressing Beatrice, who was sitting at the table working, "Here, Miss Granger, you have a smattering of law. See if you can make anything of this," and he pushed the heavy brief towards her. Beatrice took it with a laugh, and for the next 3/4 of an hour her fair brow was puckered up in a way quaint to see. At last she finished and shut the brief up. "Let me look at the photographs," she said. Geoffrey handed them to her. She very carefully examined first one and then the other, and as she did so a light of intelligence broke out upon her face. "Well, Portia, have you got it?" he asked. "I have got something," she answered. "I do not know if it is right. Don't you see, the old man was superstitious. They frightened him first of all by a ghostly voice or some such thing into signing the will, and then to death after he signed it. The lawyer's clerk prepared the will. He would know how to do it. There he smuggled into the room under the bed or somewhere, dressed up as a ghost perhaps. The sending for the son by the niece was a blind. The thing that was seen running away was a boy. Those footprints were made by a boy. I have seen so many thousands on the sands here that I could swear to it. He was attracted to the house from the road, which was quite near, by catching sight of something unusual through the blind. The brief says there were no curtains or shutters. Now look at the photographs of the footprints. See in number 1, found outside window, the toes are pressed down deeply into the mud. The owner of the feet was standing on tiptoe to get a better view. But in number 2, which was found near where the son thought he saw a person running, the toes are spread out quite wide. That is the footprint of someone who was in a great hurry. Now it is not probable that a boy had anything to do with the testator's death. Why then was the boy running so hard? I will tell you, because he was frightened at something he had seen through the blind. So frightened was he that he will not come forward or answer the advertisements and inquiries. Find a boy in that town who has a joint missing on the 3rd toe of the right foot, and you will soon know all about it." "By Jove," said Geoffrey, "what a criminal lawyer you would make. I believe that you have got it. But how are we to find this boy with the missing toe joint? Every possible inquiry has already been made and failed. Nobody has seen such a boy, whose deficiency would probably be known by his parents or schoolfellows." "Yes," said Beatrice, "it has failed because the boy has taken to wearing shoes, which indeed he would always have to do at school. His parents, if he has any, would perhaps not speak of his disfigurement, and no one else might know of it, especially if he were a newcomer in the neighbourhood. It is quite possible that he took off his boots in order to creep up to the window. And now I will tell you how I should set to work to find him. I should have every bathing place in the river running through the town. There is a river, carefully watched by detectives. In this weather, the autumn was an unusually warm one, boys of that class often paddle and sometimes bathe. If they watch close enough they will probably find a boy with a missing toe joint among the number. "What a good idea," said Geoffrey. "I will telegraph to the lawyers at once. I certainly believe that you have got the clue." And as it turned out afterwards, Beatrice had got it. Her suppositions were right in almost every particular. The boy, who proved to be the son of a pedlar who had recently come into the town, was found wading, and by a clever trick, which need not be detailed, frightened into telling the truth, as he had previously frightened himself into holding his tongue. He had even, as Beatrice conjectured, taken off his boots to creep up to the window, and as he ran away in his fright, had dropped them into a ditch full of water. There they were found, and went far to convince the jury of the truth of his story. Thus it was that Beatrice's quick wit laid the foundations of Geoffrey's great success. This particular Monday was a field day at the vicarage. Jones had proved obdurate. No power on earth could induce him to pay the £34 11 shillings and 4 due on account of the tithe. Therefore Mr. Granger, fortified by a judgment duly obtained, had announced his intention of distraining upon Jones's hay and cattle. Jones had replied with insolent defiance. If any bailiff or auctioneer or such people came to sell his hay, he would kill him, or them. So said Jones, and summoned his supporters, many of whom owned tithe, and none of whom wished to pay it, to do battle in his cause. For his part, Mr. Granger retained an auctioneer of undoubted courage, who was to arrive on this very afternoon, supported by 6 policemen, and carrying out the sale. Beatrice felt nervous about the whole thing, but Elizabeth was very determined, and the old clergyman was now bombastic and now despondent. The auctioneer arrived duly by the 1 o'clock train. He was a tall, able-bodied man, not unlike Geoffrey in appearance. Indeed, at 20 yards' distance it would have been difficult to tell them apart. The sale was fixed for 2:30, and Mr. Johnson, that was the auctioneer's name, went to the inn to get his dinner before proceeding to business. He was informed of the hostile demonstration which awaited him, and that an English member of Parliament had been sent down especially to head the mob, but being a man of mettle, pooh-poohed the whole affair. "All bark, sir," he said to Geoffrey, "all bark and no bite. I'm not afraid of these people. Why, if they won't bid for the stuff, I will buy it in myself." "All right," said Geoffrey, "but I advise you to look out. I fancy that the old man is a rough customer." Then Geoffrey went back to his dinner. As they sat at the meal, through a gap in the fir trees, they saw that the great majority of the population of Bryngelly was streaming up towards the scene of the sale, some to agitate and some to see the fun. "It is pretty well time to be off," said Geoffrey. "Are you coming, Mr. Granger?" "Well," answered the old gentleman, "I wish to do so, but Elizabeth thinks that I had better keep away. And after all, you know," he added airily, "perhaps it is as well for a clergyman not to mix himself up too much in these temporal matters. No, I want to go and see about some pigs at the other end of the parish, and I think that I shall take this opportunity." "You are not going, Mr. Bingham, are you?" asked Beatrice, in a voice which betrayed her anxiety. "Oh yes," he answered, "of course I am. I would not miss the chance for worlds. Why, Beecham Bones is going to be there, the Member of Parliament who has just done his 4 months for inciting to outrage. We are old friends. I was at school with him. Poor fellow, he was mad even in those days, and I want to chaff him." "I think that you had far better not go, Mr. Bingham," said Beatrice. "They are a very rough set." "Everybody is not so cowardly as you are," put in Elizabeth. "I am going at any rate." "That's right, Miss Elizabeth," said Geoffrey. "We will protect each other from the revolutionary fury of the mob. Come, it is time to start." And so they went, leaving Beatrice a prey to melancholy forebodings. She waited in the house for the best part of an hour, making pretence to play with Effie. Then her anxiety got the better of her. She put on her hat and started, leaving Effie in charge of the servant Betty. Beatrice walked quickly along the cliff till she came in sight of Jones's farm. From where she stood she could make out a great crowd of men, and even, when the wind turned towards her, catch the noise of shouting. Presently she heard a sound like the report of a gun, saw the crowd break up in violent confusion, and then cluster together again in a dense mass. What could it mean, Beatrice wondered. As the thought crossed her mind, she perceived 2 men running towards her with all their speed, followed by a woman. 3 minutes more and she saw that the woman was Elizabeth. The men were passing her now. "What is it?" she cried. "Murder," they answered with one voice, and sped on towards Bryngelly. Another moment and Elizabeth was at hand, horror written on her pale face. Beatrice clutched at her. "Who is it?" she cried. "Mr. Bingham," gasped her sister. "Go and help. He's shot dead." And she too was gone. Beatrice's knees loosened. A tongue clave to the roof of her mouth. The solid earth spun around and round. "Geoffrey killed! Geoffrey killed!" she cried in her heart, but though her ears seemed to hear the sound of them, no words came from her lips. Oh, what should she do? Where should she hide herself in her grief? A few yards from the path grew a stunted tree, with a large flat stone at its root. Thither Beatrice staggered and sank upon the stone, while still the solid earth spun round and round. Presently her mind cleared a little, and a keener pang of pain shot through her soul. She had been stunned at first. Now she felt. Perhaps it was not true. Perhaps Elizabeth had been mistaken, or had only said it to torment her. She rose. She flung herself upon her knees there by the stone and prayed. The first time for many years she prayed with all her soul. "O God, if Thou art, spare him life and me this agony." In her dreadful pangs of grief her faith was thus reborn, and as all human beings must in their hour of mortal agony, Beatrice realised her dependence on the unseen. She rose, and weak with emotion sank back onto the stone. The people were streaming past her now, talking excitedly. Somebody came up to her and stood over her. Oh heaven, it was Geoffrey. "Is it you?" she gasped. "Elizabeth said that you were murdered." "No, no, it was not I. It is that poor fellow Johnson, the auctioneer. Jones shot him. I was standing next to him. I suppose your sister thought that I fell. He was not unlike me, poor fellow." Beatrice looked at him, went red, went white, then burst into a flood of tears. A strange pang seized upon his heart. It thrilled through him, shaking him to the core. Why was this woman so deeply moved? Could it be? Nonsense. He stifled the thought before it was born. "Don't cry," Geoffrey said. "The people will see you, Beatrice." For the first time he called her by her Christian name. "Pray do not cry. It distresses me. You are upset, and no wonder. That fellow Beecham-Bones ought to be hanged, and I told him so. It is his work, though he never meant it to go so far. He's frightened enough now, I can tell you." Beatrice controlled herself with an effort. "What happened?" he said. "I will tell you as we walk along. No, don't go up to the farm. He is not a pleasant sight, poor fellow. When I got up there Beecham-Bones was spouting away to the mob, his long hair flying about his back, exciting them to resist laws made by brutal thieving landlords and all that kind of gibberish, telling them that they would be supported by a great party in Parliament, etc., etc. The people, however, took it all good-naturedly enough. They had a beautiful effigy of your father swinging on a pole, with a placard on his breast on which was written, 'The robber of the widow and the orphan,' and they were singing Welsh songs. Only I saw Jones, who was more than half drunk, cursing and swearing in Welsh and English. When the auctioneer began to sell, Jones went into the house and Bones went with him. After enough had been sold to pay the debt, and while the mob was still laughing and shouting, suddenly the back door of the house opened, and out rushed Jones, now quite drunk, a gun in his hand, and Bones hanging on to his coat tails. I was talking to the auctioneer at the moment, and my belief is that the brute thought I was Johnson. At any rate, before anything could be done, he lifted the gun and fired at me, as I think. The charge, however, passed my head and hit poor Johnson full in the face, killing him dead. That is all the story." "And quite enough too," said Beatrice with a shudder. "What times we live in! I feel quite sick." Supper that night was a very melancholy affair. Old Mr. Granger was altogether thrown off his balance, and even Elizabeth's iron nerves were shaken. "It could not be worse," moaned the old man, rising from the table and walking up and down the room. "Nonsense, father," said Elizabeth the practical. "He might have been shot before he had sold the hay, and then you would not have got your tithe." Geoffrey could not help smiling at this way of looking at things, from which, however, Mr. Granger seemed to draw a little comfort. From constantly thinking about it, and the daily pressure of necessity, money had come to be more to the old man than anything else in the world. Hardly was the meal done when 3 reporters arrived and took down Geoffrey's statement of what had occurred for publication in various papers, while Beatrice went away to see about packing Effie's things. They were to start by a train leaving for London at 8:30 on the following morning. When Beatrice came back it was 10:30, and in his irritation of mind Mr. Granger insisted upon everybody going to bed. Elizabeth shook hands with Geoffrey, congratulating him on his escape as she did so, and went at once, but Beatrice lingered a little. At last she came forward and held out her hand. "Good night, Mr. Bingham," she said. "Good night. I hope that this is not good-bye also," he added with some anxiety. "Of course not," broke in Mr. Granger. "Beatrice will go and see you off. I can't. I have to go and meet the coroner about the inquest, and Elizabeth is always busy in the house. Luckily they won't want you. There were so many witnesses." "Then it is only good night," said Beatrice. She went to her room. Elizabeth, who shared it, was already asleep, or pretending to be asleep. Then Beatrice undressed and got into bed, but rest she could not. It was only good night, a last good night. He was going away, back to his wife, back to the great rushing world and to the life in which she had no share. Very soon he would forget her. Other interests would arise, other women would become his friends, and he would forget the Welsh girl who had attracted him for a while, or remember her only as the companion of a rough adventure. What did it mean? Why was her heart so sore? Why had she felt as though she should die when they told her that he was dead? Then the answer rose in her breast. She loved him. It was useless to deny the truth. She loved him body and heart and soul, with all her mind and all her strength. She was his and his alone, to-day, to-morrow, and forever. He might go from her sight. She might never, never see him more, but love him she always must. And he was married. Well, it was her misfortune. It could not affect the solemn truth. What should she do now? How should she endure her life when her eyes no longer saw his eyes, and her ears never heard his voice? She saw the future stretch itself before her as a vision. She saw himself forgotten by this man whom she loved, or from time to time remembered only with a faint regret. She saw herself growing slowly old, her beauty fading yearly from her face and form, companioned only by the love that grows not old. Oh, it was bitter, bitter, and yet she would not have it otherwise. Even in her pain she felt it better to have found this deep and ruinous joy, to have wrestled with the angel and been worsted, than never to have looked upon his face. If she could only know that what she gave was given back again, that he loved her as she loved him, she would be content. She was innocent. She had never tried to draw him to her. She had used no touch or look, no woman's arts or lures such as her beauty placed at her command. There had been no word spoken. Scarcely a meaning glance had passed between them. Nothing but frank and free companionship, as of man with man. She knew he did not love his wife, and that his wife did not love him. This she could see. But she had never tried to win him from her, and though she sinned in thought, though her heart was guilty, oh, her hands were clean. Her restlessness overcame her. She could no longer lie in bed. Elizabeth, watching through her veil of sleep, saw Beatrice rise, put on a wrapper, and, going to the window, throw it wide. At first she thought of interfering, for Elizabeth was a prudent person and did not like draughts, but her sister's movements excited her curiosity, and she refrained. Beatrice sat down on the foot of her bed, and leaning her arm open upon the window-sill, looked out upon the lovely quiet night. How dark the pine trees massed against the sky, how soft was the whisper of the sea, and how vast the heaven through which the stars sailed on. What was it then, this love of hers? Was it mere earthly passion? No, it was more. It was something grander, purer, deeper, and quite undying. Whence came it then? If she was, as she had thought, only a child of earth, whence came this deep desire which was not of the earth? Had she been wrong? Had she a soul? Something that could love with the body and through the body and beyond the body, something of which the body with its yearnings was but the envelope, the hand or instrument. Oh, now it seemed to Beatrice that this was so, and that, called into being by her love, she and her soul stood face to face, acknowledging their unity. Once she had held that it was fantasy, that such spiritual hopes were but exhalations from a heart unsatisfied, that when love escapes us on the earth in our despair we swear it is immortal, and that we shall find it in the heavens. Now Beatrice believed this no more. Love had kissed her on the eyes, and at his kiss her sleeping spirit was awakened, and she saw a vision of the truth. Yes, she loved him, and must always love him, but she could never know on earth that he was hers. And if she had a spirit to be freed after some few years, would not his spirit have forgotten hers in that far hereafter of their meeting? She dropped her brow upon her arm and softly sobbed. What was there left for her to do except to sob till her heart broke? Elizabeth, lying with wide open ears, heard the sobs. Elizabeth, peering through the moonlight, saw her sister's form tremble in the convulsion of her sorrow, and smiled a smile of malice. The thing is done, she thought. She cries because the man is going. Don't cry, Beatrice, don't cry. We will get your plaything back for you. Oh, with such a bait it will be easy. He is as sweet on you as you on him. There was something evil, something almost devilish, in this scene of the one watching woman, holding a clue to and enjoying the secret tortures of the other. plotting the while to turn them to her innocent rival's destruction and her own advantage. Elizabeth's jealousy was indeed bitter as the grave. Suddenly Beatrice ceased sobbing. She lifted her head, and by a sudden impulse threw out the passion of her heart with all her concentrated strength of mind towards the man she loved, murmuring as she did so some passionate despairing words which she knew. At this moment Geoffrey, sleeping soundly, dreamed that he saw Beatrice seated by her window and looking at him with eyes which no earthly obstacle could blind. She was speaking, her lips moved, but though he could hear no voice, the words she spoke floated into his mind. Be a god and hold me with a charm, be a man and fold me with thine arm. Teach me, only teach, love, as I thought. I will speak thy speech, love, think thy thought. Meet if thou require it, both demands, laying flesh and spirit in thy hands. That shall be to-morrow, not to-night. I must bury sorrow out of sight. Must a little weep, love, foolish me, and so fall asleep, love, loved by thee. Geoffrey heard them in his heart. Then they were gone. The vision of Beatrice was gone, and suddenly he awoke. Oh, what was this flood of inarticulate, passion-laden thought that beat upon his brain telling of Beatrice? Wave after wave it came, utterly overwhelming him, like the heavy breath of flowers stirred by a night wind, like a message from another world. It was real, it was no dream, no fancy. She was present with him, though she was not there. Her thought mingled with his thought, her being beat upon his own. His heart throbbed, his limbs trembled. He strove to understand and could not. But in the mystery of that dread communion, the passion he had trodden down and refused acknowledgment took life and form within him. It grew like the Indian's magic tree, from seed to blade, from blade to bud, and from bud to bloom. In that moment it became clear to him. He knew he loved her, and knowing what such a love must mean, for him if not for her, Geoffrey sank back and groaned. And Beatrice, of a sudden she ceased speaking to herself. She felt her thought flung back to her, weighted with another's thought. She had broken through the barriers of earth. The quick electric message of her heart had found a path to him she loved, and came back answered. But in what tongue was that answer writ? Alas, she could not read it, any more than he could read the message. At first she doubted. Surely it was imagination. Then she remembered it was absolutely proved that people dying could send a vision of themselves to others far away. And if that could be, why not this? No, it was truth, a solemn truth. She knew he felt her thought. She knew that his life beat upon her life. Oh, here was mystery, and here was hope. For if this could be, and it was, what might not be? If her blind strength of human love could so overstep the boundaries of human power, and, by the sheer might of its volition, mock the physical barriers that hemmed her in, what had she to fear from distance, from separation, aye, from death itself? She had grasped a clue which might one day, before the seeming end, or after, what did it matter, lay strange secrets open to her gaze. She had heard a whisper in an unknown tongue that could still be learned, answering life's agonizing cry with a song of glory. If only he loved her, some day all would be well. Some day the barriers would fall. Crumbling with the flesh, they would fall and set her naked spirit free to seek its other self. And then, having found her love, what more was there to seek? What other answer did she desire to all the problems of her life than this unity attained at last, unity attained in death? And if he did not love her, how could he answer her? Surely that message could not pass except along the golden chord of love, which ever makes its sweetest music when pain strikes it with a hand of fear. The troubled glory passed. It throbbed itself away. The spiritual gusts of thought grew continually fainter, till, like the echoes of a dying harp, like the breath of a falling gale, they slowly sank to nothingness. Then, wearied with an extreme of wild emotion, Beatrice sought her bed again, and presently was lost in sleep. When Geoffrey woke on the next morning, after a little reflection, he came to the decision that he had experienced a very curious and moving dream, consequent on the exciting events of the previous day, or on the pain of his impending departure. He rose, packed his bag, everything else was ready, and went in to breakfast. Beatrice did not appear till it was half over. She looked very pale, and said that she had been packing Effie's things. Geoffrey noticed that she barely touched his fingers when he rose to shake hands with her, and that she studiously avoided his glance. Then he began to wonder if she also had strangely dreamed. Next came the bustle of departure. Effie was dispatched in the fly with the luggage and Betty, fat Welsh servant, to look after her. Beatrice and Geoffrey were to walk to the station. "Time for you to be going, Mr. Bingham," said Mr. Granger. "There, goodbye, goodbye, God bless you. Never had such charming lodgers before. Hope you will come back again, I'm sure. By the way, they are certain to summon you as a witness at the trial of that villain Jones." "Goodbye, Mr. Granger," Geoffrey answered. "You must come and see me in town. A change will do you good." "Well, perhaps I may. I have not had a change for 25 years. Never could afford it. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Elizabeth?" "Goodbye, Miss Granger," said Geoffrey politely. "Many thanks for all your kindness. I hope we shall meet again." "Do you?" answered Elizabeth. "So do I. I am sure that we shall meet again, and I am sure that I shall be glad to see you when we do, Mr. Bingham," she added darkly. In another minute he had left the vicarage, and with Beatrice at his side was walking smartly towards the station. "This is very melancholy," he said, after a few moments' silence. "Going away generally is," she answered. "Either for those who go or those who stay behind," she added. "Or for both," he said. Then came another pause. He broke it. "Miss Beatrice, may I write to you?" "Certainly, if you like." "And will you answer my letters?" "Yes, I will answer them." "If I had my way, then, you should spend a good deal of your time in writing," he said. "You don't know," he added earnestly, "what a delight it has been to me to learn to know you. I have had no greater pleasure in my life." "I am glad," Beatrice answered shortly. "By the way," Geoffrey said presently, "there is something I want to ask you. You are as good as a reference book for quotations, you know. Some lines have been haunting me for the last 12 hours, and I cannot remember where they come from." "What are they?" she asked, looking up, and Geoffrey saw, or thought he saw, a strange fear shining in her eyes. "Here are 4 of them," he answered unconcernedly. "We have no time for long quotations. That shall be to morrow, not to night. I must bury sorrow out of sight." Beatrice heard the very lines which had been upon her lips in the wild midnight that had gone. Her heart seemed to stop. She became white as the dead, stumbled and nearly fell. With a supreme effort she recovered herself. "I think that you must know the lines, Mr. Bingham," she said in a low voice. "They come from a poem of Browning's called A Woman's Last Word." Geoffrey made no answer. What was he to say? For a while they walked on in silence. They were getting close to the station now. Separation, perhaps for ever, was very near. An overmastering desire to know the truth took hold of him. "Miss Beatrice," he said again, "you look pale. Did you sleep well last night?" "No, Mr. Bingham." "Did you have curious dreams?" "Yes, I did," she answered, looking straight before her. He turned a shade paler. Then it was true. "Beatrice," he said in a half whisper, "what do they mean?" "As much as anything else, or as little," she answered. "What are people to do who dream such dreams?" he said again, in the same constrained voice. "Forget them," she whispered. "And if they come back?" "Forget them again." "And if they shall not be forgotten?" She turned and looked him full in the eyes. "Die of them," she said. "Then they will be forgotten, or—" "Or what, Beatrice?" "Here is the station," said Beatrice, "and Betty is quarrelling with the flyman." 5 minutes more, and Geoffrey was gone. End of chapter 15.